Chapter 1301. Yang Ming left the kitchen and walked out directly without stopping. Luo Junzheng caught up with him. Master Yang Ming, please stay. Yang Ming stopped, looked back at him, and said in a cold tone, do you want to learn? Luo Junzheng's face showed some embarrassment. I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please sit down and talk slowly. Yang Ming waved his hand. No need to talk slowly, if you want to learn, just say it. I will list the 20 recipes for you as soon as possible, you can consider it yourself, you can list the ones you want to learn, and you can cross out the ones you don't want to learn. Luo Junzheng said, I want to learn, can you promise to teach me all? Yang Ming said, I can only promise to teach you how to cook, but the extent to which you can understand depends on your own talent. If you have the ability, you can learn to 100%, and if you don't have the ability, maybe only 20% or 30%. Generally speaking, cooking is not something you can learn in one go, you have to try it over and over again. Then can I learn a few dishes first, not so many at once? Luo Junzheng thought that it would be painful to take out 100,000 yuan at one time. Yang Ming said, I will teach you one dish and charge you one dish. I will only teach you 20 dishes at most. Luo Junzheng nodded, okay. Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoming, let's go. Wang Xiaoming trotted after him, his eyes full of admiration. Yang Ming, I will worship you as my teacher, you teach me. Yang Ming stopped and turned to look at him, want to learn? Wang Xiaoming nodded vigorously, yes. The carrot shreds just now were really more delicious than delicacies from land and sea. How could he make it so delicious? My tuition is expensive. A trace of cunning flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. Wang Xiaoming was embarrassed, I also want to charge tuition. Yang Ming said, you don't have to pay. Then what to pay? Yang Ming said, I can't remember what tuition to charge, remember it first, and then charge it later. Wang Xiaoming grinned, I have to be able to afford the tuition. Of course. Yang Ming turned around and raised the corners of his mouth. Wang Xiaoming thought about the carrot shreds he had just eaten. They were so delicious, but he just couldn't eat enough. Yang Ming, let's eat carrots tomorrow. You can cook for us tomorrow at noon. Yang Ming said, I'll teach you, you do it yourself. Wang Xiaoming took a few quick steps, you know my knife skills. I'm afraid the cuts won't look good. It's okay as long as you can eat it. Practice more to get better. Yang Ming, the master, was really resolute and started teaching so quickly. Wang Xiaoming couldn't forget about stir-fried carrot shreds. He dreamed that he had fried delicious carrot shreds at night. Even Wang Bing, who didn't like carrots the most, ate them and clamored for more. When he was making breakfast the next morning, he asked Yang Ming to teach him how to stir-fry carrot shreds. Although Wang Xiaoming was also a chef, he had few opportunities to cook. Apart from his own home-cooked dishes, he really had no chance to cook, so his knife skills were very average and the carrots he cut were uneven in thickness. Yang Ming couldn't bear it, so he walked over, took the knife from his hand, and demonstrated to him, hold the knife like this to keep it steady. Wang Xiaoming took the knife and tried it. Yang Ming said, don't move. Then he reached out and took Wang Xiaoming's fingers to correct his movements, try this way. Wang Xiaoming felt a current from Yang Ming's fingers to his heart, and then his scalp felt numb. He almost threw the knife away, why is there electricity in your hand? Yang Ming looked at his hand, no. Wang Xiaoming guessed that it was the effect of static electricity, but he forgot that his hands were wet, and this level of wetness could not generate static electricity. He concentrated on cutting the radish. He was a little uncomfortable at first, but it was indeed the best way to cut vegetables. This way the knife was stable. After cutting a few more times, he found that the radish slices were indeed more even. Yang Ming's right finger twisted subconsciously, and he looked at Wang Xiaoming thoughtfully, with a deep look in his eyes. Wang Xiaoming cut the vegetables, cleaned the pan and added oil. Yang Ming said, add more oil, enough to cover the carrots, use low heat, wait until the oil is 30% hot, then put the carrot shreds in to fry the oil. The frying time is 15 seconds. What is 30% hot? Wang Xiaoming is not very good at distinguishing this. The oil is hot, but not to the point of smoking. You put the oil in first, I will tell you. The purpose of frying is to remove the odor in the carrots. If the oil is too hot, the carrots will turn black easily. If the time is too short, the smell will not be completely removed. If the time is too long, the carrots will not be crispy. This degree must be grasped well. Yang Ming is a qualified teacher and explained it in detail. Wang Xiaoming began to fry the carrot shreds under Yang Ming's guidance. Although there was a master's guidance, he was still a little hesitant for the first time. When he finally took it out of the pan, because the speed was a bit slow, the carrots were not as crisp as Yang Ming's, but they already had some of that flavor, and Wang Xiaoming felt quite satisfied. When the dishes were served, Wang Bing pouted, "I don't eat this." Wang Xiaoming picked up a carrot and put it to Wang Bing's mouth. "Try it, uncle made it himself, the taste is different from usual." Wang Bing ate one with gritted teeth and nodded, "Yeah, delicious." He took the initiative to pick up the carrot shreds. Wang Xiaoming was busy all morning, and when he heard his nephew's words, he immediately felt that it was worth it. He smiled at Yang Ming, "I can make it too." Yang Ming had a little smile in his eyes, "Just make more." "Yes, master, I will definitely work hard." Wang Xiaoming smiled. Yang Ming looked at the smiling Wang Xiaoming and felt that he finally had some youthful liveliness. Yang Ming quickly listed the menu, 20 dishes, half of which were home-cooked dishes and half were famous dishes with relatively high difficulty. He handed the menu to Luo Junzheng. As expected, Luo Junzheng chose dishes that were relatively difficult. He probably thought that since he spent a lot of money to learn how to cook, it must be worth it. Only difficult dishes are worth learning. Yang Ming didn't say it to him. Although home cooking seems not worth learning, the Luo family runs a small restaurant. People are not willing to eat high-end dishes. The most sold dishes are still home cooking. Home cooking is the easiest to make and makes money. When Luo Junzheng finds that the difficult dishes he learned are not very useful, he will naturally ask for home cooking. He will wait. I'll collect the tuition fee. Yang Ming's teaching time is from 8 o'clock to 10:30 in the morning, and then everyone has to go about their business. Wang Xiaoming originally planned to attend the class, but he couldn't catch up with the time Yang Ming chose. He had to buy vegetables in the morning, wash and string vegetables, and prepare, so he couldn't spare any time. And Yang Ming didn't seem to plan to teach Wang Xiaoming to cook now. He mainly taught him to make snacks when he was at the stall. Wang Xiaoming had a good understanding, and he mastered the heat and the characteristics of food very quickly, and he made snacks in a very good way. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help his curiosity, so he asked Yang Ming, "What kind of dishes are you teaching Brother Shang to cook now?" Chapter 1302. And Yang Ming didn't seem to plan to teach Wang Xiaoming to cook now. He mainly taught him to make snacks when he was at the stall. Wang Xiaoming had a good understanding, and he mastered the heat and the characteristics of food very quickly, and he made snacks in a very good way. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but be curious, so he asked Yang Ming, "What kind of dishes are you teaching Shang to cook now?" "Chicken and sea cucumber." Wang Xiaoming said, "It sounds very high-end." Yang Ming said lightly, "It's just so-so." Wang Xiaoming carefully looked at the expression on Yang Ming's face, and after a long while he said, "Have you ever thought that your family conditions should be very good?" Yang Ming raised his eyebrows, "Why do you think so? You probably think shark fin and bird's nest are also very ordinary things, right?" Yang Ming said, "I must have been a chef. Shark fin and bird's nest are just a kind of food to me. Any food, in the eyes of a chef, is edible, regardless of whether it is expensive or cheap." Wang Xiaoming smiled, revealing two pointed little tiger teeth, "I also want to be a chef as awesome as you." Yang Ming looked at him, "Of course." Wang Xiaoming heard him say so lightly, and he also felt that as long as he relied on his own efforts, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. Yang Ming's plan to make clay pot rice was not just talk. After receiving the first tuition fee from Luo Junzheng, he took Wang Xiaoming across the sea to purchase equipment. From the clay pot stove to each clay pot, he carefully selected them. It didn't matter if the price was a little expensive, the important thing was that the materials were good. Wang Xiaoming found that almost every chef had a perfectionist obsession with tools, containers, and ingredients, which could be seen from Yang Ming's attitude in selecting clay pots. He had to touch each clay pot with his own hands to ensure that the inner glaze was uniform and smooth. After buying the stove, Yang Ming went to buy rice, and he had to buy late rice produced this year. Otherwise, he would not buy it. That afternoon, they spent a lot of effort on purchasing, and they didn't get everything ready until it was almost dark and they returned to the island. Wang Xiaoming was thinking about whether he could set up a stall to do business in the evening. Those oysters had not been processed yet. He didn't know if they would go bad if they were left tomorrow. There were also customers. He didn't set up a stall today and didn't say hello. He didn't know if they would be waiting. As soon as they arrived at the dock, they heard an acquaintance say, "Xiao Ming, you are still here. Many people are waiting to eat oysters at your house." Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "I went to buy things. I'll go in a while." Then he took the things off the ferry, loaded them on the tricycle, and took them home. There were a lot of things. He bought 2 clay pot stoves alone, and it took 2 carts to finish them. After that, he hurried to set up a stall to sell oysters. Other things could be left unsold, but oysters were fresh goods and had to be processed as soon as possible. When Wang Xiaoming's tricycle appeared on the street, the diners who were eating were relieved. "The boss is finally here. I thought I would be disappointed after making a special trip. Let's go to his house to eat barbecue." Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming set up the stall quickly. Before the fire was lit on this side, the guests on the other side took seats spontaneously and soon filled up. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming worked together. One started the fire, the other prepared the ingredients, and only when the fire was lit did Wang Xiaoming take time to order dishes from table to table. He wrote down the menu while listening to the guests' complaints, and kept apologizing with a smile, sorry, we don't have enough staff and we can't handle it. We went to buy clay pots this afternoon, and we are going to sell clay pot rice tomorrow. Chef Yang Ming will cook it himself. If you are free, please come and support us tomorrow. There will be clay pot rice tomorrow." The people at the next table pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between Wang Xiaoming and the guests. Wang Xiaoming nodded, "Yes, I will go to work on that today. All the casseroles and rice are personally selected by Master Yang Ming, and they are definitely the best. You will know whether they taste good or not after you try them tomorrow. Then I will definitely come to eat tomorrow." "Boss, you are tempting me again. I was planning to eat your barbecue today and go back tomorrow morning. Do I have to stay for another half a day? Master Yang Ming's products are absolutely trustworthy. Such a good opportunity, I must try it first." Wang Xiaoming's snack stand has become famous by word of mouth. Many people come here to eat barbecue and oyster omelette. Now that people's living conditions are better, eating is not only to fill their stomachs, but also to satisfy their tongues. Wherever there is delicious food, those gourmets can smell it from a distance of 108,000 miles. Of course, this is also thanks to the convenient information age. Many people who come to their stall to eat barbecue come from the county and the city, because theirs is a tourist attraction. They can have fun while eating delicious food. Why not? As soon as the news that Wang's stall was going to launch clay pot rice spread, many fans of Yu's delicious food knew about it, and many people even planned to come here specially to eat their first clay pot rice. Even Wang Xiaoming didn't know this. After finishing the work that day, Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming went back to work, busy washing the clay pots. They bought dozens of pots and had to wash them all. While washing the pots, Wang Xiaoming thought that washing pots would be a big project in the future. There were dozens of pots. This clay pot was different from ordinary bowls. The bottom of the pot would stick to the rice crust, and it would take a long time to wash it clean. As a boss, I hired a helper, but I had to become a dishwasher. Is there anything more miserable than this? When can I afford to hire a dishwasher? Will I really be able to open a restaurant in the future, as Yang Ming said, and then I can hire a dishwasher? Wang Xiaoming was dreaming while washing the pots. The next day, Yang Ming did not teach Luo Junzheng and let Luo Junzheng practice by himself. His teacher's tuition is expensive, his cooking skills are high, and his temper is bad. He said he would not teach today, and Luo Junzheng did not dare to say anything. Cooking is different from studying. The master leads you to the door, and the practice depends on the individual. However, this way, the learning progress is slow. Yang Ming is not in a hurry. Anyway, it is Luo Junzheng who should be anxious. Luo Junzheng is not a particularly talented chef. The things he makes can only get 2 or 3 points of true teachings. He thinks it is not worthwhile to learn, but it is even more unprofitable not to learn. If the cooking level does not improve, it will not attract customers. What's more depressing is that few people order the newly learned dishes after they are launched. The reason is that the price is too expensive. How many people can eat the dishes sold in a small restaurant that sells 5-star hotel dishes? Luo Junzheng learned 2 difficult dishes and finally found that he had made a misunderstanding. He considered whether to learn home cooking from Yang Ming. While he was hesitating, Wang Xiaoming's clay pot rice had already become a hit. Yang Ming is definitely a genius in cooking. A good chef is not only able to prepare a full banquet, but also can make the most ordinary home-cooked meals delicious and memorable. Chapter 1303. Luo Junzheng learned 2 difficult dishes and finally found that he had made a mistake. He considered whether to learn home-cooked dishes from Yang Ming. While he was hesitating, Wang Xiaoming's clay pot rice had already become a hit. Yang Ming is definitely a genius in cooking. A good chef is not only able to prepare a full banquet, but also can make the most ordinary home-cooked meals delicious and memorable. Yang Ming made a wide variety of clay pot rice. In addition to the most common flavors such as black bean sauce, spare ribs, chicken, cured meat, eel, beef, etc., he also paired it with a variety of seafood rice. The fragrant and juicy meat dishes were paired with crystal clear and smooth rice. The rice absorbed enough soup, and each grain was crystal clear, exuding an attractive luster. Under the slow fire, a layer of golden, crispy, and delicious rice crust was baked at the bottom of the pot, which was the essence of clay pot rice. A small clay pot rice combines all the essence of rice, fragrant, rich, soft and crispy. When paired with the old fire soup cooked by Yang Ming himself, the most picky gourmets have nothing to complain about. Every portion of rice is scraped clean and the soup is drunk without a drop left. Wang Xiaoming's family originally sold snacks and had no staple food, so the restaurant business was not affected much. Now they started selling clay pot rice, which tasted good and was cheap. Almost everyone was willing to go to his house to eat clay pot rice, and the business of several restaurants on the island began to be affected. The only problem is that there are too many people selling clay pot rice in his restaurant, so it is not always possible to catch up, because it takes time to cook. Therefore, it also boosted the business of barbecue and oyster omelette, because customers can't just wait, they have to eat something else to kill time. The business is really hot as never before. Wang Xiaoming found that he and Yang Ming alone can't handle it, but the income is also considerable. A clay pot rice sells for at least 12 yuan. Even if 50 servings are sold a day, there will be a gross income of 600 to 700 yuan. Add the income from barbecue oyster omelette, and the daily gross income can easily exceed 1000 yuan. It is very easy to make tens of thousands of yuan a month. Wang Xiaoming deeply realized the essence of the saying that you can make a living by your ability. People with ability are really not afraid of starving to death wherever they go. But making money also requires a price. They spend all day around the stove, so tired that they can't even straighten their backs. The advantage is that they are young and they are full of energy after a good sleep, but no one can bear it for a long time. Yang Ming finally made a suggestion, find someone to wash the dishes, I'm too busy. Now Wang Xiaoming, the boss, has almost completely become a dishwasher, and Yang Ming can only do the rest. He thinks it's a waste of time and energy for Wang Xiaoming to wash the dishes. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming and grinned, okay. Although he was a little reluctant, Wang Xiaoming still invited a cheerful aunt from the village to help wash the dishes, paying her 1000 yuan a month. With this 1000 yuan less, he can learn more than 1000 yuan. Boss Wang's restaurant hasn't even opened yet, but he has already hired dishwashers. Life is getting better and better. Luo Junzheng watched the customer flow in the store decrease by half, and he was anxious and angry. The corners of his mouth were blistered. Finally, he made up his mind to learn home cooking from Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care. He was collecting tuition anyway, so he could teach whatever he wanted to learn. That night, Yang Ming gave Wang Xiaoming a thick stack of banknotes. Wang Xiaoming was stunned, what are you doing for me? To pay off your debt. This is the tuition that Brother Sheng gave you. Keep it for yourself. Wang Xiaoming felt very sorry for not paying Yang Ming's salary, so he didn't feel comfortable using his money to pay off his debts. Yang Ming put the money on the table, it's useless for me to keep it, so I'll give it to you first. Wang Xiaoming thought about it and counted it out, it's 25,000 in total. This money is a loan from me. I'll pay you back when I have money in the future. The most urgent thing is to pay back the loan sharks. If you don't have to pay the loan sharks' interest, those debts will be moved away one day like Yugong moving mountains. According to the current situation, the debts can be paid off quickly. Wang Xiaoming knew that there would always be a Don in life. He thought that Don would be his younger brother Ergu. As long as he could hold on a little longer and wait for Ergu to graduate, there would be hope. Unexpectedly, this dawn came so unexpectedly and strongly. Yang Ming was like his savior, illuminating his world and letting him see the hope of liberation in advance. Thinking of this, he smiled gratefully at Yang Ming. Thank you, Yang Ming, it's all thanks to you. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming's smiling face, his expression was gentle. Rest early. Wang Xiaoming nodded. Yeah, you too. Yang Ming left. Wang Xiaoming took the 25,000 yuan, his hands were heavy, and his heart was extremely relaxed and happy. Together with what he earned during this period, there were more than 30,000 yuan in total. It won't take long for him to pay back all the usury. With so much money, it's not enough to keep it at home. Should I pay back part of it to the usury first, or wait until I have enough money before paying it back? If I pay a little first, I can pay less interest. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming called Huang and said that he could pay back the principal of 30,000 yuan first. As a result, the man surnamed Huang was not happy and said fiercely, "Our boss said that you either pay it off in one go or don't pay it back. We are too lazy to keep accounts for you." Wang Xiaoming understood that the other party was not really in a hurry for him to pay back the principal. It would be better if he never paid it back so that he could collect interest. At the beginning, Wang Dagu borrowed 100,000 yuan from the other party. Now, after 5 or 6 years, the interest alone is almost twice the principal. It is really easy to make money from usury. Since you can't pay it back now, just keep it first and pay it back when you have collected it. I believe it won't take long before you can pay it back immediately. Wang Xiaoming put the money in a black bag, then wrapped it in a snakeskin bag and put it in the pile of sundries. He didn't dare to put so much money in the drawer. If a thief wanted to find it, he would directly search the drawer and go back to the pre-liberation era. Tomorrow, I have to take time to go to the bank and save the money first. Wang Xiaoming lay on the bed with his hands behind his head. He felt happy. He didn't expect that he would be able to save money one day. The next morning, Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming came back from buying groceries and saw Wang Bing hugging a tall and thin boy's neck and whispering in his ear. The boy saw them and laughed, "Brother." Wang Xiaoming got off the car and smiled at his younger brother Wang Ergu. "Why are you back today? Are you on vacation?" Wang Ergu looked at his brother's smile and felt a little dazed. He rarely saw his brother smile so easily. He scratched his head. "No, I asked for leave to come back." Wang Xiaoming said, "Is it because you have no money?" Wang Ergu did not answer him, but turned to look at Yang Ming. Bing, this is Uncle Yang Ming." Wang Bing hugged Wang Ergu's neck with both hands and nodded, "Yes." Chapter 1304. Wang Ergu did not answer him, but turned to look at Yang Ming. Bing, this is Uncle Yang Ming." Wang Bing hugged Wang Ergu's neck with both hands and nodded, "Yes." Wang Ergu carefully looked at Yang Ming. The man was tall and wore a fine plaid shirt as a jacket. The shirt was open, revealing a black t-shirt with 2 big red hearts printed on it, the same as the one his brother was wearing. Wang Ergu felt embarrassed. Did his brother know what this meant? The man had deep features, handsome eyebrows, a straight nose, and a scar on his forehead, but it was hard to hide his cool and handsome image. Instead, it added some fierce momentum. He was not an ordinary person at first glance. "I heard from my nephew that he seemed to be working in his house. How could such a person work in his house?" Wang Ergu was full of doubts. Yang Ming calmly accepted Wang Ergu's scrutiny and was also looking at him. This boy looked a bit like Wang Xiaoming. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses, his cheekbones were higher, his lips were slightly thicker, and there were a few pimples on his face. He looked a bit bookish. He didn't say anything, but nodded slightly to Wang Ergu, which was considered a greeting. Wang Xiaoming said, "This is Yang Ming, helping out at our house." "Yang Ming, this is my younger brother Wang Ergu, you can just call him Ergu." Wang Ergu smiled and greeted, "Brother Yang Ming." Yang Ming nodded at him again, "Yeah." Then he went to unload the vegetables. Wang Xiaoming walked to his brother. "Has Bing washed his face?" Wang Bing smiled, "Uncle washed it for me." "You haven't had breakfast yet, I'll do it." Wang Xiaoming said. Wang Ergu said, "I'll help you." Wang Xiaoming asked his brother, "Why did you take leave and come back? What's the matter?" Wang Ergu hesitated for a moment and finally said, "I'm going to register for the college entrance examination, and I don't want to take it anymore." Wang Xiaoming stopped and looked at him, "What's wrong?" Wang Ergu was sensible since he was a child. He knew that it was not easy for him to make money, so he studied very hard. The grades are good, and it is not a problem to get into a university. Wang Ergu stammered, "After the exam, I can get a high school diploma, and I will go out to work and earn money. What kind of work? Go to school. Wang Xiaoming walked towards the kitchen without looking back. Wang Ergu stood there. Brother. Wang Xiaoming looked back at him and smiled. Don't worry, I have money now, I can send you to college, just go and take the exam, and get into a good university. How could Wang Ergu believe it? He knew the situation at home. How much money could there be? There were still hundreds of thousands of debts, especially the high-interest loan that never decreased. If this money could not be repaid, the debt would always be a mountain that made people breathless. If he went to college, it would cost at least more than 10,000 yuan a year, and 50,000 or 60,000 yuan in 3 or 4 years. He didn't want to add more burden to his brother. I have a classmate whose father is a mold master. He can earn 20,000 yuan a month. My classmate said he wants to learn this from his father, and I want to learn it too. When I learn it, I will pay off the debt with my brother in the future, and it will be paid off soon. Wang Xiaoming raised his hand and patted his brother's shoulder, glanced at Yang Ming who was busy, and said, Brother is making a lot of money now. Yang Ming helps me and can earn hundreds of yuan a day. At least more than 10,000 a month. It won't take long to pay off the usury. Other debts can be paid slowly. You really don't lack money for school. If you can go to college, go. It can be regarded as fulfilling your brother's dream. Wang Ergu's throat slid, and his nose felt a little sour. After a while, he whispered, Brother, why does brother Yang Ming want to help us? Who is he? Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming and smiled slightly. He was taken in by my brother. He has a little amnesia and doesn't remember who he is. But his cooking skills are very good, and everyone loves the food he makes. You will know at noon. Oh, by the way, when will you go back to school? Wang Ergu said, I'll go back this afternoon. You have to pay the application fee, right? I'll get you the money later. Don't be too frugal at school. You are still growing up and you are in your 3rd year of high school. You need to eat enough and try to eat better, otherwise your body won't be able to keep up. Wang Xiaoming told his younger brother. Wang Ergu nodded. He always listened to his elder brother. To him, his elder brother was not only a brother, but also a father. His elder brother was his home. Wang Xiaoming said, Go help Yang Ming wash the vegetables. Wang Ergu nodded, put down a bing, and went to help Yang Ming. Brother Yang Ming, thank you for helping my brother. Yang Ming stopped and looked at the boy with light blue hair on the corner of his mouth. No, he helped me too. Wang Ergu was not uncurious about Yang Ming. His brother said that this person had lost his memory, and he didn't look like it at all. Brother Yang Ming, where are you from? Yang Ming looked up at him, forgot, why? Wang Ergu grinned at him, so my brother said that you don't remember some things, is it true? Yang Ming looked at this boy and felt that he was not a simple boy. The first time Wang Ergu saw Yang Ming, he felt that this man was very unusual. Although he was dressed as simply as them and did the same things as them, his every move had the momentum of a superior. It is said that this person has been in his house for more than half a month. Why hasn't anyone come to his house yet? At noon, Yang Ming made lunch for everyone at Wang Xiaoming's request. After eating, Wang Ergu realized that his brother's words about Yang Ming's excellent cooking skills were not exaggerated at all. It should be said that they were super good. Anyway, the dishes cooked by Yang Ming were the most delicious meals he had ever eaten in his life. So when he saw how popular his stall was, he was not surprised at all. Not only was his stall full, but the surrounding stalls were also full of people. Everyone took a seat at other stalls and ate whatever they wanted. Most of them came to his stall to order clay pot rice and barbecue. His elder brother never stopped, constantly taking orders, delivering meals and collecting money, while Yang Ming was busy at the stove. Wang Ergu also helped to take orders and deliver meals. Wang Xiaoming was finally able to take a breath and help Yang Ming watch the fire and grill oysters. To be honest, although his family only had a few tables, the stalls of several families in this area were all his guests. It was really too busy for 2 people to handle dozens of guests at the same time. Sometimes the grandmother who sold beef balls next door would come to help take orders and deliver meals. Wang Xiaoming's business is booming, and the vendors in this area are very happy to see it, because their business has also improved a lot. After all, the tables are not free, and customers have to spend money when they sit at their tables. So you can see that the whole snack street is harmonious, and everyone eats and chats, just like a big family. Wang Xiaoming's people are very busy, and it was not until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the heat slowed down. At about 5 o'clock, they started to be busy again. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming basically did not take a break in the afternoon, and could only sit down and take a nap when there were few people. Chapter 1305. Wang Xiaoming's people are very busy, and it was not until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the heat slowed down. At about 5 o'clock, they started to be busy again. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming basically did not take a break in the afternoon, and could only sit down and take a nap when there were few people. Wang Xiaoming made a temporary shelter for the tricycles so that Wang Bing could taking a nap in the car. After all, their working hours are really long, and they can't let their children be tired and affect their growth and development. Wang Ergu helped for a whole afternoon, then turned around and asked his brother, "Brother, is the business like today?" Wang Xiaoming smiled and nodded, "Today is the weekend, there are more people, usually there are fewer. You see, I can earn a lot now, don't worry, go back to school, I can afford your school." Wang Ergu did not show a relaxed expression, "Brother, you are too hard, don't you hire someone?" Wang Xiaoming said, "I have hired someone to wash the dishes. Usually there are fewer people, Yang Ming, and I can handle it, don't worry, your brother is very good. Just study hard at school and don't waste your brother's money. Brother, don't always think about me, your own health is important, don't work so hard, the body is the capital of the revolution. It doesn't matter if you can't pay off the money now, wait for me to pay it back later." Wang Xiaoming raised his hand and rubbed his brother's head, "I know, you go back to school. This money is for you, take it and spend it, buy some milk or something to replenish yourself." Wang Ergu looked at the 500 yuan his brother gave him and only drew 2 tickets, "Don't need so much, the registration fee is only 150 yuan, just give me 200 yuan. We eat in the cafeteria, so it won't cost that much." Wang Xiaoming said with a straight face, "Just take it when I tell you to. Now is the 3rd year of high school, a critical moment, don't collapse, otherwise how can you take the college entrance examination?" Wang Ergu's eyes were hot, but he didn't cry. He took the money, folded it carefully, and put it in his trouser pocket. Before leaving, he went to find Yang Ming and bowed sincerely to him, "Thank you, brother Yang Ming." He knew that everything now was brought by Yang Ming. Although this man's origin was unknown, he made his elder brother smile with ease and warmth, and let his elder brother see hope. No matter what, he had to be grateful to him. Seeing Wang Ergu thanking him so seriously, Yang Ming looked into his eyes and found that his gratitude was sincere. This young man really cared about Wang Xiaoming. He nodded slightly, "No, your brother is fine." Wang Ergu frowned and said after a long while, "Brother Yang Ming, if you want to leave one day, please tell my brother when you leave." Yang Ming looked at Wang Ergu in surprise, "Of course." Wang Ergu smiled slightly bitterly, "Thank you. My brother doesn't like to leave without saying goodbye. My father is the same, my mother is the same, and my second brother is the same." Yang Ming listened and frowned. He turned his head to look at Wang Xiaoming who was teasing Wang Bing, and his heart was inexplicably sad. What on earth did he go through? In late December, the island finally felt like winter and began to cool down. Of course, it was just cool, not cold. But open-air stalls are a bit inappropriate. The wind is strong at the seaside. Once the wind blows, the hot food becomes cold and hard, and no matter how delicious the food is, it will change its taste. Wang Xiaoming discussed with several stall owners who had a good relationship with him, and everyone built a simple plastic shed together to form a large area, which is both convenient and spacious. The red and blue plastic sheds formed a simple building on the street. In terms of beauty and generosity, it is definitely not considered, but it is much better than in previous years. In previous years, the 8 immortals crossing the sea showed their abilities and acted independently, which was naturally strange. Now it is so neat, the stall owners are very satisfied, and the diners are also relatively satisfied. It is convenient to buy food, and there is an atmosphere for everyone to eat together. This place has become the most lively place on the island. There are diners coming in an endless stream every day. People passing by this area can always hear laughter and joy, which unconsciously attracts more people to come in. These vendors made the restaurant owners on the island envious and jealous. They looked at the street vendors like people wearing shoes looking down on those who were barefoot, but the barefoot people walked better and more steadily than those wearing shoes. How could they be calm? Among them was Luo Jun's Hung. He learned several home-cooked dishes from Yang Ming. In fact, the methods were similar to what he usually made, but Yang Ming was more particular about the details, especially the heat and knife skills, as well as the proportion of ingredients and the order of adding ingredients. The same ingredients made the taste very different. Although Luo Junzheng was dissatisfied with this, he had to accept it. Because he spent money, he was willing to spend time and practice repeatedly, and finally he could hear praises from the diners, which made Luo Junzheng feel satisfied. However, even so, his customer flow has not returned to the previous level, because Wang Xiaoming's stall has become the most famous snack stall on the island. When diners come to the island, most of them choose to eat at his stall first. Only those who are unaware or dislike the uncleanness of roadside stalls will eat in the store. Luo Junzheng felt that his tuition was spent in vain. If he continued like this, when would he be able to get his money back? So after learning a few home-cooked dishes, he took the initiative to stop the course. Yang Ming knew that Luo Junzheng was distressed about the tuition fees. If he didn't ask to learn again, he wouldn't force him to teach. He collected 40,000 to 50,000 yuan in tuition fees from Luo Junzheng and gave it all to Wang Xiaoming to pay off his debts. By New Year's Day, Wang Xiaoming had also earned 20,000 to 30,000 yuan from his stall, not far from 100,000 yuan. By next spring at the latest, he would be able to pay back the loan sharks. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming felt excited. On New Year's Day, Wang Ergu came back from holiday, and with his help, they finally managed to handle the peak customer flow on the first smoothly. When closing the stall in the evening, Wang Xiaoming smiled embarrassedly and said, "Today is New Year's Day, and Yang Ming was not given a holiday. How about taking a day off tomorrow, and we go to the street to buy some thick clothes together?" Yang Ming said, "You have to inform in advance if you want to close the business, so as not to let customers wait in vain." Wang Xiaoming thought about it and said, "Then Ergu will go back and write a notice, and hang it up tomorrow, and we will take a break the day after tomorrow." Yang Ming said again, "One day of holiday is equivalent to several days of income, so let's go at another time." How could Wang Xiaoming not consider this problem, but Ergu's holiday is also these few days, and he will go back to school after the holiday. "It doesn't matter to me, I don't need to buy new clothes, I can still wear last year's clothes." Wang Ergu is based on the principle of saving as much as possible and is unwilling to spend money indiscriminately. Chapter 1306. Yang Ming said again, "One day of vacation is equivalent to several days of income, so let's go at another time." How could Wang Xiaoming not consider this problem, but Ergu's vacation is also these few days, and he will go back to school after the vacation. "It doesn't matter to me, I don't need to buy new clothes, I can still wear last year's clothes." Wang Ergu is based on the principle of saving as much as possible and is unwilling to spend money indiscriminately. Wang Xiaoming said, "I didn't buy new clothes last year, your clothes are too short, you have to buy some. Even if you don't go the day after tomorrow, I will give you money to buy them yourself." When Wang Bing heard that he could buy new clothes, he shouted, and me, I want to buy new clothes too. This little guy doesn't know how to save money for everyone." Wang Xiaoming turned around and pulled his chubby face, pulling it out of shape. "I didn't buy you new clothes every year, anyone cannot buy new clothes, but you can't do without them. Who told this little guy is growing up, he is the one who changes clothes most diligently." Wang Bing saved her face from Wang Xiaoming, "I want to buy new shoes." Buy. Wang Xiaoming agreed. The four men in the family got along surprisingly well, talking and laughing as they hurried home. Before they reached the door of their house, a strong light shone from behind, and then the car horn sounded desperately, as if urging them to leave. Wang Bing was the first to exclaim, "Uncle, a car." It is usually difficult to see cars on their island because there is no bridge. Cars need to take a large ferry to go to the island, which is not cheap. It costs 200 or 300 yuan to cross the sea once, and 500 or 600 yuan for a round trip. Most people park their cars directly on the other side. Wang Xiaoming only knows one person who can drive to the island, and that is Luo Yufen's husband Huang Jiangong. Wang Ergu turned his head and glanced at the black Mercedes, its sister Yufen's car. As expected, Wang Bing looked at the brightly lit car with envy on his face. He had never ridden in such a car before. Wang Xiaoming put his hand in front of his eyes and said, "Don't look at that light, it will blind you." Yang Ming drove the tricycle forward slowly and steadily. Since it was less than 2 minutes away, he did not intend to give way. Huang Jiangong could not stand the 2 minutes of distance and stuck his head out of the car window, Did I deafen your ears? Can't you hear the horn? Can't you give way? Wang Xiaoming frowned as he listened to the other party's bad words. Wang Ergu could not help but reply, "Fuck, do you know how to speak human language? You come to our island to be arrogant, this road is not yours. Why should I give way to you?" Huang Jiangong honked the horn so loudly that it shook the mountain and did not let go, making people's eardrums numb. Wang Bing could not stand it either, and pouted unhappily and blocked his ears with his hands. Wang Xiaoming said, "Ergu, stop talking. You were bitten by a dog. Do you want to bite it back?" Wang Ergu said unhappily, "You are so bullying. You think you can do something with a few stinky bucks." Yang Ming was very calm. He didn't take the other person seriously at all. He drove back home slowly. When he got home, Yang Ming asked, "Who was that guy?" Wang Xiaoming didn't say anything. Wang Ergu took over and said, "It's the son-in-law of the Luo family next door. Luo Junchen's family." "Yes, his brother-in-law," Wang Xiaoming said briefly. Wang Ergu couldn't help but curl his lips. "Sister Yufen should have been my sister-in-law." Wang Xiaoming felt embarrassed and quickly stopped his brother. "Ergu, stop talking nonsense, go take a shower." Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming in surprise, his eyes full of curiosity. "What's going on?" Wang Xiaoming looked at him with some surprise. "I didn't expect you to be so gossipy." Yang Ming pulled the corner of his mouth. "It depends on whose gossip it is." Wang Xiaoming waved his hand. "Don't listen to Ergu's nonsense, it's not true." Yang Ming supported his elbow with one hand and touched his chin with the other. "I guess the Luo family despised the poor and loved the rich, so they married their daughter to the nouveau riche just now." Wang Xiaoming laughed. "How do you know he is a nouveau riche? Isn't that a nouveau riche? His character is typical of nouveau riche." Yang Ming reached out and patted Wang Xiaoming on the shoulder. "Don't look down on the poor young man. Wait, you will be richer than this nouveau riche and make the Luo family blind again." It seems that Yang Ming does not have a good impression of the Luo family. Wang Xiaoming thinks this is nothing but a fool's dream. He didn't know how much money the Huang family had. It was said that half of the street in the county belonged to their family. It was very unlikely that he would surpass the Huang family in his lifetime. He waved his hand. "Thank you for your comfort. I'll go and get busy." Yang Ming didn't say anything else, just shook his head at his back. Huang Jiangong arrived at the Luo family, slammed the car door shut, walked into the Luo family gate with an impatient look on his face, and called out lazily when he saw his parents-in-law, "Dad, Mom." Luo Mogang and Li Kaiyulian looked at their son-in-law, snorted, and turned their heads away from him. Luo Junsheng looked at his brother-in-law, smoked a cigarette and threw it over. "Here you are." As if nothing had happened. Huang Jiangong took the cigarette in his hand and sat down loudly. "Where's A Fen? I'll take her back." Li Kaiyulian turned her head and looked at her son-in-law. "Ajian, you are too unreasonable. I didn't dare to touch A Fen's fault, but you beat her again and again. You simply don't take us seriously." Huang Jiangong lit the cigarette with a smile. "Mom, of course A Fen is good. I was impulsive at the moment, so I came to admit my mistake and take her back." Li Kaiyulian looked at his playful smile and was furious. This man always begged for mercy and admitted his mistakes, but after returning, he still did his own thing, committing crimes again and again, and didn't take the Luo family seriously at all. But they couldn't do anything to him. Huang Jiangong didn't look good. He was thin, dark and short. He had all the bad habits of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Luo Yufen was a flower stuck in cow dung. But this pile of cow dung is a pile of fertile cow dung. The Huang family is rich and powerful, and it is her blessing to be able to fall in love with Luo Yufen. Luo Yufen will be a young lady after she gets married. She will not have to worry about food and drink, nor does she have to go to work. She only needs to give birth to children. Women like her are blessed. Many people think so, and the Luo family thinks so even more. But marriage is like drinking water. Only the cold and warm know it. Luo Yufen has never been willing from the beginning. She cried and made a fuss, but it was useless. Her mother Li Kaiyulian even threatened to die. She wanted to accept her fate. After 3 or 4 years of marriage, she gave birth to 2 children, both boys. Even so, she was not looked down upon by the Huang family. In their eyes, giving birth to a son is Luo Yufen's duty. If she didn't give birth to a son, she would have been replaced long ago. Huang Jiangong has been looking for women outside since he was pregnant with his first son, and later it became worse. After Luo Yufan found out, she wanted to divorce more than once and didn't want the child, but the Luo family didn't allow it, and Huang Jiangong didn't allow it either. He said, "You don't have enough food, clothes, and entertainment, what qualifications do you have to be picky?" Don't want his son to be motherless. Not only that, he would beat Luo Yufan when he was unhappy. Chapter 1307. Huang Jiangong has been looking for women outside since he was pregnant with his first son, and later it became worse. After Luo Yufan found out, she wanted to divorce more than once and didn't want the child, but the Luo family didn't allow it, and Huang Jiangong didn't allow it either. He said, "You don't have enough food, clothes, and entertainment, what qualifications do you have to be picky?" Don't want his son to be motherless. Not only that, he would beat Luo Yufan when he was unhappy. Luo Yufan ran home again and again, but nothing changed. When she returned to her parents' home, she was still persuaded by her parents and brothers and sisters-in-law to go back. For the sake of the children, just bear it. You have money to spend and food to eat, just turn a blind eye. Which capable man doesn't spend money on wine and women? When he gets old and can't do it anymore, he will naturally come home, and then he will have a good life. This person, it is easiest to say comforting words, just a touch of the upper and lower lips, the words come out, anyway, it is not himself who suffers. For the sake of the children, bear it for decades, which is simply endless darkness for people who live day by day. Knowing that going back to her parents' home will not change anything, she still can't help running to her parents' home, and Luo Yufan doesn't know why. At this moment, she is upstairs in her own house. There is no light on in the room, and she has not slept. Instead, she draws the curtains and opens the window, hiding behind the curtains and looking at the dilapidated old bungalow on the right rear. A soft white light flowed out of the house. Several figures were walking around in front of the house. They could be heard talking faintly. There was someone she wanted to see the most. After so many years, Luo Yufan still felt unhappy. She bit her lower lip with hatred. She hated her parents and her own weakness. Even if she had followed Wang Xiaoming to eat coarse food, it would have been better than the life she was living now. At least she was willing to do that. Hot tears rolled down her eyes, blurring her vision. Downstairs, Luo Junzheng asked his brother-in-law to have tea together. "Ajian, is the store you told me about last time still there?" Huang Jiangong looked at his brother-in-law. "What's wrong, brother, don't you want to go to the other side?" Luo Junzheng sighed, "Nowadays, business is getting worse day by day. I have learned a few new dishes recently, and they are much more delicious than before. Maybe it will be successful on the other side." Huang Jiangong suggested that Luo Junzheng open a store in the county town on the other side, but Luo Junzheng was reluctant to go because the business on the island was not bad. They were almost the only one in the market. It was their own building, so they didn't have to pay rent. It was close to home and worry-free. Huang Jiangong didn't quite understand, why is the business not doing well after learning new dishes? There should be more tourists on the island recently than before. Luo Junzheng smiled bitterly, there are more people, but the business is not necessarily good. Wang Xiaoming found a helper, and now the island is full of people. 80% of the tourists on the trip go to his house to eat. Huang Jiangong knew Wang Xiaoming, after all, he was his wife's old lover. He was surprised and said, "He sells that thing at a stall, just a roadside stall." Luo Junzheng said, "He sells oyster omelets. Now he not only sells oyster omelets, but also barbecue and clay pot rice. Many people come to his house to eat. Not to mention, his chef Yang Ming is definitely a talent. I bet that the food he makes is so delicious that even you have never eaten it." Huang Jiangong sneered indifferently. Luo Junzheng, an islander who had never seen the world, probably thought that the dishes made by the 4-star restaurant in the county were the most delicious. He is so good at cooking. If you don't spend a lot of money to invite him, how much salary can you afford for a roadside stall? Luo Junzheng flicked his cigarette butt. The strange thing is that Chef Yang Ming doesn't take a penny from Wang Xiaoming and works for him for free. I asked him to come to my shop and I offered him a salary, but he refused to come. This surprised Huang Jiangong. Who is this guy? Luo Junzheng shook his head. I just can't tell you. He was injured and lost his memory. He didn't know where his home was. He was taken in by Wang Xiaoming and he worked for him wholeheartedly. This is a strange story. Huang Jiangong raised his eyebrows and looked at his brother-in-law. I don't believe you can't run a roadside stall. Luo Junzheng sighed, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I even spent money to learn cooking from Yang Ming. My cooking skills have improved a lot, but I still can't keep many customers. I'm still far behind him. His cooking skills are simply amazing. You can't even imagine it. Huang Jiangong tapped the ash on his hand. So you want to open a shop in the county because you can't compare to that guy's level? Luo Junzheng didn't say anything and didn't want to admit it, but this is a fact. Huang Jiangong sneered, brother, you don't have to be scared away by such a small matter. You are willing to give up such a good place to others, but I am not. Don't worry, I have a way to make sure you can still be the biggest boss on this island. Luo Junzheng looked at his brother-in-law in surprise, what do you have in mind? Huang Jiangong smiled proudly, the secret cannot be leaked. You should keep your store clean recently to prevent someone from coming for surprise inspection. Luo Junzheng didn't understand what Huang Jiangong meant, but he nodded, okay. Huang Jiangong asked Luo Junzheng to open a restaurant on the other side of the strait when his youngest son was born a year ago. Now the restaurant has long been given to his lover's brother, so there is no place for Luo Junzheng. But he does not intend to let his brother-in-law suffer. It is his wife's old lover who makes his brother-in-law suffer. No wonder she always goes to the island. Isn't it because she is thinking about such a useless man? He wants to teach Wang Xiaoming a lesson and make him unable to survive. A roadside stall is an unlicensed business. It is quite easy to clean it up, and it is legitimate. Luo Junzheng thought about it, and Huang Jiangong said he would help him deal with Wang Xiaoming, so he was relieved. Since he would have to cook on the island in the future, he might as well learn the remaining dishes from Yang Ming, so he started to learn cooking from Yang Ming again. Yang Ming didn't know why he figured it out again. Since he wanted to learn, he would teach him. Anyway, he would get paid. He also saw that Luo Junzhen's talent was only copying, and he couldn't learn to the level of 100%. He didn't even understand that practice makes perfect, let alone apply what he had learned. In this regard, Wang Xiaoming was much better than Luo Junzheng. Wang Xiaoming was still immersed in the joy of the New Year's Day holiday consumption frenzy. During the 3-day holiday, the total turnover exceeded 10,000 yuan. He calculated very well that if he continued like this, he might be able to collect 100,000 yuan before the new year, and finally get rid of the loan sharks. After New Year's Day, Wang Xiaoming finally posted a notice to close the business for a day and take a break. Yang Ming has been in his house for almost 2 months, and he has never taken a day off. In this business, they make money during the holidays, so they naturally cannot take a break during the holidays. Chapter 1308. Wang Xiaoming is still immersed in the joy of the New Year's Day holiday consumption frenzy. During the 3-day holiday, the total turnover exceeded 10,000 yuan. He calculated very well that if he continued like this, he might be able to collect 100,000 yuan before the new year, and finally get rid of the loan sharks. After New Year's Day, Wang Xiaoming finally posted a notice to close the business for a day and take a break. Yang Ming has been in his house for almost 2 months, and he has never taken a day off. In this business, they make money on holidays, so they naturally cannot take a day off. Usually, Wang Xiaoming is reluctant to take a break. To use Yang Ming's words to tease Wang Xiaoming, he is obsessed with money. Wang Xiaoming also feels that he is obsessed with money. There is nothing he can do about it, because he is short of money. So this day is the first time he has taken a break in 2 months. On the day of rest, Wang Xiaoming got up early in the morning to cook. Their breakfast is basically made by Wang Xiaoming. Although Yang Ming's breakfast is delicious, he, as a boss, cannot exploit his employees too unprincipled and let him turn around the stove all day. Moreover, under Yang Ming's guidance, his cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and the food he cooks is still delicious, which makes Yang Ming, who is very picky, occasionally praise him. Is there anything happier than being recognized by the master? For breakfast, we made raw fish fillet porridge. After the rice was cooked until thick, we poured the marinated fish fillet into the porridge, stirred it, mixed it with seasoning, sprinkled it with chopped green onions, and it was ready to be served. Fish bones are removed. Only when fish meat is boneless can it be really smooth and delicious. Otherwise, you have to be careful of being pricked by bones while drinking porridge, which is too unpleasant and you can't fully enjoy the deliciousness of fish porridge. Wang Xiaoming is now very skilled in deboning fish. He brought the cooked porridge to the table and shouted in full force, it's time to eat. Let's go shopping after dinner. Wang Bing, who was hiding in a corner, suddenly came out and raised his sleeve to wipe his nose. Wang Xiaoming grabbed his hand. Little bastard, you wiped your nose with your sleeve again, it's so dirty, who would take you to the street, you've embarrassed me. Wang Bing said nonchalantly, I'm going to buy new clothes today, I don't want the old ones anymore. Wang Xiaoming looked at the little guy, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and glared at him, where can I get so many new clothes? I bought new clothes, but I still have to wear the old ones. Wang Bing ignored him, stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck to look into the bowl on the table. There are no fish cakes, I want to eat fish cakes. On New Year's Day, Yang Ming took the trouble to make a fish cake. Wang Bing loved the fresh and smooth fish cakes and liked them very much. Yunnan joked that the fish cakes were Wang Bing, and Wang Bing was eating himself when he ate fish cakes. Wang Bing was not angry, but very happy, he just liked to eat himself. Where is there any more? You ate the last one last night. There is no more. Wang Xiaoming pushed the bowl of porridge in front of Wang Bing, eat quickly. You are not allowed to go out until you finish eating. Wang Bing said, when will you make fish cakes again? Wang Xiaoming spread his hands, I don't know how to make them. If you want to eat them, go and ask Uncle Yang Ming to make them for you. Wang Bing looked at Yang Ming who was drinking porridge slowly, and hesitated to speak. Their relationship has never been harmonious. Yang Ming is a cold-faced person who doesn't talk much and rarely takes the initiative to play with Wang Bing. Wang Bing feels that Yang Ming has taken away the care of the old man and has always been resentful of him. At this moment, he asked Yang Ming to ask him, but the little guy couldn't say it. Wang Xiaoming looked at the big and the small, and was too lazy to help. He thought Wang Bing was just a child and didn't bear grudges. He didn't expect that he was always indifferent to Yang Ming. Could it be that they didn't match each other? But it was Wang Bing who picked Yang Ming up at the beginning. Wang Bing took a mouthful of porridge and glanced at Yang Ming from below, seeming to be hesitating whether to speak. The atmosphere on the table was dull for a while, and only the sound of chopsticks and spoons hitting the bowl could be heard. Wang Xiaoming broke the silence, Bing, is the porridge made by the uncle delicious? Delicious. Wang Bing said casually, sounding a little perfunctory. It's a little bland, it would be better if a few more grains of salt were added. The fish slices were left for a little longer, 10 seconds shorter. Yang Ming made very pertinent suggestions. Wang Xiaoming quietly rolled his eyes, but still had to express his gratitude, thank you for pointing it out, I know. He felt that the food was very delicious while eating it, and he didn't expect that he could still find faults. What is this person's tongue made of? Wang Bing looked at Yang Ming, then at Wang Xiaoming, Uncle, when will you make fish cakes? Wang Xiaoming looked at the little thing, this little guy actually knew how to save the country in a roundabout way, he couldn't help laughing, and turned to Yang Ming, when will you make fish cakes again? Yang Ming said, you make it tomorrow, I will teach you. Wang Bing's face bloomed with a happy smile. Wang Xiaoming tapped his head with chopsticks, eat quickly, don't drag it out. Wang Bing quickly ate the porridge with big mouthfuls, his eyebrows and eyes were full of excitement. On this day, Wang Xiaoming took Yang Ming and Wang Bing to the county town to shop, buy clothes and daily necessities. Although it is a county town, because the tourism industry is relatively well developed, the county town is relatively prosperous and wealthy. Many rich people from big cities come here to buy properties and sea view villas, so many people on the street are imported cars. Wang Bing's eyes rolled around, and he couldn't see it all, so many cars. Uncle, there's another big truck, such a big one. His curiosity and excitement were just like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden. Wang Xiaoming grabbed his hand and dragged him along. Sometimes the road was uneven and he almost fell. Wang Xiaoming had no choice but to pick him up and put him on his neck. Yang Ming followed behind with all the things. They bought a lot of clothes, shoes and daily necessities for the three of them. Now he was going to take Wang Bing to KFC, just because when he first came, Wang Bing saw the children's playground in KFC and wanted to go there very much, and he couldn't be dragged away no matter what. Wang Xiaoming promised him that he would come back to play after buying things, so he brought him here to fulfill his promise. Yang Ming was very silent, walking and looking all the way, as if it was due to his job. He paid the most attention to the restaurants and hotels on the roadside, and even looked at a store on the roadside that was being transferred. Wang Xiaoming turned his head and saw his action. Yang Ming, what are you looking at? Can I open a restaurant now? Yang Ming said, write down the number first and ask about the price later. Wang Xiaoming looked at the store, which was located between a restaurant and a hotel. It was said that the location was very advantageous. How could it not be able to open? He took out his mobile phone and gave it to Yang Ming, please write it down for me. Yang Ming was not polite and took the mobile phone to write down the number. Chapter 1309. Yang Ming said, write down the number first and ask about the price later. Wang Xiaoming looked at the store, which was a restaurant between Wang Restaurant and the hotel. It was said that the location was very advantageous, so how could it fail to open? He took out his mobile phone and gave it to Yang Ming, please write it down for me. Yang Ming was not polite either, and took the mobile phone and wrote down the number. Wang Xiaoming didn't want to come to KFC at first. The food here was expensive and it was not healthy food, but the children liked it. When he was still in middle school, KFC had just entered the county town, and he came here twice with his friends. At that time, he liked the clean and tidy environment here. Later, something happened at home, so he couldn't afford to come. Speaking of it, he didn't get enough of KFC. This time, he brought Wang Bing here to satisfy his own selfish desire. Wang Xiaoming bought a family bucket and asked for 2 hamburgers, which cost more than 100 yuan, and he might not be full, fill your stomach first and eat when you get home. Wang Bing ate 2 chicken wings and a bag of French fries, and then ran inside to slide. Wang Xiaoming watched his nephew's movements while eating, while Yang Ming turned his head to look at the decoration in KFC. Apart from other things, KFC is better than many Chinese restaurants in terms of spaciousness, brightness, and cleanliness. No wonder it attracts so many young people. Wang Bing was having a great time over there. It was not the weekend, so not many people brought their children to KFC to eat, so Wang Bing could play to his heart's content. Wang Xiaoming looked at the joy on his nephew's face and felt that the more than 100 yuan was worth it. It was rare to be so extravagant as today. He turned his head and saw Yang Ming looking up at the lights on the ceiling. The afternoon sun shone through the glass wall and fell on Yang Ming's neck. His protruding Adam's apple formed a beautiful little peak. Wang Xiaoming subconsciously touched his Adam's apple, wondering if he would look up and it would be the same shape. Yang Ming lowered his head and saw Wang Xiaoming reaching out to touch his Adam's apple. Wang Xiaoming met his gaze and coughed awkwardly, what are you looking at? Yang Ming said, you can refer to this when you decorate your store in the future. Wang Xiaoming was embarrassed, I can't afford to open a store now. I have to pay off my debts first. It's only a matter of time. Yang Ming said indifferently, took a bite of the burger, frowned, the meat is too tough and overcooked. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, it's the way it is, expensive and not tasty. Actually, KFC is already a common food, but it is too expensive compared to his family's situation where he can eat a full and satisfying meal for only a dozen yuan. After eating, Wang Bing still hadn't played enough, but he couldn't stay any longer. It was a rare day of rest, and they still had a lot of things to do. Wang Xiaoming saved all the money left from buying things. Looking at the numbers in the first digit was about to break 8. He was really satisfied. It turned out that money was still very fast. I wonder if I can earn 100,000 yuan before the new year. If I can pay back the loan sharks, I can have a relaxing new year this year. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming just returned to the island with clothes, daily necessities, and food, and were told by a stall owner who set up a stall together, oh no, Xiaoming, the County Health Bureau and Urban Management are here today, saying that we are a scenic spot, and roadside stalls affect the city appearance and are unhygienic. They will be banned. We can't set up stalls in the future. All the sheds have been demolished. Wang Xiaoming only felt a buzzing in his ears, and his mind became blank. Boss, boss. Wang Xiaoming heard someone calling him in his ear. He came back to his senses from his trance, blinked, and saw Yang Ming's slightly worried eyes. Well, what's wrong? He finally regained consciousness, thinking that his dream of paying off his debts was shattered, and he would be unemployed starting tomorrow. His abdomen felt like he was punched hard, his internal organs were displaced, his stomach was cramped and uncomfortable, and even tears were about to rush out of his eyes. He sniffed hard to cover up his out-of-control emotions. Yang Ming looked at him silently, bent down, and picked up the things that fell from his hand. Boss, go home. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming woodenly and nodded silently. What should he do? Fight a guerrilla war with the urban management? Or go to another place to set up a stall? Where? Wang Xiaoming was confused for a moment. Yang Ming did not call him, and followed behind with all the things on his shoulders. Wang Bing was a sensitive child. He felt the sadness of the old man, and did not dare to disturb him. Seeing Yang Ming carrying so many things on his shoulders, he obediently helped to take 2 bags of clothes. When Wang Xiaoming needed care, the two of them finally made peace and formed an alliance. Wang Xiaoming walked for a long time before he remembered his things. Looking back, he saw that the 2 men, one big and one small, were struggling to carry a lot of things and following behind. Wang Xiaoming quickly went back and took some things from Wang Bing and Yang Ming. Let me do it. Yang Ming did not refuse, and gave him some. Wang Bing insisted on carrying a bag. Uncle, I'll take it. I can carry it. Wang Xiaoming touched his head. Be good, take your clothes yourself. Yang Ming saw that his face was calmer. Open a store. Wang Xiaoming looked up at him suddenly. This was the second explosive topic he heard today. He moved his mouth but did not speak. His thoughts were running wildly like a horse running out of control. Open a store? Do you really want to open a store? It's not that he has never thought about opening a store, but opening a store has always been on his mind. After paying off the loan sharks, if the loan sharks are not paid off, will they open a shop? What about the loan sharks? But if they don't open a shop, how can they afford to pay off the loan sharks? Yang Ming said nothing more. Wang Xiaoming walked in front, not going home, but to the street where he usually set up stalls. There were several urban management officers wearing dark blue uniforms and white helmets directing several migrant workers in plain clothes to clean up the simple sheds they built. Many stall owners' carts were still parked on the roadside, and the pots were still steaming. More tourists looked at the law enforcers who were forcibly demolishing the stalls inexplicably. Someone knew Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming, and quickly shouted, "Boss, what's going on? Why are you not allowed to set up stalls? Where can we go to eat your clay pot rice in the future?" Wang Xiaoming saw some familiar faces and wanted to respond to everyone with a smile, but his smile was not much better than crying, "I don't know the situation either. I'm out today." A man in a blue uniform with a bulging belly said in an official tone, "In the future, you can't set up stalls on the roadside anymore. It affects the image of the island and scares away tourists. Isn't it worth the loss? If you set up stalls again, you will be caught and fined once, and you will never show mercy." Chapter 1310. Wang Xiaoming saw some familiar faces and wanted to respond to everyone with a smile, but his smile was not much better than crying, "I don't know the situation either. I'm out today." A man in a blue uniform with a bulging belly said in an official tone, "In the future, you can't set up stalls on the roadside anymore. It affects the image of the island and scares away tourists. Isn't it worth the loss? If you set up stalls again, you will be caught and fined once, and you will never show mercy." A tourist said, "Are you kidding me? If there were no snack stalls, why would I come to this island? To starve? If you think it's not nice to put them on the roadside, then set up a special snack street for them. You can't just ban them for no reason. Everyone knows that the biggest feature of this island is snacks." The uniformed man continued to speak in an official tone, "Isn't the biggest feature of this island the migratory birds? Aren't you here to see the birds? In addition to these roadside stalls, there are still many regular restaurants and snack shops. The hygiene of roadside stalls is worrying, and it's also for your health." Someone cursed in a low voice, "What the hell are you thinking about?" Someone else asked Wang Xiaoming, "Boss, will you still sell clay pot rice and barbecue in the future? You won't be able to eat them, right?" Wang Xiaoming moved his mouth, not knowing how to respond to everyone's questions. Yang Ming said on the side, "Our boss plans to open a restaurant. When the shop is renovated, please come and support us." A small cheer broke out in the crowd. "Really? Where?" "Still on the island." Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming, "Boss, I'm asking you." Wang Xiaoming had to follow Yang Ming's topic, we haven't confirmed it yet. When it is confirmed, I will definitely tell everyone." Someone took out his mobile phone, "Boss, do you have WeChat or Weibo? Then you can tell us the progress." Wang Xiaoming realized the inconvenience of not having a smartphone at this time. He stammered, "Sorry, I don't have that." Everyone sighed in disappointment. Then how can we know where the boss will open a shop and when it will open in the future? Wang Xiaoming also felt a little regretful. Although it is said that good wine needs no bush, these are all his old customers. With them, his popularity has been established all of a sudden. Don't wait slowly. Just when everyone was feeling full of regret, Wang Xiaoming's cell phone rang. It was Lu Hao who called. Xiaoming, where are you? Huzi, is there something wrong? Wang Xiaoming's heart was lifted. Could it be that Yang Ming's family came to find him? This was really God's will for him. Lu Hao smiled and said, why can't I find you if there is nothing wrong? I came to your island to do some field work. Now that I'm done, I want to come to your house for barbecue. Is there anything to eat? Lu Hao had also eaten at Wang Xiaoming's house. He praised Yang Ming's barbecue and brought colleagues and friends to show Wang Xiaoming his support. Wang Xiaoming smiled bitterly, no. Don't be so stingy. I'm not paying. Lu Hao shouted in a good mood. Wang Xiaoming said, am I such a stingy person? You are not allowed to set up stalls on the island. If you want to eat in the future, come to my house and I will grill it for you. Lu Hao cursed, fuck, whose bad idea is this? I was wondering why there are so many people on the island today. Are the urban management officials here to demolish it? Where are you? Where I usually set up my stall. Wang Xiaoming said. Then wait, I'll come quickly. Lu Hao said and hung up the phone. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Hao arrived. After he understood the situation, he couldn't help but curse quietly. He knew the situation of Wang Xiaoming's family very well. If he couldn't set up stalls, how would he live in the future? What are you going to do? Wang Xiaoming said, it's hard to say now, maybe I'll open a store. Then why don't you pay back the loan shark money? Lu Hao looked at him, didn't you say that you're not far behind? How much is left? How about I make it up for you? Wang Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, then shook his head, no, I'll open a store first. Anyway, I've owed it for so long, so I can afford a few more days. Lu Hao said, how can I help you? Wang Xiaoming said, I'm not sure where to open the store yet. If I can bring these old customers there after the store opens, the store will develop quickly. If I can't decide, no one will know. Lu Hao said, this is easy. You can create a Weibo account or something and let everyone add it. Once the store opens, announce the address and store name, and everyone will come, right? Wang Xiaoming smiled helplessly, I don't have one. Mobile phones can't play that, and I don't know how to play it. Lu Hao thought for a while and said, how about I help you apply for a Weibo account so that everyone can pay attention to it? I will help you release the news when there is news. Wang Xiaoming scratched his hair, is it okay? No problem. Come on, I'll help you register one. Everyone come and add it. Lu Hao immediately took out his mobile phone, registered a Weibo account, and asked all the old customers present to add it. Everyone, please help promote it, pay more attention to my Weibo, and support my friend's business in the future. Lu Hao's move was like sending a pillow to someone who was sleepy. It solved Wang Xiaoming's troubles and made him very grateful. In the evening, Wang Xiaoming invited Lu Hao and his colleagues to have dinner at his home. Yang Ming personally cooked a delicious meal. Lu Hao ate Yang Ming's dishes for the first time and almost chewed and swallowed the bowl. Yang Ming, you are simply amazing. It turns out that barbecue and clay pot rice are just a small test. Cooking is your real level. If you open a restaurant with your level, the door will be squeezed out. It will definitely be popular. If not, come to me. After saying that, he patted Yang Ming's shoulder very generously. Yang Ming looked at the shoulder that Lu Hao, who was slightly drunk, patted and said nothing. Lu Hao hugged Wang Xiaoming's shoulders again and whispered in his ear, Xiaoming, don't worry, there is always hope after a dark cloud. With Yang Ming's help, it will be sooner or later that you will pay off your debt. If you have any difficulties, you can come to me. I will definitely help you if I can. After saying that, he burped. Wang Xiaoming smiled, okay, I will. The meal lasted until late. Lu Hao and his colleagues were a little drunk. Wang Xiaoming said, Huzi, you don't go back tonight, just sleep at my house, and go to work tomorrow morning. Lu Hao hiccuped, smiled, and squinted at Wang Xiaoming, okay, I'll sleep with you. His colleague pulled him up, Xiao Lu, you'd better go back. You have a task early tomorrow morning. You won't be able to make it back from here. Xiao Wang, there should be a ferry now, right? Wang Xiaoming looked at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock, yes, there is, but I have to call the boat owner. Why don't you stay here and go over early tomorrow morning? Chapter 1311. Lu Hao hiccuped, smiled, and squinted at Wang Xiaoming. Okay, I'll sleep with you. His colleague pulled him up. Xiao Lu, you'd better go back. You have a mission early tomorrow morning. You won't be able to make it if you go back from here. Xiao Wang, there should be a ferry now, right? Wang Xiaoming looked at the time and it was almost 10 o'clock. Yes, there is, but I have to call the boat owner. Why don't you stay here and go back early tomorrow morning? The policeman said, we have to get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow to rush back. There may be no ferry early in the morning, and we still have to call people, so it's better to call them at night. Maybe they are still awake now. Xiao Wang, can you help me call the boat owner? Xiao Lu, get up, let's go back. Wang Xiaoming sighed in his heart and had to take the flashlight to send the two to the dock to take the ferry. Wang Xiaoming also drank a little, but not drunk. Seeing the two drunken people staggering around, he was a little worried. I'll take you across the sea. Lu Hao wiped his face. No, don't go, go back to sleep early. Wang Xiaoming said, it's okay, it won't delay much time, anyway, the boat will come back after it passes. He was worried about crossing the sea by night boat while drunk, so he was worried about letting the two people cross the sea by boat anyway, and he had to send them across in person. After sending Lu Hao across the sea, he returned with the ferry and went ashore, but he was not in a hurry to go back. He sat on a chair on the shore and blew the wind. It was midwinter, and the small island in the south also showed signs of winter. The night was still very cold, especially when the wind was strong, and people felt stupid, but Wang Xiaoming didn't feel anything special. Wang Xiaoming thought of what happened today, and his heart was still in a mess. He buried his head in his knees. Did he really want to open a store? Now there was no way out. This was purely the rhythm of forcing ducks to climb the shelves. The dawn of liberation was so close to him, but he fell into darkness again. It would be a lie to say that he was not depressed. After a while, Wang Xiaoming found someone sitting next to him. Why don't you go back? It's so windy outside. Wang Xiaoming looked up and found Yang Ming sitting next to him. Well, where's Bing? She's asleep. Yang Ming said. Wang Xiaoming stood up, then go back. He was worried about his nephew being alone at home. Yang Ming put his hands in his trouser pockets. Where do you plan to open a shop? Wang Xiaoming turned his head and looked at him. Ah. A shop. Wang Xiaoming thought for a while. Opening a shop on the island will cost less. Why not contact the restaurant we saw today? Yang Ming suggested. Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, then remembered, you mean the one whose phone number you wrote down today? That section of the road is quite busy, and the transfer fee is probably not cheap. Let's give it a try. Wang Xiaoming took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. It was already 10:30, and the other party might have gone to bed. Why don't we call again tomorrow? Yang Ming said, it's not too late, and the restaurant owners should not be resting now. Wang Xiaoming hesitated for a moment and dialed the number. The ringtone just rang twice before the other party picked up the phone. Wang Xiaoming asked, hello, is your restaurant going to be transferred? The person who answered the phone was a woman. When she heard this, she shouted excitedly, husband, husband, come quickly, someone is talking about the transfer. Wang Xiaoming listened to the other party's tone and seemed to be looking forward to someone coming to talk about the transfer. Is his restaurant not easy to transfer? After a while, a male voice rang, hello, what is the boss's name? The other party was a little out of breath when he spoke, and it was obvious that he ran over to answer the phone. Wang Xiaoming said, my last name is Wang. What's your name, boss? My last name is Li. Hello, boss Wang, do you want to rent a shop? What do you want to rent it for? The other party asked eagerly. Wang Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, I want to open a restaurant. Boss Li seemed very excited, really, that's great. How do you want to rent it, boss Wang? Wang Xiaoming said, how do you want to transfer it? Boss Li said, my store is 2-story, with a total of 220 square meters. I signed a 5-year contract and there are 3 years left. The transfer fee is 100,000, including my existing decoration and all equipment. The rent is 6,000 per month, and the water and electricity bills. Wang Xiaoming interrupted him, the transfer fee is too expensive. Boss Li hurriedly said, Boss Wang, don't worry, this is just my intention. If you really want it, you can still negotiate. How about this, if you are free, come to my store tomorrow to take a look, and we will have a face-to-face meeting, is that okay? Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming, I will discuss it with my family and give you a reply tomorrow, okay? Okay, okay, you must give me a reply anyway, I'm waiting for Boss Wang's news. Goodbye, Boss Wang. The other party hung up the phone carefully. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming, what do you mean? Wang Xiaoming said, it sounds like he is in a hurry to transfer the store. But the transfer fee is too expensive, 100,000, and the rent is not cheap, 6,000 a month. Wang Xiaoming found that he was facing such great pressure just after opening the store, and the money was far from enough. Yang Ming said, since he is in a hurry to transfer, then delay him for 2 days and don't contact him first, so that the transfer fee can be reduced. If he calls to urge tomorrow, just say that you are looking at other stores. The next day, Boss Li really called to ask Wang Xiaoming's attitude. Wang Xiaoming followed what Yang Ming said and was looking at other stores. The other party really said that the transfer fee could be more favorable. Wang Xiaoming delayed for another day, and then went to see the store with Yang Ming. After the visit, Yang Ming pointed out many problems, and finally bought the store for a transfer fee of 60,000 yuan. The store is fully equipped with kitchen utensils, tableware and electrical appliances, and can be opened at any time. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Wang Xiaoming felt like he was dreaming, so he could open a store like this? Wang Xiaoming looked at the balance on his bank card. In the middle of winter, his palms were sweating. The transfer fee was paid in one lump sum, which was the reason why the other party was willing to give up the discount. After paying the transfer fee, he paid another 10,000 yuan deposit to the landlord, leaving only a few thousand yuan in the account. Fortunately, New Year's Day had just passed, and the previous tenant had already paid the rent for this month. There were still 20 days before the next rent payment. But the remaining few thousand yuan had other uses. It was said that it would cost several thousand yuan to handle various documents. Wang Xiaoming was completely penniless. Everything depended on this store. Wang Xiaoming touched the sweat on his forehead and felt that his ability to bear was a little low. In the past, he had almost no money left after paying the loan shark interest every month, and he had never been so nervous. The main reason was that he had a livelihood at that time and had confidence. Now facing an unknown restaurant, he really had no confidence. Chapter 1312. But the remaining several thousand yuan can be used for other purposes. It is said that it will cost several thousand yuan to apply for various certificates. Wang Xiaoming is completely penniless. Everything depends on this store. Wang Xiaoming touched the sweat on his forehead and felt that his ability to bear was a little low. In the past, he had almost no money left after paying the high-interest loan interest every month. He had never been so nervous before. The main reason was that he had a livelihood at that time and had confidence. Now facing an unknown restaurant, he really had no confidence. After buying the restaurant, although the cooking utensils and tableware are all available, it cannot be opened just like that. The business license must be obtained and the sign must be changed. Otherwise, it will still be the original sign, and customers will not know that the owner has changed. What is the name of the restaurant? Wang Xiaoming racked his brains, but couldn't think of a suitable name. Yang Ming said, just call it Wang's Seafood Restaurant. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming, is this appropriate? This is too simple, it feels so perfunctory. There is nothing inappropriate, it is better than those unreliable names. It's better to call it Dynasty Hotel or Peace Hotel. People will know it's yours and sell seafood. It's straightforward and simple. Yang Ming said. Wang Xiaoming said, they call it grand, but I think it's petty. Yang Ming said, if you want to be grand, just call it Hai Ba Wang. Wang Xiaoming was almost shocked, this is too immodest, it's a bit too thick-skinned. Lu Hao knew that Wang Xiaoming had bought the store and was thinking about naming it. He provided him with several names, such as Extreme Taste Life, Sea Flavor on the Tip of the Tongue, Ziwik Xianju, Best Taste, Good Taste, etc. Wang Xiaoming was so amused that he asked him how he came up with so many different names. Lu Hao told him that he collected them from diners on Weibo. Those diners' kindness should still be thanked, but it can't be named like that. After thinking for a long time, he decided to call it Wang's Seafood Restaurant. As a result, Yang Ming refused, I think Hai Ba Wang is more suitable now. Wang Xiaoming waved his hands, don't make a fuss, it's just a small restaurant. It's ridiculous to be so domineering. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows indifferently, you don't believe in my cooking skills. Wang Xiaoming was silent. It's not that he didn't believe in his cooking skills, but the name was too ostentatious and didn't fit his personality. Yang Ming added, see, overlord is both a kind of confidence and an ambition. Wang Xiaoming looked into Yang Ming's eyes. He had only seen some helplessness and confusion in this man's eyes when they first met. Later, he was always indifferent. Rather than being indifferent, it was more like a kind of confidence and arrogance, an arrogance that never took anything seriously. This man is a natural leader. Wang Xiaoming almost agreed, but then he thought of a question. He was the owner of the restaurant, so why did Yang Ming seem to be the one making the decisions? Is this the reason why he was so reluctant to take advantage of others? Without him, he really couldn't open this restaurant. In total, most of the cost of the restaurant was his. Well, Yang Ming, you paid more for this restaurant than I did. How about we each pay half? Wang Xiaoming has never been a person who likes to take advantage of others, otherwise he wouldn't have worked so hard to pay off his debts. Yang Ming raised his eyebrows unexpectedly and looked at him, okay. Wang Xiaoming thought he would decline, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He couldn't help but secretly complain, you're so rude. Having said that, he didn't feel bad. Yang Ming had paid more for the hotel than he did, and he cared more about it. It was obvious from the way he handled the transfer. He was much more familiar with this business than he was. Thanks to him, it was so smooth. The name is as you wish, let's call it Hai Ba Wang. Yang Ming's name also has the word Hai, see, in it. Although he just picked it up casually, doesn't it just show the fate? After deciding on the name, Wang Xiaoming went to apply for the license and catering permit. Wang Xiaoming found the complexity of the problem. It turned out that the application for the license not only had many procedures, but also took a long time. According to the normal process, it would take more than a month to get it. Wang Xiaoming was dumbfounded. If he waited any longer, the opportunity would be gone. He couldn't open the business, so he would have no income, and he couldn't pay the loan sharks or the rent. A lot of problems would come crashing down on him. He thought, why not open the business first, and then apply for the license, and use the original boss Li's license to deal with it for a while. Wang Xiaoming ran around the relevant departments all day, and was so tired that his calves cramped. He also received many cold stares. He returned to the island exhausted. Before he got home, he was stopped by Luo Yufen, Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming looked at her, why are you back? Luo Yufen had an anxious and ashamed look on her face, I'm sorry, Xiaoming, I've caused you trouble. Wang Xiaoming was puzzled, why did you cause me trouble? Luo Yufen bit her lower lip and finally said, my brother and Huang Jiangong did it, not allowing everyone to set up stalls on the island. Wang Xiaoming's blinking action paused, and he understood instantly, so that's what happened. I thought so. He cursed Luo Junzheng and Huang Jiangong's ancestors in his heart, what a damn villain. I know, thank you for telling me. After saying that, he raised his legs to leave. Luo Yufen quickly said, Huang Jiangong is deliberately targeting you. You must get all the certificates before you open the business, otherwise he will catch you. Sorry, Xiaoming, I've caused you trouble. Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth, thank you, Fen, I understand. You should talk to me less to avoid trouble. Luo Yufen bit her lower lip and almost cried, Xiaoming, I want a divorce. Wang Xiaoming looked back at her, feeling a little reluctant, and softened his voice and said, if you are not happy, then divorce. But don't tell me about this kind of thing, I can't help you at all, but it will cause you trouble. Luo Yufen finally couldn't help but shed tears, covering her face and sobbing, she just wanted to find someone who supported her divorce. Wang Xiaoming didn't want to care about her, he was very upset. It turned out that Huang Jiangong and Luo Junzheng were playing tricks, they didn't mean that they were not happy, damn, they were really insidious villains, where did he offend them? Back home, Wang Xiaoming told Yang Ming about this. Yang Ming said, in this case, let's open the business after all the documents are in place. Wang Xiaoming was anxious and angry, what about the interest and rent next month? The rent may be delayed for a while, but the interest on the loan shark cannot be delayed. I will push a cart to the street to set up a stall tomorrow. Yang Ming said slowly, "Don't worry, the boat will be straightened when it reaches the bridgehead, and there will be money and everything." Chapter 1313. Wang Xiaoming was anxious and angry. What about the interest and rent next month? The rent may be delayed for a while, but the interest on the loan shark cannot be delayed. I will push a cart to the street to set up a stall tomorrow. Yang Ming said slowly, "Don't worry, the boat will be straightened when it reaches the bridgehead, and there will be money and everything." Wang Xiaoming looked at his slow and leisurely appearance, and the fire that had accumulated in his heart could not help but extinguished again. "You are always like this, and you use the sky as a blanket when it falls." Yang Ming twisted his neck, "There is always a way out. When I was about to starve to death, didn't I meet you? God helps those who help themselves." Wang Xiaoming nodded, "That makes sense." Wang Xiaoming believes this. He has come all the way with bumps, and encountered so many difficulties and obstacles, but he still survived. Wang Xiaoming is still applying for the license, and Lu Hao over there gives feedback, "When will your store open?" Everyone can't wait. Wang Xiaoming wiped his forehead and wiped away those unhappy emotions. "Don't worry, you have to apply for a business license and a catering license first. If everything goes well, it should be open before the new year. You can come to my house for New Year's Eve dinner then." Lu Hao said, "You can't open the store while applying for the license." Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "You are a public official, don't induce me to do illegal things. This won't work. If I get caught, I will be in trouble and have to pay a fine. Let's not worry, wait. How long will it take?" Lu Hao asked. Wang Xiaoming said, "According to the normal process, it will take at least a month." The next day, Lu Hao gave Wang Xiaoming a phone number. "This is a customer of yours who gave me a phone number. Let you go to him and he can help you apply for it as soon as possible." Wang Xiaoming was overjoyed, "Really?" Lu Hao said, "Of course it is true. This friend's surname is Xing. Just go to him. In the future, you can get a VIP card for him and give him a discount for meals." I understand, thank you very much." Wang Xiaoming happily took the phone and went to find someone to help. The friend named Zheng happened to work in the county's regulatory department. He was a photography enthusiast. He often went to the island with a group of like-minded people to take pictures of birds. He often ate oyster omelets and clay pot rice at Wang Xiaoming's stall. When he heard that Wang Xiaoming was going to open a store, a group of friends were looking forward to it. When encountering such a thing, of course you have to help push it forward so that you can eat his delicious food as soon as possible. Wang Xiaoming is usually kind and dedicated to his work. He is sincere and has accumulated good connections without realizing it, which came in handy at critical moments. With the help of this brother Zheng Ren, his license was obtained in 7 working days, and the opening date was half a month earlier than expected. At this time, the signboard was also made, and the menu was also formulated. The restaurant had no money to redecorate, but Yang Ming still tried his best to rearrange the store to make it look different from the original layout, giving people a refreshing feeling. Because the store is a bit large, there are a total of 36 tables of various sizes upstairs and downstairs. In this way, it is necessary to hire waiters. By then, Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoming will be too busy in the kitchen to take care of things outside. Yang Ming was very dissatisfied with the kitchen. "The kitchen is too narrow, and I can't even turn around. No wonder I can't keep people." When they talked to Boss Li about the transfer, they naturally asked about the reason for the transfer. Boss Li said that the business was good, but the first chef worked for a year and then opened his own shop. The chefs who came after that left within 3 months. His own skills were also limited. A new restaurant opened next door and took away all the business. In the last few months, the income and expenditure could not be balanced, so Wang Xiaoming got such a big bargain. Wang Xiaoming quickly said, "When I make money, the first thing I will do is to renovate the kitchen and make a big kitchen for you." "It's also your kitchen?" Yang Ming said. Wang Xiaoming laughed, "Yes, it's also my kitchen." Yang Ming said, "Hurry up and recruit a few people to serve dishes, and a cashier. You have to learn to cook from me in the future. I can't handle it alone." Wang Xiaoming readily accepted the advice, "Yes, master. It's not easy to recruit people at the end of the year. Everyone is busy going home for the new year and is unwilling to look for a job at this time." Half a month after the job posting was posted, no one came to apply, so Wang Xiaoming had to find 3 skilled aunties from the village to serve dishes and wash dishes, and he had to pay the bills and cashiers himself. On January 22nd, half a month before the Chinese New Year, Wang Xiaoming's Heibawang restaurant finally opened. Firecrackers were crackling, and Liu Hao sent 2 pairs of flower baskets. The ground was covered with red firecracker confetti, which looked quite real. The new store will offer a 20% discount for the first 3 days of opening, etc. The long-awaited diners came one after another. At noon that day, the 36 tables were full, and there were still many people who were late and had no seats waiting outside. Menus flew into the kitchen like snowflakes. Wang Xiaoming was not used to this mode yet, and he felt a little flustered. Yang Ming said calmly, "Do it bit by bit, there is no point in rushing." He took the menu, told Wang Xiaoming to prepare the dishes and cut the vegetables, and started to do it himself. While preparing the dishes, Wang Xiaoming asked the waitress to serve the dishes. Those who ordered soup could be served first, because Yang Ming had cooked the old-fashioned soup yesterday. The two were frying and cooking in the kitchen, and the diners outside were already chatting enthusiastically. "I heard that Chef Yang Ming is not best at clay pot rice and barbecue, but cooking. Smell it, the fragrance in the kitchen is really amazing. I thought it was a long time ago. Have you ever had the soup when eating clay pot rice? The free soup is much better than the one you pay for in the restaurant." Chef Yang Ming's cooking skills are evident. A diner exclaimed. "Here it comes, the dishes are served so quickly." A diner saw the waiter carrying the tray and was excited. The auntie who served the food said, "Master Yang Ming started cooking the old-fashioned soup yesterday. The pickles and peanuts are free." The diners who ordered the old-fashioned soup were lucky enough to eat it first. When the clay pot was opened, everyone took a deep breath. The fragrance seemed to be alive, drilling into the nose, tightly grasping everyone's deepest appetite, and saliva was immediately secreted in the mouth, and everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva at the same time. The lucky person drank the first mouthful of soup first, and many pairs of eyes stared at him. "How is it?" The person drinking the soup closed his eyes in satisfaction, and then opened them. "It's more authentic than my grandma's soup, it's so delicious." Chapter 1314. The lucky person drank the first mouthful of soup first, and many pairs of eyes stared at him. "How is it?" The person drinking the soup closed his eyes in satisfaction, and then opened them. "It's more authentic than my grandma's soup, it's so delicious." Someone immediately shouted, "Waiter, bring a bowl of soup to our table as well. We want it too. Here, and here." Everyone started to add soup at once, and the waitress had to serve dishes and add orders, and she was not proficient in the business, so she was a little too busy. There was no way, she was old, and her reaction was not as quick as that of young people, but there was no way, who said there were not enough people? But Wang Xiaoming had explained to everyone a long time ago, and everyone understood that although the aunt was not professional enough, she was enthusiastic enough. The most important thing was that the best food was the most sincere service. The stir-fried dishes were finally out of the pot. Yang Ming's cooking skills were really amazing. The most ordinary home-cooked dishes were presented as beautifully as if they were participating in a food competition. He didn't really put it in a deliberate way. He just used a spoon to accurately place the meat and vegetables in the right place. The color combination was also extremely bright. The color, aroma, and taste of the food were at least the first two. The first dish served was walnut shrimp. The green broccoli supported the pink shrimp and was decorated with brown walnut kernels. It was so appetizing. Everyone stretched their necks and waited eagerly for the dishes to be delivered to their tables. The waitress brought the dishes to table number 5. Everyone's eyes were fixed on table number 5. "What a lucky guy!" Someone shouted in dissatisfaction, "Why are they here? Where are our dishes?" The scene was like a child in a kindergarten waiting for the aunt to distribute food, or like a chick with its mouth open and crying for food, chirping, not to mention how fun it was. The waitress smiled and said, "Don't worry, the chef is frying and will be here soon." Wang Xiaoming heard the noise outside in the kitchen, turned around and looked at Yang Ming flipping the wok with great ease, and suddenly remembered the movie The God of Cookery he watched a long time ago. He felt that Yang Ming had a bit of the feeling of the God of Cookery, so handsome. Yang Ming turned his head and saw Wang Xiaoming looking at him, raised his eyebrows. "What are you looking at?" Wang Xiaoming quickly hid his smile. "I saw you flipping the wok so well, and wondered when I could flip it. Practice more. The dishes are ready, serve them." Yang Ming put the dishes on the plate smoothly. Wang Xiaoming hurried over, brought the dishes over, and put them on the counter. "Auntie, serve the dishes, the cha-cha beef for table number 3. The beef on the plate was wrapped in cha-cha sauce, thick and juicy, full of wok flavor, and exuded a rich aroma. Wang Xiaoming resisted the urge to reach out and grab it, sucked a mouthful of saliva, and quickly turned around to cut the vegetables. Before the opening, Wang Xiaoming spent the rest of his time practicing knife skills, because Yang Ming said that knife skills are the prerequisite for cooking well. Only by cutting well can you make the best looking and most delicious dishes. Wang Xiaoming knew that Yang Ming was going to teach him how to cook, so he was very attentive and spent a lot of time on it every day. Now he can cut it well. Although he can't catch up with Yang Ming, he said it's barely usable. Yang Ming said, "You will cook these 2 vegetables, garlic choy sum and bean sprouts in soup." "Oh, okay." Wang Xiaoming was a little excited. He was going to start cooking too. He thought Yang Ming wouldn't be able to do it for the time being. Let him use the shovel. "Be more careful, pay attention to the heat." Yang Ming was not polite at all when it came to work, and acted in a businesslike manner. "Okay." Wang Xiaoming quickly cleaned the pot and turned on the fire, and began to boil water to blanch the cabbage heart. After Wang Xiaoming thickened the thin starch, he poured it on the cabbage heart, and took the plate to put it on the kitchen counter. Yang Ming called him, "Wait." Then he dipped some of the cabbage heart soup with chopsticks and put it in his mouth, and then nodded, indicating that it was okay. Wang Xiaoming shook his head. This master is really strict. It was obvious when he was teaching. He was completely meticulous and nitpicking. He cut dozens of carrots for just 1 carrot. Although it could remove the carrot taste by pulling out the oil, Wang Bing didn't even want to taste it after eating it, and Yang Ming didn't want to eat it either. Wang Xiaoming couldn't bear to throw it away, and he was injured by eating it alone. He felt uncomfortable when he saw the carrot again. Yang Ming cooked very quickly, and the waitress was a little overwhelmed. Wang Xiaoming even took time to help deliver the dishes several times. The guests outside were eating enthusiastically. When they saw him come out, they greeted him warmly, "Boss Wang, you have such a good skill, but you kept it hidden and only showed it now. It's really not nice." Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "You know, I couldn't afford to open a store. I was forced to do it. I opened such a store. If it's delicious, everyone come to support us. I don't think we need to support us. I guess we have to make reservations in advance, otherwise we will be like those guys outside, starving outside." Someone said with a smile. Wang Xiaoming then realized that there were still many cars parked outside. They were old customers who came late and had no seats, so they had to wait outside. He ran out quickly, "Sorry, I'm indecisive. This is my first time opening a shop and I have no experience. I'm sorry to let you wait outside." The customer smiled and said, "There is no other way. Can we go in and watch those guys eat?" Wang Xiaoming quickly asked the aunties to move out the extra stools for the guests to sit in the sun, and he personally made tea for everyone to drink. "Everyone wait a moment, there will be vacancies later. If you can't wait, you can come back in the evening. There will be seats if you come in the evening. Since you are here, just wait." These gourmets smelled the fragrance in the house outside the door, and they were already tempted to come back in the evening. Someone said, "Boss Wang, you have to make a phone reservation. We can reserve a table in advance when we eat, so we don't have to wait like this." Wang Xiaoming nodded vigorously, Yes, that's what we should do. Everyone wait." He ran back, found a piece of red paper, and asked Wang Bing, who was playing in front of him, for a watercolor pen, wrote a few words, "Our restaurant's reservation phone number is 181, and then posted the paper on the wall next to the door. Everyone laughed when they saw it. "Boss Wang, you are too thrifty, at least make a business card." Wang Xiaoming clasped his hands and smiled, "It's really inconsiderate. I'll prepare these slowly. You can remember my number first. If you need to call me, I can reserve a table for you in advance." After he entered the room, he told the guests in the room again, asking everyone to remember the reservation number. Someone laughed and said, "Boss, do you deliver food?" Chapter 1315. Everyone laughed at the sight. "Boss Wang, you are too frugal, at least get a business card." Wang Xiaoming clasped his hands and smiled, "It's really inconsiderate. I'll prepare these slowly. You can remember my number first. If you need, call me so that I can reserve a table for you in advance." After he entered the house, he told the guests in the house again and asked everyone to remember the order number. Someone laughed and said, "Boss, do you deliver food?" Wang Xiaoming was worried, "Our store does not have a takeaway business for the time being. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. Eat and drink well," he said and quickly fled to the kitchen. Although the business was booming, there were still many problems. At noon that day, the whole place was full. After the first round of eating, another round was eaten, and the guests slowly dispersed. Yang Ming sat on the chair, raised his arms, and then put them down. "I haven't been so busy for a long time, I can't bear it." Wang Xiaoming hurriedly ran to help massage his arms. "Master, let me massage you." Yang Ming glanced at him, "Aren't you tired?" Wang Xiaoming laughed, "I'm fine, I'm used to it." Yang Ming waved his hand, "Go and see how many dishes are left, if not enough, go buy some." For lunch, almost 2/3 of the ingredients for the whole day were used. "I didn't expect those people to eat so much, and I didn't expect the business to be so good." Wang Xiaoming went to check the inventory and found that many ingredients were indeed missing. "I'll take a note and then go to replenish them." Yang Ming stood up and estimated with Wang Xiaoming which ones needed more, and the two discussed and listed the list. Wang Xiaoming was pushing a tricycle, and Wang Bing ran out. "Uncle, I want to go too." Wang Xiaoming said, "You stay at home with Uncle Yang Ming, Uncle will be back soon." "No, I want to go." Wang Bing likes his current life because he can see many cars and many fun things. Yang Ming came out from the door, "I'll go too." "Don't eat unfresh food. It's better to have nothing than to have something bad." "Okay, I get it. Go and have a rest. There's a big project to do tonight." Wang Xiaoming pushed him back. "It's okay." Yang Ming held Wang Bing on Wang Xiaoming's lap without saying anything and started the car himself. After they came back from restocking the food, they found that there were already people sitting in the store. Wang Xiaoming looked at the time. It was only 4:30, so it was a little early for dinner. Wang Xiaoming carried the things in. "Are you guys here for dinner?" An auntie came to help quickly and whispered to Wang Xiaoming, "These guys are gangsters, collecting protection fees." Wang Xiaoming looked at the few young Shamit youths and felt a pang in his heart. The world is so beautiful, why are there always so many dirty and smelly things that affect people's mood? A Shamit with purple hair raised one foot and stepped on the chair, saying lazily, "Boss, business is booming." Wang Xiaoming brought the things to the kitchen, asked the aunt to pack up the things, and came out. "Are you here for dinner? What dishes do you want to order?" The purple-haired Shamit looked up and said arrogantly, "No, according to the rules, the boss has to pay respects first when he comes to open a store. This area is our brother Hong's territory. Brother Hong said that you are welcome to come here, and of course we will protect your safety. But we are not bodyguards for nothing, and we pay 2,000 yuan a month for protection. If you don't pay, if there is any trouble, you will be responsible for it yourself." Wang Xiaoming looked at the other party coldly, gritted his teeth, and slowly clenched his hands into fists. Yang Ming urged him in the car outside, "Why don't you come to get your things?" Wang Xiaoming ignored the group of Shamits and went outside to get his things. Yang Ming asked, "What's the matter, is anyone coming to eat?" Wang Xiaoming said with a straight face, "What the hell? The local boss is here. He wants 2,000 yuan a month for protection. I'll call Huzi later." Yang Ming heard this, "I'll go and take a look. You wait outside with Ah Bing." Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming's momentum and seemed to be inexplicably excited. He felt that he was a little strange. "Don't fight with them. Be careful not to break things." Yang Ming said without turning his head, "I know." Yang Ming entered the store and asked a few waitresses to go out first. He said to a few Shamit, who said they would protect us. The purple-haired Shamit stepped on the chair and shook, "It's our brother Hong." Yang Ming hooked his finger, "Ask your brother Hong to come. Only if he can beat me, he is qualified to protect us." The purple-haired Shamit was stunned for a moment, then stood up and pointed at Yang Ming, "You are so arrogant, you want to challenge our brother Hong. I will teach you a lesson." The other 3 or 4 people also stood up and cheered together. Yang Ming did not take the gangsters seriously. "Want to fight? Let me make it clear. If you can beat me, you don't have to pay for the damage. I will also pay you protection fees. If you can't beat me, you have to compensate for the loss of my store, and forget about the protection fees." The gangsters had never encountered such a situation before, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. The purple-haired Shamit saw that there were 5 of them and Yang Ming was the only one, so of course he was not afraid. Okay, do as you say. Yang Ming moved the tables and chairs that were in the way, but the shaman didn't care about them, and he picked up a chair and smashed it over. Yang Ming picked up the chair and blocked it, then kicked the opponent out and hit him on a table. When the others saw Yang Ming's movements, they knew they had run into a master, and several of them rushed up at the same time. Yang Ming picked up a chair and swung it, blocking the opponent's attack, and then kicked all the guys to the ground with a few kicks. The whole process took less than 3 minutes, and the movements were neat and tidy. One table was knocked over and 3 chairs were broken. Yang Ming said lightly, "Are you coming again?" Several shamans showed a look of fear in their eyes, and they got up and wanted to run. Yang Ming grabbed 2 of them and said, "Don't leave, pay for the chairs first. You are a man, you can't talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't come out to mix." The shamans were a bit courageous and stopped. Zifa said, "I'll pay." Then he took out his wallet to get the money. Yang Ming said, 200 yuan for 1 chair, 600 for 3. The price was not extortionate. Zifa thought he was unlucky, so he took out 6 Mao Zedong notes and put them on the table. Yang Ming was not polite, took the money, and said, "Today is the first day of our store opening, and everyone who comes is a guest. Let's treat you to a meal, just as making friends." Then he grabbed the purple-haired shaman and pressed him to his seat. Several shamans looked at Yang Ming with some suspicion, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. Yang Ming ignored them and went out to say to Wang Xiaoming and the waitress, "Come in and greet the guests." Chapter 1316. The price was not extortionate. The purple-haired man thought he was unlucky and took out 6 Mao Zedong notes and put them on the table. Yang Ming was not polite, took the money, and said, "Today is the first day of our store opening, and everyone who comes is a guest. Let's treat you to a meal, just as making friends." Then he grabbed the purple-haired shaman and pressed him to his seat. Several shamans looked at Yang Ming with some suspicion, not knowing whether what he said was true or false. Yang Ming ignored them and went out to say to Wang Xiaoming said to the waitress, "Come in and greet the guests." Wang Xiaoming had seen the situation inside the room from outside the door. He was terrified and called Lu Hao. Lu Hao was coming over. Wang Xiaoming asked anxiously, "Yang Ming, are you okay? Are you injured? Didn't we agree not to fight?" Yang Ming didn't care, "I'm fine. I just practiced boxing. 3 chairs were broken. I paid for it. Here's 600. I'll treat them to a meal. You come and help me cut the vegetables." He handed the money to Wang Xiaoming and took the vegetables off the tricycle. Wang Xiaoming led Wang Bing in with a complicated mind. He glanced at the few shamans sitting at the table. He didn't dare to leave Wang Bing in the hall and took him into the kitchen. "Hey Bing, don't run around. There are bad guys outside. You stay here and don't go out." Wang Bing nodded obediently and didn't dare to move. Yang Ming had already started to collect the ingredients and cook. Wang Xiaoming went to help. While washing his hands, he asked quietly, "Why do we still need to treat them to a meal?" Yang Ming said indifferently, "They will not make trouble again after they have eaten someone's food." Wang Xiaoming understood a little, but would giving them a slap in the face and a sweet date work for these guys? Will this work? They don't want us to pay. They probably can't make the decision. There are people above them. Yang Ming said, and added, "Don't worry, I will take care of it." Yang Ming quickly fried a few side dishes and served them to the table himself. "The shop has just opened. Try the taste to see if it suits your appetite. If you like it, you are welcome to come often and get a 10% discount. By the way, with your level, I will definitely not pay for protection. If your brother Hong still insists on collecting it, I still say that you can fight me one-on-one if you are qualified. If he is willing to make friends with me, invite him to my shop for a meal after returning, it's free." Several people looked at the dishes on the table and didn't dare to move their chopsticks. Wang Xiaoming said, "Don't worry, I own a restaurant. Food safety is the most important thing. I will not destroy my reputation no matter what. Please enjoy." Then the few people started to pick up the chopsticks. To be honest, the unusual fragrance made them secretly swallow their saliva. Zifa took a piece of meat with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Then a strange light shone on his face and he quickly took the second chopstick. Seeing him like this, his companions also picked up their chopsticks. Then these people turned into hungry wolves, as if they had not eaten for 3 days, and they devoured all the dishes on the table like a whirlwind. After the meal, Zifa burped, "Boss, What's your name? My name is Zhang Yiwei. Yang Ming crossed his legs and pointed his thumb at Wang Xiaoming. This is our big boss Wang Xiaoming, I am the second largest shareholder and chef, Yang Ming. Then this dish must be made by brother Yang Ming. Brother Yang Ming is really a master and loyal. We have made friends with you. I will go back and tell my brother to let him come to your restaurant for a meal. Try not to charge you for protection fees. Zhang Yiwei said and stretched out his hand to Yang Ming. Yang Ming shook hands with him. Okay. I still welcome you to come for a meal, but I don't like you to come for a fight. Harmony brings wealth, and everyone can get rich. Wang Xiaoming watched this dramatic scene from the side, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Is this possible? At this time, the sound of a motorcycle was heard outside. Before Lu Hao entered the house, a voice came first. Xiaoming, are they still there? Wang Xiaoming glanced at the gangsters and quickly went up to stop Lu Hao who was rushing in. Hazi, you are here. They are still there, but the problem has been solved. The latter sentence was said in a low voice. When the gangsters saw Lu Hao rushing in police uniform, their faces suddenly changed. Wang Xiaoming quickly smiled and said to the shamet, this is my friend, he's here for dinner. Lu Hao saw the purple hair, sneered, then glared, Zhang Yiwei, you kid, are you here to cheat again? Zhang Yiwei smiled bitterly and raised his hands, Officer Lu, I didn't, I just came to eat. If you don't believe me, ask the boss. Wang Xiaoming leaned close to Lu Hao's ear, these guys were beaten up by Yang Ming, and Yang Ming is trying to bribe them. As long as they don't come to make trouble in the future, it will be fine. Lu Hao blinked, understood. He turned to the shamet, Zhang Yiwei, Zhao Xiaoyang, what have you been doing recently? Are you still hanging around? Zhang Yiwei is like all the gangsters. Although he is arrogant at ordinary times, he respects and fears the police. He grinned, I'm still looking for something to do. Lu Hao knew all these hooligans on record. He reached out and patted Zhang Yiwei on the head, bastard, did you come to my friend's store to collect protection money? Zhang Yiwei and several hooligans shook their heads like rattles and denied it flatly, no, really not. No, that's good. I tell you, this is a store opened by my good friend. You should keep your eyes open and stop making trouble here, otherwise I will not let you hooligans go. Lu Hao pointed at their noses and said. Several guys nodded their heads like chickens pecking at rice, no. Wang Xiaoming saw that Lu Hao's intimidation had achieved its effect, and hurriedly said, everyone has tasted the craftsmanship of our master Yang Ming, please help us promote it to our friends in the future. Zhang Yiwei quickly said, okay, brother Yang Ming, boss Wang, we'll leave first. Come back for dinner later. After that, he quickly slipped out, and his companions followed him. Lu Hao glanced at the store, did you break anything? Wang Xiaoming put away the chair with a broken leg, I paid for it. Lu Hao looked at Yang Ming in surprise, I didn't expect you to be so capable and good at fighting. Yang Ming turned and walked into the kitchen, what does Officer Lu eat? Boss, you order for him. Wang Bing poked his little head out of the kitchen, Uncle Hazi. Are you here? After that, he quickly ran out and pounced on Lu Hao. Lu Hao caught the person, threw him high in the air, and caught him again, oh, Xiao Bingbing, you've become heavier recently, I can't throw you anymore. Let me see if you've grown taller. I've grown up. Wang Bing giggled very crisply, not afraid at all, hugged Lu Hao's neck, stretched out his hand to take off his hat. Lu Hao took off his hat and put it on his little head, the little guy was so happy that his tail was up to the sky. Chapter 1317. Lu Hao caught the person, threw him high into the air, and caught him again, oh, little Bing Bing, you have gained weight recently, I can't throw you anymore. Let me see if you have grown taller. I have grown up. Wang Bing giggled very crisply, not afraid at all, hugged Lu Hao's neck, stretched out his hand to take off his hat. Lu Hao took off his hat and put it on his little head, the little guy was so happy that his tail was up to the sky. Wang Xiaoming said, Hazi, what do you want to eat? Lu Hao said, I don't want to eat now, I'm still at work, I'll come back after work. If you are fine, I will leave, if someone comes to make trouble again, you call me. Wang Xiaoming nodded, okay, thank you. I'll save some food for you. Come over after work and eat. Okay. Lu Hao waved and walked out. Wang Xiaoming called him again, Mouse. Lu Hao stopped and turned to look at him. Wang Xiaoming hesitated for a long time before saying, "Any news about Yang Ming's family?" Wang Xiaoming was very conflicted. He was worried that Yang Ming's family would come looking for him, and he was also worried that he would never find his family. These two feelings kept tug-of-war in his heart, not to mention how tormenting it was. Lu Hao said, "Not yet." Wang Xiaoming expressed his concerns, "He can't go on like this. Without a household registration and identity, he is a black man, and there is no way to get his health certificate." Lu Hao nodded, "How about you get a certificate from the village to temporarily register your household registration? Is that okay?" Wang Xiaoming asked uncertainly. Lu Hao said, "I will report this to the leaders of the institute for you. It is actually quite dangerous for him to do this. To put it bluntly, he is also a safety hazard if he has a registered permanent residence. If he has a registered permanent residence, it will be more convenient for management. That's too much trouble for you." Wang Xiaoming said gratefully. Lu Hao stretched out his hand and brushed Wang Xiaoming's hair, "We are friends, don't work too hard, and take a rest." Wang Xiaoming smiled, "I know." At this time, there were already guests, so Wang Xiaoming hurried back to help. Yang Ming was doing preparations in the kitchen, washing and processing the vegetables he had just bought. Fish and shrimp had to be fresh, so they would be killed and cooked immediately, so they could be left alone for now. Meat could be cut first, otherwise it would be too much of a hassle when it came time to cook. Vegetables could be washed first, and those that needed to be peeled should be peeled first. While Wang Xiaoming was cutting vegetables, Yang Ming had already started cooking. While the two adults were busy, Wang Bing quietly entered the kitchen. Yang Ming was lighting the fire and flipping the pot. The flames were blazing, and even the pot was on fire, scaring Wang Bing to scream, "Ah, ah, the fire is on fire." Wang Xiaoming laughed, "It's okay, Bing, Uncle Yang Ming is cooking, nothing will happen." After Yang Ming flipped the pot, he turned off the fire, put the vegetables in the pot into a bowl, and took the time to look at Wang Bing. "Is it fun?" Wang Bing's mouth was in an O shape, with an admiring look in his eyes. Uncle Yang Ming was really amazing. He could actually light a fire in the pot. He moved his mouth and nodded vigorously, "It's fun, I want to play too." Yang Ming looked at him, "Then you grow up quickly, I will teach you." Wang Xiaoming turned his head to look at Yang Ming, and then laughed. Yang Ming meant to teach Wang Bing to cook. Wang Xiaoming asked Wang Bing, "Hey Bing, do you want to learn to cook?" Wang Bing nodded vigorously, "Yes." Wang Xiaoming held him and sat on a chair in the corner of the kitchen, "You sit here, don't walk around, watch Uncle Yang Ming cook." "Okay." But Wang Bing didn't see Yang Ming stir the fire again. He did flip the pan because stirring the fire is a skill that is used for stir-frying. Dishes that don't need stir-frying don't need to be stir-fried. Wang Xiaoming felt that if Wang Bing was interested in cooking, he might learn to cook. Being a chef is also a way out. Although it's a bit hard, if he can do what Yang Ming did, his life will not be too bad. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but wonder, who was Yang Ming before, how did he end up on his island and almost become a beggar? This is really a puzzle that makes people wonder. This man is a mystery. The same man. Business was booming as usual in the evening, because the customers did not come as concentrated as at noon, so the two of them were not as nervous and anxious as at noon, and seemed much more relaxed. While Wang Xiaoming was cutting vegetables, he also received several calls for orders, some for that evening and some for tomorrow. He thought that he might have to hire someone to sit at the front desk to cash out and answer calls for orders. But the cashier needs to be a trustworthy person. Generally speaking, the cashier is the boss or the boss's wife. As a boss, he has to be busy in the kitchen. As for the boss's wife, that is just a mirage. Who else can be more reliable? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming's thoughts could not help but run wildly in this direction. He was almost 25 years old. Except for his first love in his youth, he never had similar thoughts afterwards. He was too poor. Poverty can suppress a person's needs to the lowest level, and people will never think about anything else except survival. Although Wang Xiaoming is a young man with blood and vigor, he really has no extra energy to think. Wang Xiaoming could not help but spit at himself secretly, "Bah! Do you have the energy now? Besides a store, what else do you have? There are hundreds of thousands of debts. 2 burdens." Wang Xiaoming shook his head, why did he think of that? Isn't it time to hire a cashier? But what kind of person is reliable? If there are brothers and sisters, it's also okay, but now one brother is in the detention room, and one is in school. There are two sisters, but they are gone with their mother. I haven't contacted them for so many years. I don't know if they are doing well. The eldest sister should be 16 years old. Yang Ming suddenly said, "Boss, where is the celery?" Wang Xiaoming came back to his senses. "Oh, wait a minute, the celery hasn't been cut yet." As soon as he was distracted, his hands slowed down. Yang Ming looked at him, said nothing, took the celery and cut it, and said, "The kitchen needs to hire a side dish worker." Wang Xiaoming felt ashamed, and quickly looked at the menu and cut the ingredients for the next dish. He said while busy, "It's not needed for the time being, I can handle it." Yang Ming looked at him and said, "You can't just help forever, you have to learn to cook. If the business continues like this, the two of us will not be able to handle it, and we have to hire more people." Wang Xiaoming knew that Yang Ming was telling the truth. He was based on the idea of increasing revenue and reducing expenditure, and he would save everything he could. In fact, only by allocating manpower reasonably can he make more money. Otherwise, he and Yang Ming alone would really be exhausted, which would not be worth the loss. At 7 or 8 o'clock, the business in the store reached its peak, and there were people upstairs and downstairs. The three waitresses were running around, taking orders, delivering food, clearing tables, and collecting bowls. They had to climb up and down, with almost no time to breathe. They were so tired that their faces turned red and they were out of breath. At this age, they really couldn't handle it. Chapter 1318. At 7 or 8 o'clock, the business in the store reached its peak, and there were a lot of people upstairs and downstairs. The three waitresses were running around, taking orders, delivering food, clearing tables, and collecting bowls. They had to climb up and down, with almost no time to breathe. They were so tired that their faces turned red and they were out of breath. At this age, they really couldn't handle it. Wang Xiaoming looked at the faces of the ants and felt a little guilty. He had to hire more people. It was really too much for 3 people to be busy in the front and back of the store. At 8 o'clock, Lu Hao finally showed up, bringing a few colleagues to Wang Xiaoming's house for a bite to eat. When they arrived, there were no vacancies, and everyone had to wait. Lu Hao left his colleagues and went into the kitchen. "Do you need help?" Wang Xiaoming was frying seasonal vegetables, and glanced at his old classmate. "You are here, go find a seat by yourself, I don't have time to greet you." Lu Hao said, "It's full outside, there are no seats, you have to wait." "Xiaoming, your business is really booming, is there anything I can help you with?" Wang Xiaoming smiled, "How can I ask you to help? Go find a stool and sit down by yourself. You are too polite, I see you are too busy here, tell me, what do you want me to help you with? Serve dishes or wash dishes?" Lu Hao was really polite and insisted on helping. Just then, an ant came with money and a receipt to pay the bill. Wang Xiaoming said, "Okay, you help me collect the money first. Today, everything is 20% off. By the way, take the shoulder bag on my waist. There is change in it." Lu Hao came over to untie the bag tied on Wang Xiaoming's waist. Wang Xiaoming felt itchy when he touched him. He couldn't help but giggle and dodge. "Mouse, where are you touching?" Lu Hao patted him on the crotch. "You are not that sensitive." Wang Xiaoming shouted anxiously, "Who is sensitive, who is sensitive?" Lu Hao laughed, "Who is sensitive knows, let's go." He raised the shoulder bag in his hand, took the receipt and left, and took Wang Bing, who was sitting on the stool and was bored, with him. Yang Ming listened to their frolicking on the side, turned his head, glanced at Wang Xiaoming, and curled his lips. That night, Lu Hao helped Wang Xiaoming to collect the bills and answer the phone, and was busy until the store closed. Wang Xiaoming apologized, "Huzi, did you not eat well?" Lu Hao waved his hand, "No, I ate well. This money is all yours. I don't know the exact amount. All the bills are here. Check them yourself. If the accounts don't match, come to me if there is more. I won't take care of less, haha." Wang Xiaoming couldn't help laughing, "Don't worry, I will definitely find you if there is anything missing." Lu Hao looked at the few of them left in the store, and the ants had left, so he asked, "Where are you staying tonight, are you going back to the island?" Wang Xiaoming shook his head, "No, there is a loft upstairs, I cleaned it up, and we will stay there tonight." He rented a house next door for the aunts, and he, Yang Ming and Wang Bing lived in the store, all for the purpose of saving money. So you've been living here? No, we just started tonight. Wang Xiaoming said, it's just a little short, and it's a little stuffy up there. When I have more money, I'll rent a house nearby. Lu Hao thought for a moment and said, my aunt has a house nearby. Her family has moved to the city and said they want to rent it out. I'll ask for you later to see if it's been rented out. Wang Xiaoming waved his hand, no, I'm always causing you trouble. Go find it yourself. Lu Hao glared at him, why are you causing trouble? You're the only one who's being so polite. It doesn't matter who she rents the house to. Wouldn't it be more reassuring to rent it to someone she knows? Besides, my aunt is an acquaintance. If you're not convenient, it doesn't matter if you pay it later. Wang Xiaoming grinned, how can I be embarrassed to default on the rent? I'm sorry to bother you. You've been busy all day, so take a break. I should go back too. Lu Hao wanted to stay a little longer, but when he saw Wang Xiaoming's eyes were a little sunken, and he was obviously very tired, he couldn't bear to disturb him anymore and said goodbye and left. Yang Ming said, your friend is really good to you. Wang Xiaoming smiled happily, well, he is a very loyal friend. Yang Ming lowered his eyes, you count the accounts, I'll go close the door. Wang Xiaoming looked at the bulging small bag and felt a little excited. He glanced at Wang Bing sleeping on the sofa chair at the front desk, tucked in the small blanket covering him, unzipped the bag, and prepared to count the accounts. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice at the door, Brother Yang Ming, the door is not closed yet? I'll bring our brother Hong to eat. Wang Xiaoming looked up and saw the purple-haired killer and two people standing at the door in the afternoon. He quickly closed the bag, stuffed it into the drawer at the front desk, and locked it. Yang Ming glanced at the other party and stopped the shutter door that had been pulled down a little, not yet, it's just that there are not many dishes. You can't order dishes. I'll make whatever you have. A young man in his 20s waved his hand, whatever, as long as it's edible, I'm starving. Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoming, you greet the guests, I'll cook. Purple-haired Zhang Yiwei said to the man, Brother Hong, don't worry, the dishes in this restaurant are very delicious, you will never regret it. The man called Brother Hong squinted at him, that's what you said, if it's not delicious, I will stuff all the dishes into your nostrils. Zhang Yiwei laughed, then clasped his hands together towards the kitchen and shouted, Brother Yang Ming, you must save me, please. Wang Xiaoming set 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks for them, and poured tea and brought them up, please wait. Zhang Yiwei quickly took the teapot and washed the teacup and poured tea for Brother Hong. Brother Hong looked at Wang Xiaoming, are you the boss? Wang Xiaoming took a look at the man. He was about the same height as himself. He had good facial features and fair skin, but not effeminate. He looked very manly, not like a ruffian, but like a white-collar elite. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Wang Xiaoming knew that he was a local boss here, and he didn't dare to offend him, so he smiled and said, yes, I'm the boss. The man picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and looked at Wang Xiaoming with a squint, are you Lu Hao's friend? Wang Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat. He wouldn't have any grudges with this man, right? A policeman and a gangster, it's hard to say. He hesitated for a moment, well, he is my classmate. The man put down the teacup, then you have a good relationship with him. Wang Xiaoming couldn't hear the man's emotions, so he could only tell the truth, not bad. Since he is Lu Hao's friend, then he is half an acquaintance. This is my business card. Let's make friends. The man took out a white business card with gold-plated letters from his pocket. Wang Xiaoming looked at this and couldn't help but put his heart back in his stomach. They shouldn't be enemies. He looked at the business card, feeling a little embarrassed. A gangster actually printed a business card. He looked down at the words on the business card, Zhongyan Hong, General Manager of Yehui Entertainment Company. Chapter 1319. Since you are Lu Hao's friend, then we are half acquaintances. This is my business card. Let's be friends. The man took out a white business card with gold letters from his pocket. Wang Xiaoming looked at this and couldn't help but put his heart back in his stomach. They shouldn't be enemies. He looked at the business card, feeling a little embarrassed. A gangster actually printed business cards. He looked down at the words on the business card, Zhongyan Hong, General Manager of Yehui Entertainment Company. Wang Xiaoming knew Yehui, which was the largest KTV on the street next to it, so Boss Zhong is the boss of Yehui. Hello. Boss Zhong knows Huzi. Zhong Yanhong's eyebrows moved when he heard the name Huzi. He didn't comment, but just asked, does he come to your place often? Wang Xiaoming shook his head, my store has just opened, so I can't say he comes here often. He came here today, but he just left not long ago. Zhong Yanhong glanced at the door, I don't know what he was thinking, then he took out a cigarette and handed it to Wang Xiaoming, who waved his hand to refuse. Zhang Yiwei quickly took out a lighter to light it for him. Zhong Yanhong lit the cigarette and took a puff with half his eyes half closed, my subordinates are ignorant. I am sorry for offending you today. Zhang Yiwei put his hands together with a bitter face, Brother Hong, I know I was wrong and I will never do it again. Boss Wang, you must forgive me. Wang Xiaoming didn't know what was going on, nor did he know how to respond. Yang Ming shouted in the kitchen, Boss, come and serve the dishes. This was just the right thing to do, but it was also very embarrassing. As a boss, he was asked by the waiter to run errands in front of the guests. He brought out scrambled eggs with tomatoes and beef with celery from the kitchen, do you want to drink or eat? Zhong Yanhong said, no, I just drank. Let's eat. Zhang Yiwei jumped up quickly, I'll go get the rice. Wang Xiaoming went into the kitchen again. Yang Ming was making seaweed meatball soup, and there was a plate of garlic kale next to it. Wang Xiaoming asked, is that all? Yang Ming said, there are some spare ribs, which takes time. I won't make them. I'll send everyone away early. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help laughing and took the kale out. Zhong Yanhong had already eaten it and found that the dish was unexpectedly delicious, so he was looking forward to what would come next, but found that it was green vegetables, and was a little disappointed, aren't you the sea overlord? No seafood. People living by the sea love seafood. Wang Xiaoming remembered, oh, there are, wait a minute. Not long after, he brought a plate of pickled squid and put it on the table. Zhong Yanhong was looking forward to it, but he found out that it was pickled vegetables. The disappointment in his eyes was unspeakable. Wang Xiaoming resisted the urge to laugh, seafood should be eaten fresh. If you want to eat seafood, please come earlier next time. Zhong Yanhong said nothing more. He tasted a little squid and found it salty and delicious. He nodded, not bad, your cooking skills are okay. Wang Xiaoming was a little dissatisfied when he heard that there were only 2 words okay. He thought, can you find better ones? The 2 younger brothers brought by Zhong Yanhong buried their heads in eating and didn't talk, for fear that they would eat less if they talked too much. Zhong Yanhong watched the dishes on the plate getting less like magic, and couldn't help but knock the chopsticks of the 2 people with chopsticks, starving ghosts reincarnated, slow down. Zhang Yiwei and another younger brother quickly took back their chopsticks and buried their heads in eating white rice. It was all because the dishes were so delicious that they forgot that they were eating with the eldest brother with the most unpredictable personality. Wang Xiaoming wanted to laugh, but he held it back. He turned around and went to the kitchen. Yang Ming had already brought out the soup, we are closed. There are not many dishes left. Please come earlier next time. Zhong Yanhong looked up at Yang Ming, well, the chef cooks well. Where did you learn it? Yang Ming put down the soup and did not answer him, I will charge you next time you come. Of course. Zhong Yanhong put down the rice bowl and scooped a spoonful of soup to drink. Are you accepting apprentices? Yang Ming was slightly stunned, yes, but I don't want them if they are not qualified. Zhong Yanhong pointed at the 2 Shamit brothers who were eating and said, how are they? As soon as he said this, everyone in the room was stunned except himself and Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoming, who was sitting at the front desk, looked up at the table of people. There were still grains of rice between Zhang Yiwei's teeth, which were about to fall, Brother Hong. The rice grains fell down. Zhong Yanhong frowned, eat first. Zhang Yiwei and another little brother hurriedly finished their meal and put down their bowls and chopsticks, Brother Hong. Zhong Yanhong ate slowly by himself, why, you don't want to? What can you do with me? Watch the place, pick up girls? Can you manage for a lifetime? Zhang Yiwei and another little friend looked at each other. They didn't think about the longer term. Anyway, they just wanted to drink and eat now. Yang Ming sat on a chair beside him, one leg on the other, leaning against the back of the chair, let me make it clear first, I really want to recruit a small worker here, the salary is not high, food is provided, 1,500 yuan a month. If he has good qualifications, I will teach him to cook. If he doesn't have good qualifications, he can only do odd jobs. Don't waste everyone's time and energy." The two little brothers didn't speak. Zhou Yanhong said on the side, "Do you know the master's name?" Then he turned to Yang Ming. "Yang Ming." Zhou Yanhong continued, "Do you know how good Master Yang Ming is? I've eaten from H city to G city, and I've never eaten anything better than his cooking. This is a master of the Hall of Fame. It's a blessing for you to be willing to teach you. Once you learn, you'll be a famous chef. In the future, you can open a private restaurant, cook only one dish a day, and you have to make an appointment to eat. You can make thousands of yuan for one meal. Isn't it better than following me to watch the place? Come to report to work tomorrow morning." If their parents said this, these two naughty kids would definitely not do it, but since it was said by Zhou Yanhong, it was quite important. Zhang Yiwei nodded, "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Hong." Another Shamit also nodded, "I'll listen to Brother Hong too." Wang Xiaoming was stunned by what he heard. If a private meal can make thousands of yuan, then wouldn't it be at least tens of thousands a month, and that's just for one meal. Zhou Yanhong didn't he continued talking and buried his head in his food. He ate slowly but had a big appetite. He finished all the remaining dishes and only had a little soup left. He said to the two younger brothers, "Drink the rest. Don't waste food." The two younger brothers drank the remaining soup obediently. Zhou Yanhong rinsed his mouth with tea and leaned back on the chair with his belly bulging. "When you work in the store in the future, you can eat the food made by Master Yang Ming every meal. Just this alone will make you a fortune." The two younger brothers were a little hesitant at first, but when they heard what Zhou Yanhong said, their faces really lit up, as if they were revived by chicken blood. "We will come to report tomorrow." After the meal, Zhou Yanhong held a card between his fingers, "Pay the bill." Chapter 1320. The two younger brothers drank the remaining soup obediently. Zhou Yanhong rinsed his mouth with tea and leaned back on his chair with his belly bulging. "When you work in the store in the future, you can eat the food cooked by Master Yang Ming every meal. Just this point alone will make you a fortune." The two younger brothers were a little hesitant at first, but when they heard what Zhou Yanhong said, their faces really lit up and they were revived as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "We will come to report tomorrow." After the meal, Zhou Yanhong held a card between his two fingers, "Pay the bill." Yang Ming said, "Today's meal is free, you have to pay next time. Remember to bring cash, we don't accept credit cards." Zhou Yanhong stood up, looked up at Yang Ming, and stretched out his hand to him. "I admire capable people the most. I am Zhou Yanhong. Nice to meet you." Yang Ming stared into the other's eyes and shook hands with him. "Nice to meet you." Zhou Yanhong turned and left, and the two younger brothers hurriedly followed. Yang Ming said from behind, "Work starts at 9 a.m., don't be late." Wang Xiaoming watched the three people leave and sighed. Finally they left. Yang Ming closed the door of the store. Wang Xiaoming said, "Is what he just said true? We will know tomorrow." Yang Ming said lightly, "I'm talking about the private restaurant." Wang Xiaoming had no time to care about the fact that he had two more waiters. His mind was full of money. Yang Ming said, "Maybe." Wang Xiaoming held his head and smiled foolishly, thinking that if his cooking skills could be as good as Yang Ming's in the future, he would open a private restaurant, only cook one table of dishes a day, and not make much money, a few hundred or 1,000 would be fine. He could easily earn tens of thousands of yuan a month, and that life would be so comfortable. Yang Ming said, "Have you counted the accounts?" Wang Xiaoming remembered the business. When Zhou Yanhong was here just now, he didn't dare to count. Now he can count. "Come and help me." He took out his shoulder bag and put all the money on the table, which immediately became a mountain of money. The bright red Mao Zedong's banknotes made Wang Xiaoming's face glow red. "I'll count the whole money, you take the change." The 100 yuan bills were spread out neatly into a thick stack, and Wang Xiaoming divided them into small bundles of 10. Finally, he counted them and found that there were 19 small bundles. He held his breath and his hands holding the money were shaking. "How much change do you have?" Yang Ming said, 1,235 yuan. Wang Xiaoming opened his arms and rushed over to hug Yang Ming. "Haha, Yang Ming, we are rich. We sold almost 20,000 yuan today. That's great, haha, haha." Yang Ming was stunned for a moment, laughed dumbly, and reached out to pat Wang Xiaoming on the back. Calm down, calm down. Wang Xiaoming let go of Yang Ming, took the stack of money, and swung it. Listening to the sound of the money, he was so happy that bubbles burst out. Yang Ming coughed, calculate the cost and how much you can earn. Wang Xiaoming finally calmed down. Yes, there are costs. This money includes the change he prepared for change, money for buying vegetables, rent, labor, water and electricity, taxes, etc. Wang Xiaoming took out a calculator and began to calculate the cost. As a result, after deducting all the costs, his net profit today was only 5,000 yuan. But no matter what, it is already a huge improvement. Earning a few thousand a day is something that I dare not even think about when I was setting up a stall. 5,000 a day, 150,000 a month, ha 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 ha, I can pay off the loan shark in less than a month. It really is a big business to make big money. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming, if you keep going like this, you can pay off the loan shark in a month. No, it's 1.5 months, and you still have half of it. Yang Ming looked at the happy smile on his face and smiled faintly, what's mine is yours, use it to pay off the debt. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming and said seriously, how can yours be mine? We agreed to have half each. Yang Ming had no choice but to say, lend it to you first. Okay, thank you. Wang Xiaoming put away all the money, accompany me to deposit the money tomorrow morning, and keep half for backup. Okay. Wang Xiaoming picked up Wang Bing and went to wash his face and feet, and said to Yang Ming, you're tired all day, go wash up and go to bed. After packing up, he sent Wang Bing to the attic. The attic was only more than 1 meter high, and adults could only crawl up there, which was quite inconvenient. Wang Xiaoming decided to rent a house tomorrow. Since the store was so profitable, there was no need to wrong himself so much. After settling Wang Bing down, he went downstairs to take a shower. Although there was a bathroom in the hotel, there was no water heater, you have to boil water to take a shower, which is very inconvenient. As soon as Wang Xiaoming went downstairs, he heard Yang Ming calling him in the bathroom, boss, help me get hot water. You didn't take a shower. Wang Xiaoming remembered that he had been in there for a while. Yang Ming said, I took a shower, but a bucket of water is not enough. Oh, wait a minute. Wang Xiaoming could understand that the person who was spinning around the stove was covered in oil smoke and took a longer shower than others every day. He went to the kitchen, took the whistle-blowing kettle off the gas stove, brought it to the bathroom door, and knocked on the door, the water is coming. Yang Ming opened the door from the inside, poked his head out, his hair was dripping with water, he stretched out his strong arms to receive the water, half of his naked body was exposed, and he had a different kind of sexiness, thank you. Wang Xiaoming looked at the man's figure and suddenly felt ashamed of himself. This man didn't practice at ordinary times, how could he have such a good figure? By the time Wang Xiaoming finished his shower and climbed upstairs, it was past midnight. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. It was really painful to have to climb up the shaky ladder before going to bed. There was no bed in the attic, so they slept directly on the floor. There was only one large bunk bed. Wang Bing slept in the middle and Yang Ming slept on Wang Bing's left. There was a light switch on that side. Wang Xiaoming originally wanted to sleep on that side himself, so that Wang Bing could turn on the light when she woke up at night to go to the toilet. Seeing that Yang Ming was sleeping with his eyes closed, he had to crawl to Wang Bing's right and lie down. Yang Ming half opened his eyes, turn off the lights and go to sleep. His voice was full of sleepiness, and he turned off the switch after he finished speaking. Wang Xiaoming saw that he was still awake, so he said, Yang Ming, let's switch positions. Hey! A Bing has to get up in the middle of the night to pee, I have to turn on the light for him. Wang Xiaoming explained. Yang Ming said, then change. You come here first. Wang Xiaoming did not let anyone turn on the light. He fumbled in the darkness and climbed over the sleeping Wang Bing, crawling towards Yang Ming. He bent one leg to cross Wang Bing to prevent him from being pressed. As a result, his knee landed on a warm and soft piece of flesh. It was Yang Ming's strong thigh. Wang Xiaoming's knee slid between Yang Ming's legs. His center of gravity was unstable, and he immediately fell on Yang Ming. He hurriedly supported himself with his hands and pressed on a soft object. Then Yang Ming let out a muffled groan. Chapter 1321. Yang Ming said, then change. You come first. Wang Xiaoming did not let anyone turn on the light. He groped in the darkness and climbed over the sleeping Wang Bing to Yang Ming's side. He bent one leg to cross Wang Bing to prevent him from being pressed. As a result, his knee landed on a warm and soft piece of flesh. It was Yang Ming's strong thigh. Wang Xiaoming's knee slid between Yang Ming's legs. His center of gravity was unstable. He immediately fell on Yang Ming. His hand hurriedly supported himself and pressed on a soft object. Then Yang Ming let out a muffled groan. Wang Xiaoming was a man. He quickly realized what the soft thing under his palm was. He pulled his hand back as if he had touched a branding iron. As a result, his center of gravity was unstable and he pressed on Yang Ming. His mouth kissed a piece of exposed skin. He didn't know where he kissed. It felt warm and dry, with a faint soapy fragrance. The embarrassment escalated again. He quickly raised his head, supported himself on the floor with his hands, and rolled down from Yang Ming. Hee, sorry, I can't see, it's not intentional. Yang Ming didn't say anything, got up and crossed Wang Bing, and crawled to the other side. The two stopped talking, and Wang Xiaoming covered himself with the quilt, trying to get rid of the embarrassment just now. Yang Ming moved in the quilt, and it seemed that there was still a hand between his legs. He couldn't help but bend his legs. After a while, he climbed up and groped his way downstairs. In the dark, Wang Xiaoming raised his right hand, and wanted to chop it off. It was not good to touch anywhere else, but he touched someone's little brother. How can he face people tomorrow? After a long time, Wang Xiaoming saw that the lights downstairs were off. He turned on the lights, and waited for Yang Ming to climb up. I'm sorry, are you okay? Yang Ming didn't look at him, and crawled back to where he was lying. I'm fine. His voice was a little hoarse. Wang Xiaoming turned off the lights and lay down again. He tried his best not to care about it, but when he looked at Yang Ming in the morning, he was still a little embarrassed and could only smile foolishly. Yang Ming still had a poker face and glanced at him lightly. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. It seemed that he didn't take it to heart. Wang Xiaoming thought, it's not intentional, and he would not be a man if he still cared about it. Early in the morning, they went to the wholesale market to buy vegetables. The vegetables in the wholesale market are fresh and cheap, and there is a wide range of choices, especially fish and shrimp, which are big and fresh. They reduced the amount according to yesterday's sales. After all, it is impossible to have the same thing every day as the opening day. Even so, it took 2 trips with a tricycle to finish the transportation. Wang Xiaoming saw that others drove tool trucks or vans to transport vegetables, and wondered when he would be able to afford a car. After buying vegetables and returning to the store, he found 2 Shamit boys squatting at the door of Heba Wang, yawning, sleepy, and with traces of dreams on their faces. The purple-haired teenager Zhang Yiwei saw the boss coming, stood up, and showed a dissatisfied look on his face. He took out his mobile phone to show Yang Ming, look at what time it is now. He asked us to meet at 9 o'clock, but he was not here. They hadn't gotten up so early in a long time, and they were stood up. You can imagine how upset they felt. The store door was actually open, and 3 ants were cleaning inside and packing up the vegetables they had bought earlier. Yang Ming didn't even look at them. Go to work when you come. The boss didn't assign me any tasks, so I don't know what to do. Zhang Yiwei said. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself, I don't know if I need to be assigned any tasks during dinner, so he said, go clean up, mop the floor, and wipe the tables. The 2 guys walked into the door with their backs bent, their chests hunched, and their hands in their pockets behind their buttocks. They looked like little hooligans when they walked. Yang Ming frowned, stop. The Shamit stopped. Yang Ming said, go get your hair cut and dye it black. Take off all the nails on your body. Don't wear weird clothes, pull up your pants. Zhang Yiwei wailed, no way, brother Yang Ming, you have to take care of this. Yang Ming said with a stern face, I'm in the catering industry, hygiene is the first priority. I take a shower and wash my hair every day, it's not unhygienic. Zhang Yiwei protested. It looks dirty. Yang Ming went into the store without looking back. Wang Xiaoming stood aside and laughed, then said to the 2 teenagers, what are your names? How old are you? Zhang Yiwei said, my name is Zhang Yiwei, I'm 18. Another yellow-haired Shamit said, my name is Zhao Xiaoyang, 17. They are still children, younger than his ergu, so they don't want to study. Wang Xiaoming thought for a while, your hairstyle is not suitable. It's too long for a chef. Long hair is easy to fall off and fall into the dishes. It's unhygienic, so it's better to cut it shorter. You can dye your hair, but it can't be too conspicuous. That kind is fine. Wang Xiaoming pointed at the chestnut-haired boy passing by and said. Zhang Yiwei pouted, feeling reluctant, but did not protest. Wang Xiaoming said again, you two go to the hospital today to get a health certificate, and then give me a copy of your ID card. After that, you can come to work. Zhao Xiaoyang said, Boss, can I not remove the lip stud? Wang Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xiaoyang's lip stud, and then at Zhang Yiwei's nose ring. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Doesn't it hurt? He stretched out his hand and scratched his nose. It's better to remove it. The ear stud can stay. Yang Ming's voice came from inside, it's time to eat. Wang Xiaoming watched Yang Ming bring out the porridge, turned his head and asked the two teenagers, have you had breakfast? Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang smelled the porridge from a distance, and their stomachs gurgled, no. After saying that, they swallowed their saliva. How many people at this age who don't go to school or work can get up to eat breakfast? Wang Xiaoming said, then come in and eat. You can go after you eat. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang nodded quickly, yeah, okay. For breakfast, they had shrimp porridge. The porridge had been cooked long ago. Yang Ming had just added the seasonings. You can imagine how delicious it was. Wang Bing sat on a chair, hanging his legs, swaying, and talked to Yang Ming while eating. Uncle Yang Ming, let's have fish cakes tomorrow. Yang Ming said, grow up quickly. I'll teach you how to make it. If you want to eat it, make it yourself. Wang Bing blinked his big single-lidded eyes and looked at Yang Ming, wondering how long it would take him to learn how to make fish cakes. There were grains of rice on the corners of his mouth. Yang Ming tore off some paper and carefully wiped it for him. Concentrate on eating, don't talk. Wang Bing lowered his head and concentrated on the shrimp in the bowl. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang used a basin to fill 2 large bowls of porridge. They couldn't wait to scoop up the porridge and stuff it into their mouths. As a result, they spit it out with a wow because of the burn. Yang Ming heard the noise and frowned, the fingernails were cut. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang looked at each other, clenched their fists, tried not to let Yang Ming see their fingernails, and lowered their heads to slowly drink the porridge. They were quite dissatisfied with Yang Ming as their master, thinking that he was too lenient and had a bad temper. Chapter 1322. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang filled 2 large bowls of porridge with a basin, and couldn't wait to scoop up the porridge and put it in their mouths, but they spit it out with a wow sound because of the burn. Yang Ming heard the noise and frowned, the fingernails were cut. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang looked at each other, clenched their fists, tried not to let Yang Ming see their fingernails, and lowered their heads to slowly drink the porridge. They were quite dissatisfied with Yang Ming as their master, thinking that he was too lenient and had a bad temper. But to be honest, the skill is really high. The shrimp porridge is so delicious that it makes people forget the existence of the tongue. Drinking such delicious porridge in the morning will make all the fatigue and morning mood disappear without a trace, and the whole day will be full of energy. For delicious food, they endure. Before starting work, Wang Xiaoming received a call from Lu Hao. I asked my aunt, their house has not been rented out yet, I rented it for you, 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 500 a month. There are still some old appliances in his house. I'm on vacation today, so I'll go and help you see if you still need anything. When are you free to go and have a look? Wang Xiaoming didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He rented it as soon as he said he would, and the price didn't seem expensive. I have 2 hours in the afternoon, so we'll go and have a look then. The other end agreed very readily. Okay, you go ahead, I'll go and have a look, and I'll tell you what I need to add later. Okay, thank you, Hazi. Wang Xiaoming sincerely thanked this friend. Why are you being polite? We're friends. Lu Hao smiled and hung up the phone. Today, the store's business is still it was very popular. Because the opening promotion had not ended yet, some old customers came today after hearing the news. Customers who had eaten yesterday recommended their friends to come, so the restaurant was still full of guests. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang did not go to work at noon, but went to apply for health certificates. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, there were finally fewer people eating. Wang Xiaoming said to Yang Ming, Hazi asked me to go and see the house. Let's go and see if there is anything else to add. If possible, we will move in at night. Yang Ming looked at him, you rented the house without even looking at it. Wang Xiaoming laughed, Hazi helped to check it out. You really trust him? Yang Ming only said this. Wang Xiaoming patted his back, don't worry, He won't cheat me anyway. Let's go together. Yang Ming said, maybe someone will come to eat. How can there be no chef in the store? You go. Okay, I'll take Ah Bing to have a look. I'll buy something and put it in there first. I'll try to move it in tonight. The attic is really inconvenient. Wang Xiaoming thought of the embarrassing incident last night and didn't want to repeat it again. Yang Ming didn't say anything, just nodded almost invisibly and went into the kitchen. Wang Xiaoming took his nephew to find Lu Hao, who was shopping in the largest supermarket in the county. When Wang Xiaoming went there, he saw a lot of things in his cart, including pillows, curtains, table lamps, power strips, mops, and even laundry detergent. Wang Xiaoming said, you bought so many things. Do you need them at home? Lu Hao was not wearing a uniform today. He was wearing a plaid shirt, a dark blue v-neck sweater, light blue jeans and sneakers. He looked like a college student. He smiled and said, I bought them for you. The house is empty. There is nothing but a TV, a washing machine and a refrigerator. I will also buy you an electric water heater later. Wang Xiaoming said, I will buy the electric water heater myself, and I will do these things myself. Lu Hao said, what are you buying? These are for my aunt. Nowadays, everyone's house for rent is equipped with all kinds of appliances and furniture. It's not easy to rent without furniture. You don't have to pay for it. Wang Xiaoming rarely rents houses. The houses he rents to aunts also don't have any appliances. I don't know whether what Lu Hao said is true or false, really. Of course. You don't have to worry about it. Anyway, you don't have time. Take care of the water heater later and ask someone to send it over. I will watch it and install it. Lu Hao waved his hand, as if he didn't care. Wang Xiaoming said, then I'll do it myself. These are considered daily necessities, and I should buy them myself. You don't need this, I brought it, and you don't need this either, you're a grown man, who cares if anyone sees it. As he spoke, he took out the laundry detergent and curtains and put them back on the shelf. Seeing him like this, Lu Hao didn't say anything, but only asked him if he needed anything else. Wang Bing likes to go shopping in the supermarket the most. He walks around the shelves, looking at all the novel and interesting things, and he feels happy. After a while, he runs back with a box of Ultraman. Uncle, this is nice. Wang Xiaoming ignored him, what's so fun about this, put it back. Wang Bing pouted, glanced at Wang Xiaoming, and walked back in small steps, with reluctance in his eyes. Lu Hao said, Bing Bing, take it, uncle will buy it for you. Wang Bing's face was full of joy, and Wang Xiaoming said, no. Don't spend money on him. What's the fun of this? It will break in 2 days. Wang Bing's little face suddenly became sad, and Lu Hao quickly picked up Wang Bing and touched his face, don't pay attention to your uncle, uncle will buy it for you. It's no big deal. Didn't you like playing with toys when you were a child? Wang Xiaoming saw Wang Bing lowering his head and holding the toy box tightly. He moved his mouth, but still didn't say anything. Why didn't he want to give the child the best things, but his family's situation, could he afford it? He could only play with mud. After a long time, he said, don't buy him too many things. You know the situation in our family. Don't let him play with it too much. You are making a fuss. How old is the child? He is too wild to play with a toy. I don't buy him every day. I buy him one occasionally, so that he will know how to cherish it. Bing Bing, don't you think so? Lu Hao said. Wang Bing nodded vigorously. He didn't understand what the adults said, but he had guessed that he was going to buy toys, and his expression was obviously happy. After buying the things, Wang Xiaoming followed Lu Hao to the rental house. The house was a staff dormitory of a unit. It was a house built in the 1990s. The owner took good care of it. It was not too old. The house was spacious and bright. Wang Xiaoming was very satisfied. The most important thing was that such a good house was so cheap. He said to Lu Hao, Huzi, why is the rent so cheap? Did you pay part of it for me? Lu Hao patted him on the back of his head, have you ever rented a house? The houses in our county are about this price. Do you think this is in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou? We are basically all locals here. How many people need to rent a house? Wang Xiaoming laughed, that's right. There are 3 bedrooms, just right. One for me, one for Yang Ming, and one for Ergu. Wang Bing, who was running around looking, turned his head and said loudly, I want one too. Wang Xiaoming said, okay, you sleep in the living room. The living room belongs to you. Don't get on my bed. Chapter 1323 Wang Bing, who was running around looking around, turned his head and said loudly, I want one too. Wang Xiaoming said, okay, you sleep in the living room belongs to you, don't sleep on my bed. Wang Bing was dumbfounded, and ran over to hug Wang Xiaoming's thighs, I want to sleep with uncle. Lu Hao teased him, no, I want to sleep with your uncle, you sleep with your uncle. Wang Bing looked at him with a tangled face. Uncle Hazi just bought a toy for himself, should he give uncle to him? Wang Xiaoming said on the side, Uncle Hazi is teasing you, he doesn't live in our house. Lu Hao touched his nose, isn't it okay to come to your place for a night occasionally? Wang Xiaoming said, okay, warmly welcome. Wang Xiaoming roughly tidied the room, and the bedding rolls and other things would not be moved in until the evening. He looked at the time and it was past 4 o'clock, Hazi, I have to go back to the store to prepare dinner. Okay, you go back first, the water heater will be delivered soon, I'll wait for someone to install it. Lu Hao was helping to clean up with a rag. Wang Xiaoming said, okay, come over for dinner tonight. I'll go over when I'm done. The house is only a dozen minutes walk from Wang Xiaoming's restaurant, which is indeed very convenient. If you drive, you can get there in a few minutes. After Wang Xiaoming returned, he told Yang Ming about the house and praised Lu Hao, I told you that I trust Hazi to do things, and you will definitely like the house. Let you pick the bedroom first. He will come over for dinner tonight, so leave some shrimp for him. He likes to eat this. Yang Ming did not comment, frowned, and said to the 2 new brothers who were picking vegetables on the side, what are you 2 doing? I asked you to pick leeks, where are the leeks? Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang, who were listening to gossip, looked at the onions in their hands and stammered, isn't this it? Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoming, you should teach them well. They can't even tell the difference between onions and leeks, and they still want to worship me as their teacher. Don't waste everyone's time as soon as possible. Although Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang were not good at studying, they were spoiled at home. They didn't touch the water, and they didn't even help the oil bottle when it fell. It would be strange if they could tell the difference between leeks and onions. At this time, they couldn't help but shrink their necks secretly when they heard Yang Ming lose his temper. Wang Xiaoming thought this was not unusual. Most young people of this age had never suffered hardship, and some of them knew how to cook. Come, let me teach you. The flat leaves are leeks, and the round leaves are onions. Zhang Yiwei found an excuse to go to the bathroom and ran outside to make a phone call. Brother Hong, Officer Lu is coming to Hebawang for dinner tonight. There was a chuckle from the other side, okay, I got it. With the arrival of 2 new workers, Wang Xiaoming's work became much easier. At least he didn't have to worry about passing plates and serving dishes. The 2 could also help wash vegetables, collect bowls, and take orders. Although the 2 younger brothers were not very active in their work, they were very smart. They often hung out on the streets and knew how to speak to people and to ghosts. They were more than enough to entertain guests. Wang Xiaoming could also take time out to watch Yang Ming cook. For something like cooking, it was not enough to rely on one's own understanding. Someone had to teach him and he had to practice hard. Watching Yang Ming cooking is the best teaching example. If you don't understand something, just ask. Yang Ming has no patience with others, but he will answer all questions from Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming thinks it's not bad to be Yang Ming's boss, at least he has this privilege. At around 7 o'clock, the store was at its busiest. Lu Hao came over. This time he was alone and went straight to the kitchen. Xiaoming, do you want me to help with the cashier? Hey, why are you here, Zhang Yiwei? Zhao Xiaoyang is here too. Wang Xiaoming took off his bag and handed it to Lu Hao, help me. They are 2 new apprentices. Lu Hao nodded and said, that's how it should be. Young people should not be idle and learn well. Learn more about cooking from Yang Ming, and you won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang both nodded, yes, Officer Lu. Seeing that the 2 boys were very obedient, Lu Hao nodded with satisfaction. Wang Xiaoming said, Hazi, I'll let Yang Ming cook for you now. I've saved some shrimp for you. What else do you want to eat? Lu Hao waved his hand, don't bother Yang Ming. I also like what you cook. Anything is fine. I can't eat much. Wang Xiaoming was happy, if you don't mind, I'll cook for you. Since Yang Ming came, no one wanted to eat Wang Xiaoming's dishes. It's not that he didn't cook well, but who would want to eat ordinary dishes if there were better choices? Lu Hao nodded, okay, I'll go out first. Wang Xiaoming thought for a while and made Lu Hao a curry beef dish that he had just learned from Yang Ming. Then he took out the fresh shrimps and blanched them in boiling water. People living by the sea like to blanch or steam seafood as long as the ingredients are fresh enough, because this is the best way to preserve the original flavor of the seafood. He prepared the sauce and was about to serve it out, but Yang Ming stopped him, wait. Wang Xiaoming stopped and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming took a pair of chopsticks, picked up a piece of curry beef and put it in his mouth, okay, send it over. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, it's for the mouse, not for the guests. He won't be too picky. He will eat whatever I cook. Eat. Hearing this, Yang Ming glanced at Wang Xiaoming and said, I'm just checking how good you are. Wang Xiaoming asked with a smile, Master, how about the curry beef I made? Yang Ming said, the curry taste is a little strong, and the beef is not marinated for enough time, so it's not tender enough. Wang Xiaoming picked up a piece and put it in his mouth after hearing him say this, I eat it very well, it's master you are too demanding. But a good teacher produces a good student, thank you. I will work hard. Then he took the dish out. Lu Hao and Wang Bing sat behind the front desk, biting their ears and whispering something, their faces full of smiles. Wang Xiaoming walked over, do you want to find a table to sit down? Lu Hao pointed to the front desk table, put it here. Why should I occupy a table by myself? The guests can't wait. What did you make for me? It smells so good. Wang Xiaoming said, I just learned to make curry beef today, you try it. Yang Ming said it's not tasty enough because it wasn't marinated long enough. Lu Hao picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then gave a thumbs up, delicious. Xiaoming, this is your first time making it, right? You have a bright future, and you will definitely be a famous chef in the future. Wang Xiaoming was praised and was overjoyed, then you should eat more. Lu Hao said, don't you want to eat more? No, we've already eaten. People who run restaurants do this, they avoid the peak hours of customer flow to eat, usually they have dinner around 5 p.m., if they are busy and hungry later, they will have some midnight snacks after closing. Chapter 1324. Lu Hao said, don't you want to eat more? No, we've already eaten. People who run restaurants do this. They avoid eating during peak hours. They usually have dinner around 5 p.m. If they get hungry after working too much, they will have some midnight snacks after closing time. Lu Hao said, okay, I'll eat by myself. Xiao Bing, come and eat with me. Wang Bing was not polite. He reached out and grabbed a shrimp and stuffed it into his mouth. Wang Xiaoming did not stop him. He just said, Bing, you have to wash your hands after eating, otherwise your stomach will hurt. Lu Hao pulled Wang Bing, come on, I'll take you to wash your hands. Wang Xiaoming went back to the kitchen to work. Lu Hao took Wang Bing back after washing his hands. They sat in front of the front desk and started eating. The two competed in peeling shrimps. Lu Hao held up the shrimp in his hand to show Wang Bing, mine is super big and well peeled. The next moment, the shrimp was snatched away from his hand. Lu Hao looked up and saw a man stuffing his peeled shrimp into his mouth with a smile. He looked at the other person and was immediately furious, fuck. Which bastard stole my shrimps? Zhong Yanhong smiled with a bit of evil, pulled open the partition at the front desk, walked in, and sat down next to Lu Hao, with his thighs close to his thighs, there are no seats, sit here first and wait. Officer Lu, why are you here? Is this store owned by your family? Lu Hao was stiff, holding Wang Bing and moving hard inside, gritting his teeth and said, don't be so shameless, in public. Zhong Yanhong opened his eyes wide and pretended to be innocent, I just met a friend and came to say hello. Officer Lu, don't you welcome me? This is your store, I will come often in the future. Lu Hao gritted his teeth, only ghosts are friends with you. This is not my store, it belongs to my friend. But I couldn't say that you are not welcome to come, after all, this is Wang Xiaoming's guest. Zhong Yanhong grinned, showing his neat white teeth, Officer Lu, don't be so ruthless, my heart is broken into pieces, at least we have. Lu Hao suddenly elbowed Zhong Yanhong, gritted his teeth and said, can you speak human language? There are children here. Zhong Yanhong rubbed the place where Lu Hao hit him, coughed twice, and turned the topic to eating. Officer Lu likes to eat shrimp and beef. It happens that these two are my favorites. You see, we have a common hobby again, right? I will help you peel the shrimp. Lu Hao gritted his teeth, just wanting to chew Zhong Yanhong into pieces and eat him, gritted his teeth and said, get out of here, seeing you makes me lose my appetite. Zhong Yanhong wiped his nose with his fingers, that's not a coincidence, I see that your appetite has doubled, otherwise I will help you eat all the portions you can't eat. Wang Bing turned his head and looked at the uncle he didn't know. Uncle Hazi, who is he? Lu Hao said, he's a bad guy, ignore him. Let's eat shrimp. Then he took the plate of shrimp to the other end of the table so that Zhong Yanhong couldn't reach it. Zhong Yanhong said, I don't want to eat it, can't I help you peel the shrimp? No, I think it's too dirty. Lu Hao said coldly. Wang Bing added, Uncle will have a stomachache if he eats shrimp without washing his hands. Zhong Yanhong stretched his neck to look at Wang Bing who was sitting on the other side of Lu Hao. Little boy, what's your name? Whose child are you? Lu Hao said unhappily, my son. Zhong Yanhong laughed, Officer Lu is joking, this child called you uncle, I heard it clearly, don't fool me. Little boy, do you like Ultraman? Who bought it for you? Wang Bing picked up the Ultraman on the table and put it on his lap, this is what Uncle Hazi bought for me. What's your name? Next time, Uncle will buy you a lot of Ultraman. Zhong Yanhong began to tempt Wang Bing. Wang Bing was not tempted, Uncle said not to take things from strangers. Lu Hao was almost dying of laughter and kissed Wang Bing hard on the face. At this time, Zhao Xiaoyang brought out the dishes and saw Zhong Yanhong sitting at the front desk. He hurried over to say hello, Brother Hong, you are here? Is there no seat? I'll find you one. Zhong Yanhong waved his hand, whatever. Lu Hao said impatiently, Boss Zhong, please leave quickly and don't disturb me from eating. Zhong Yanhong was not embarrassed at all. He crossed his legs and leaned on the back of the sofa, with a comfortable feeling on his face, you eat yours, I won't disturb you. After a while, Zhang Yiwei ran out to greet Zhong Yanhong again. Lu Hao's face was already very ugly, did you arrange them here? Zhong Yanhong pretended to be innocent, my subordinates have nothing to do all day, so let them learn a skill and become useful people to the society, just like Officer Lu said. What a coincidence, you also know the boss here. Lu Hao turned his head away, and he was surprised to believe this. He was happy to help Wang Xiaoming, but now he felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. After a while, Zhao Xiaoyang came to call Zhong Yanhong to the table. Zhong Yanhong said to Lu Hao, Officer Lu, I will treat you to a meal. Lu Hao did not even raise his head, public officials cannot accept invitations to dinner from others casually. Zhong Yanhong held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at him with half-squinted eyes, then Officer Lu paid for the meal at the boss's place. Lu Hao remained calm, of course. Zhong Yanhong nodded, okay, I won't disturb Officer Liu's meal. We'll talk later. He seemed to be used to being rude to Lu Hao. Lu Hao reluctantly finished his meal and cheered up to help with the cash register. He almost gave the wrong change, but he had to count it again to make it right. Zhong Yanhong ate his meal leisurely, and it took him more than an hour. Lu Hao was very upset. He didn't see that the store was busy and many customers were waiting for seats, but he was still occupying the seat for so long. At around 9 o'clock, there were finally fewer customers in the store, and Wang Xiaoming was free to come to the front desk. Lu Hao said, Xiaoming, you are not busy now, right? If you are not busy, I will leave. By the way, I left a copy of your house key. My aunt is not here, so I am the acting landlord. If you have any questions, you can come to me. Go and make another key yourself. Wang Xiaoming said, okay. Why don't you sit for a while? Yang Ming is making supper. Eat supper before leaving. Lu Hao said, no, I will go back first. It's not early anymore. I may have to be on duty tomorrow, so I won't come. Please be safe. Wang Xiaoming nodded, okay, thank you today. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye, Bing Bing. Lu Hao was in a bad mood and didn't want to sit in the store anymore. He stood up and said goodbye. As soon as he walked out of the hotel gate, he heard someone lazily saying in front of him, Officer Xiao Lu is leaving, I'll take you. Lu Hao looked up and saw the most annoying guy leaning against the door of a black Audi SUV, sliding a Zippo lighter to light a cigarette. The lights outside were dim, and the firelight made his face look a little weird. Chapter 1325. As soon as he walked out of the hotel gate, he heard someone lazily saying in front of him, Officer Xiao Lu is leaving, I'll take you. Lu Hao looked up and saw the most annoying guy leaning against the door of a black Audi SUV, sliding a Zippo lighter to light a cigarette. The lights outside were dim, and the firelight made his face look a little weird. Lu Hao cursed hard, damn, like a ghost, I saw him still eating inside, why is he here now? He ignored him and walked towards the bus stop. Zhong Yanhong exhaled a puff of smoke, and the white smoke dispersed in the wind, leaving only a faint smell of tobacco. He said slowly, Officer Xiao Lu has been avoiding me. Is he afraid of falling in love with me, or has he already fallen in love with me but dare not admit it? Lu Hao stopped, walked over quickly, grabbed his collar, and stared at him fiercely, if you keep talking nonsense, I will cut off your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Zhong Yanhong stuck out his tongue and licked his lips seductively. He leaned close to him and said in a low voice, my tongue only wants to lick you, lick all over your body. The warm breath sprayed on Lu Hao's neck. He felt a tingling sensation from his groin to his scalp. His legs were a little weak. He gritted his teeth, suppressed the inappropriate feeling, and resisted the urge to kick him to death. Mr. Zhong, can you be more shameless? We have no relationship at all. We have gone our separate ways. Don't think that you can control my life just because I had sex with you. I don't want to control your life, I just want to participate in your life, okay, Officer Lu. Zhong Yanhong looked at the face of the person in front of him, leaned forward, and kissed him only 2 centimeters away. Lu Hao saw the asterisk in the other's eyes, and he pushed Zhong Yanhong away, impossible, we are not from the same world at all, you'd better give up. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Zhong Yanhong looked at Lu Hao's back, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Little policeman, you always say one thing and mean another. Don't think he will give up so easily. Just wait and see, little policeman. Wang Xiaoming had dinner at 5 p.m. After a busy night, almost everyone was hungry. Yang Ming made glutinous rice dumplings with peanuts and sesame as fillings. They were bigger than beef balls, soft, sweet, delicious, and most suitable for a midnight snack on a cold winter night. Wang Bing ate too and wanted to eat more, but was stopped by Wang Xiaoming. It was too late and eating too much would cause indigestion. Yang Ming made a lot. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang, who were growing up, each ate 2 large bowls. They still felt unsatisfied and wanted to continue eating, but were stopped by Wang Xiaoming, don't eat any more. They are all made of glutinous rice. Be careful not to digest them if you eat too much. Zhang Yiwei burped, put down the bowl with an unsatisfied look, and raised his hand to rub his swollen stomach. Yang Ming said expressionlessly, you two wash the dishes. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang were slumped in their chairs, panting. After hearing what Yang Ming said, Zhang Yiwei said, Brother Yang Ming, can you wash the dishes tomorrow morning? Today's work is done today. Yang Ming said. Zhao Xiaoyang was less talkative and more honest than Zhang Yiwei. After hearing what Yang Ming said, he quickly got up to collect the dishes. Zhang Yiwei dragged his feet and waited for Zhao Xiaoyang to go into the kitchen for a while before getting up and going in. Because the 2 new brothers were younger than Yunnan, Wang Xiaoming habitually took care of them as children. Before leaving get off work, he said to them, don't think that Master Yang Ming is very strict. He has such a personality, but he is a very good person. If you two behave well, you will learn real skills sooner or later. He teaches others to cook and charges 5,000 yuan for each dish. At least he won't charge you tuition for being an apprentice. Zhang Yiwei opened his mouth wide, is it true? Wang Xiaoming nodded, it's true. Part of the money from opening the store is earned by Yang Ming teaching people to cook. Zhang Yiwei's brain is flexible, and he quickly calculated. There are at least dozens of dishes on the menu of their restaurant. If he wants to learn all of them, 5,000 yuan per dish, it will cost hundreds of thousands. Is there really a fool who spends money to learn to cook from him? But if he learns from him, wouldn't it be equivalent to earning hundreds of thousands? Thinking of this, Zhang Yiwei became a little excited, I know, I will do my best. Back in the store, Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming counted the sales for the day. Today's sales were slightly less than yesterday, only about 15,000 yuan. According to the net profit of more than 20%, there was also an income of 4,000 yuan. Wang Xiaoming was already very satisfied. When the opening promotion ended, the sales might decrease a little, but the profit margin would be higher, and the income would be almost the same as now. After counting the accounts, Wang Xiaoming stretched his waist. Let's go, pack up and go to the house over there. We can finally not sleep in the attic tonight. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming with a happy face, and thought of what happened last night. In fact, there was nothing wrong with sleeping in the attic. At least it could cultivate a sense of closeness, but he would not tell Wang Xiaoming directly, only saying, it's at least convenient to sleep in the store. Wang Xiaoming looked at him with a smile, then you can stay in the store to keep watch. Yang Ming did not say anything. Everyone left. What's the point of him living in the store alone? The two rolled the quilt down to the attic, collected the daily necessities, put them on the tricycle, and pulled over. After opening the door, Wang Xiaoming stood at the door, somewhat complacent. This house is nice, let you choose the bedroom first. Yang Ming carried the things into the house, said nothing, pushed open the doors of the 3 bedrooms, looked around, and chose a second bedroom. I'll live in this one. Wang Xiaoming said, why don't you choose the master bedroom? Yang Ming said, you are the boss. Wang Xiaoming laughed, what boss and buddy, aren't you the boss now? Yang Ming first carried Wang Xiaoming's bedding into the master bedroom and helped him make the bed, give Ah Bing a bath first. Wang Xiaoming saw that he took the initiative to help, and did not refuse, thank you. It was almost 11 o'clock, and Wang Bing had already fallen asleep. Because it was inconvenient last night, he didn't give him a bath. Tonight, he had to take a bath anyway. He was running around in the kitchen every day, and his body was full of oil smoke. Wang Xiaoming filled the water for Wang Bing to take a bath, while looking at the washing machine in the bathroom. Now it's good, in the future, just throw the clothes directly into the washing machine, it's so convenient. Wang Xiaoming thought about the convenient life in the future, and felt happy. Finally, he could use basic electrical appliances like a modern person and barely keep up with the times. He gave Wang Bing a bath, wiped him clean, wrapped him in a big towel, and carried him to the room. Yang Ming had already made the bed for him, and he stuffed Wang Bing into the quilt. Yang Ming was watching TV in the living room. Wang Xiaoming looked at the snowflakes on the TV screen. No one has watched this TV for a long time, it's broken. Go take a bath. Chapter 1326. He gave Wang Bing a bath, wiped him clean, wrapped him in a big towel, and carried him to the room. Yang Ming had already made the bed for him, and he stuffed Wang Bing into the quilt. Yang Ming was watching TV in the living room. Wang Xiaoming looked at the snowflakes on the TV screen and said, no one has watched this TV for a long time. It's broken. Go take a shower. Yang Ming said, you go first. You go first. I'll pack up. Put your clothes in the washing machine. I'll take a shower and wash them together. Ming, get up early and dry it. Wang Xiaoming said as he went to organize things. Oh. Yang Ming looked at his back and shook his head slightly. What a hard-working life. Yang Ming came out of the shower. The TV was still on, and the screen was still full of snow. Wang Xiaoming was lying on the sofa, and seemed to have fallen asleep. He wiped his hair with a towel, walked to the sofa, and looked at Wang Xiaoming's sleeping face. There was a faint dark blue under his eyes. The dark circles had never disappeared since he saw him. Recently, they seemed to be lighter. It would be strange if he could live comfortably under such great pressure. Every time Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming, who was as tireless as a worker bee, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He wanted to help him, to make him live a better, more relaxed, and happier life. He sat down next to Wang Xiaoming, and the sofa cushion sank. Wang Xiaoming still didn't wake up. Yang Ming stared at Wang Xiaoming's face quietly. After a long time, he reached out and patted his cheek. Get up and take a shower. Wang Xiaoming opened his eyes and saw Yang Ming sitting next to him, wearing that black short-sleeved t-shirt with a bright red pattern of an arrow piercing the heart. He propped himself up and half sat up, wiped his face. Oh, I almost fell asleep. He yawned after he said that. Yang Ming turned his back to Wang Xiaoming. Yes, I fell asleep. Wang Xiaoming laughed and climbed up from behind Yang Ming. The sofa is too soft, I want to sleep as soon as I sit down. When he climbed down the sofa, his feet got stuck in the gap between the sofa cushions, and a piece of the sofa cushion was lifted up. Suddenly, his feet were stuck, and the whole person fell to the ground. He was about to fall to the ground, but a pair of strong hands hugged his waist and pulled his body back. A solid chest avoided the danger of kissing the floor. Yang Ming chuckled, "Your cerebellum must not be well developed." Wang Xiaoming was embarrassed. He had fallen twice in a row recently, and both times he was embarrassed in front of him. He rolled and crawled to get away from Yang Ming and stood up. I was careless, you pretended not to see it. I'm going to take a shower." After saying that, he ran into the bathroom. Yang Ming looked at his back and couldn't help laughing, and continued to wipe his hair with a towel. After about 3 minutes, Wang Xiaoming's voice came out of the bathroom, "Yang Ming, are you still outside?" Yang Ming turned off the TV and walked to the door. Hey, I didn't bring a towel and clothes in, help me get them. I was a little panicked just now, and I remembered this after I took off my clothes and applied soap." Yang Ming smiled even more, "Don't wear it, run naked, anyway, we are all men." Wang Xiaoming coughed, "That's so embarrassing. Are you inferior?" Wang Xiaoming. "I won't laugh at you. Is Yang Ming joking?" Wang Xiaoming was a little unsure. He seemed to have never seen Yang Ming being unserious. "Yang Ming, stop joking. Please help me. I will be grateful to you." After a while, there was a knock on the bathroom door. "Here." Wang Xiaoming opened the door and stretched out his hand to take the things. "Thank you." Yang Ming said seriously, "Actually, streaking is nothing. I won't say anything if you are younger than me." He said something in a serious manner, which shocked Wang Xiaoming. It turned out that Yang Ming was not an absolutely serious person. He was also bad, the kind of bad and mean. The next morning, Wang Xiaoming opened his eyes and saw the morning light shining through the window. Everything in the room seemed so strange. He almost forgot where he was. After 5 seconds, his thoughts returned to their place. Yes, in the newly rented house. He looked at the bright window and the white ceiling, and the corners of his mouth curled up. This life is finally on the right track. Wang Bing next to him hadn't woken up yet. Wang Xiaoming pinched his nose. Bing, get up." Wang Bing closed his eyes, but his eyelashes were trembling. Wang Xiaoming knew that he was awake. "Why don't you get up? Uncle is leaving. Are you alone at home?" Wang Bing still didn't move. Wang Xiaoming felt something was wrong, so he lifted the quilt and saw that Wang Bing was drawing a map on the bed, and he was lying on the map. A smell of urine came from his nose, and Wang Xiaoming shouted, "Little bastard, you wet the bed. No wonder he didn't get up to pee last night." Wang Bing raised his hand to cover his eyes. "Uncle, I'm sick." Wang Xiaoming jumped off the bed, quickly pulled the little bastard up, and took off his wet pants. "Smelly boy, don't pretend to be sick, why don't you get up to pee? It's strange that you don't get sick if you still sleep on it after it's wet. Let's go and get an injection." Wang Bing usually pees consciously at night. He wakes up and tells Wang Xiaoming when he wants to pee. Wang Xiaoming helps turn on the light, and he goes down to pee and then crawls back into bed. Wang Xiaoming doesn't have to worry about him. But for some reason he didn't get up last night. Wang Bing knew he had done something wrong, so he obediently let Wang Xiaoming do whatever he wanted to him. Wang Xiaoming didn't even wear his coat, and carried him to the bathroom to wash. Yang Ming was hanging clothes and saw the uncle and nephew. "What's wrong?" Wang Xiaoming said unhappily, "I peed." "Who peed?" Wang Xiaoming was going crazy. "You did it on purpose." Yang Ming laughed. "It doesn't matter, put it in the washing machine and wash it." Wang Xiaoming finally then remembered that things were different now. There was a washing machine to help, so he didn't have to wash himself. He put hot water on Wang Bing's lower body and slapped him on the butt. "How can you be so stupid? You didn't know to change the place after you peed. Do you want to dry it? If you get sick, I'll send you to get an injection." Wang Bing's original intention was to use his body to dry the wet place, but the map was too big, he was too small, and the firepower was insufficient. The evidence was not destroyed before the day dawned. Wang Xiaoming slapped his wet butt, which was burning and painful. Wang Bing was in pain and fear, and cried out. Yang Ming put down the clothes hanger and ran to the bathroom. "Why did you hit him?" Wang Xiaoming said angrily, "If you don't hit him, he won't learn his lesson." Yang Ming took Wang Bing from his arms, held him in his arms, and reached out to wipe his tears. Bing, don't cry. Wang Bing didn't expect that Uncle Yang Ming, who didn't like him very much, would come to save him at this time. This time he cried even harder. Wang Xiaoming rolled up the wet sheets, quilt covers and pants and threw them into the basin to soak first. Chapter 1327. Yang Ming took Wang Bing from his arms, held him in his arms, and reached out to wipe his tears. Bing, don't cry. Wang Bing didn't expect that Uncle Yang Ming, who didn't like him very much, would come to save him at this time. This time he cried even harder. Wang Xiaoming rolled up the wet sheets, quilt covers and pants and threw them into the basin to soak first. She couldn't help nagging, the quilt cover is wet, even the mattress is wet. How are you going to sleep tonight? You should sleep on the floor. You are so old, but you don't know how to call for help when you want to pee? You are so obedient at home every day, and you know to wake up at the appointed time, but you don't know how to wake up in the new place. Yang Ming dressed Wang Bing while listening to his nagging, and said, move the mattress to the balcony to dry it, wash the quilt, and use the washing machine to spin dry it. It should be dry in the evening. If not, go buy a new set. Wang Xiaoming saw that it was getting late. You go buy vegetables first, I will wash the quilt first. Yang Ming said, put on your clothes first, don't catch a cold. Wang Xiaoming realized that he had cleaned up the mess for Wang Bing when he got up, and he was still wearing a single piece of clothes and pants. He couldn't help sneezing and hurried to put on his clothes. Yang Ming asked Wang Bing, are you going with the uncle or with the uncle to buy groceries? Wang Bing looked at Wang Xiaoming timidly, with the uncle. This was the first time that this kid took the initiative to get close to Yang Ming. Yang Ming held his little hand, let's go buy groceries. Wang Xiaoming saw Yang Ming and Wang Bing leave, and quickly added, Bing, you must follow your uncle closely, don't walk around, don't get lost. Wang Xiaoming hung the washed sheets and quilt covers on the balcony, looked up at the unpredictable weather outside the security window, and it was a rare winter day without wind. He doubted whether the bed and quilt could be dried, so he took the time to buy a set of quilt covers. If the mattress was not dry, he would sleep in another room. There was a single bed in that room, which was originally reserved for Yunnan. Fortunately, he had not returned yet. Wang Xiaoming planned very well, but he had foreseen that this would be a chaotic day since the morning. This day was extremely busy. From 9 a.m. on, the phone kept ringing. All of them were people calling to order food. Some people were ordering New Year's Eve dinner right now, and some were ordering banquets. The end of the year is the peak season for weddings, especially wedding banquets, followed by birthday banquets, full moon banquets, housewarming banquets, etc., so the consumption peaks before the new year in restaurants. Although Wang Xiaoming's restaurant is not big, it can accommodate 20 to 30 tables, which is enough for ordinary banquets. Although it has only been open for 2 or 3 days, the reputation of the restaurant has spread, and many customers have called to book banquets. Wang Xiaoming has not had time to discuss these with Yang Ming. The menu has not been decided, and there is no standard for specifications. Wang Xiaoming can only agree to the time first, discuss with Yang Ming, and then discuss the details with the other party. Wang Xiaoming had accepted 3 banquets in the morning. He roughly calculated that if the price was 1,000 yuan per table, he could make 200 yuan per table. If there were at least 10 tables, he could make money. Wang Xiaoming felt a little dizzy because he caught a cold in the morning or because he received too many calls. At lunchtime, Wang Xiaoming's cold got worse. He had a headache, dry eyes, and a runny nose. After sneezing 3 times, Yang Ming said, "Get out quickly. You don't need to be busy here. Go to the cashier at the front desk. Remember to buy medicine." Wang Xiaoming knew that it was not appropriate for him to stay in the kitchen in this situation. He left the kitchen with his head down and did not buy medicine. It was just a small cold. What medicine should he take? He was young and strong and could get through it. Wang Xiaoming sniffed and went to take orders for the guests. Just after ordering 2 servings, Zhang Yiwei came over. "Boss, you go and have a rest, I'll do it, I'll do it." This kid became particularly diligent and proactive today, because he knew that Yang Ming's cooking lesson was worth 5,000 yuan, and if he performed well, he could learn to cook for free. Wang Xiaoming had to go back to the cashier and sit down. Wang Bing was originally sitting there playing with his Ultraman, and when he saw Wang Xiaoming coming, he wanted to run away a little, as he still remembered the slap on his butt this morning. Wang Xiaoming glared at him, "Stinky boy, you are so good at holding grudges. Who feeds you, who clothes you, who takes you to sleep? If you don't like uncles, follow Uncle Yang Ming in the future." Wang Bing lowered his head and said nothing. Wang Xiaoming sneezed and wiped his nose with some paper. Wang Bing looked up at Wang Xiaoming, "Uncle, are you sick?" Wang Xiaoming waved his hand, "Go somewhere else to play, stay away from me." Wang Bing thought Wang Xiaoming really didn't want him anymore, so he reached out and grabbed Wang Xiaoming's sleeve, his eyes full of fear and grievance, and he pursed his lips and was about to cry, "I want uncle, not Uncle Yang Ming, I will listen to uncle." Wang Xiaoming said, "Uncle didn't want you. Uncle is sick and will pass the cold to you, go somewhere else to play." Wang Bing turned and left, running to the kitchen, "Uncle Yang Ming, my uncle is sick." Yang Ming was busy, "I know, has he taken medicine?" Wang Bing shook his head, "No." Yang Ming took a look, turned off the fire, and then washed the ginger and scallions himself, and quickly boiled a bowl of ginger and scallion water with ginger pieces and scallion whites with roots. "Ah Yang, take this to the boss and let him drink it." Zhao Xiaoyang came over, "Okay." Wang Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xiaoyang holding a bowl and coming towards him, "What are you doing?" Zhao Xiaoyang said, "Boss, this is what brother Yang Ming asked me to bring to you. Drink it." Wang Xiaoming looked at the bowl of light yellow water, "What is this?" Zhao Xiaoyang said, "Ginger soup." Wang Xiaoming took it and smelled it. It really smelled of ginger and green onion. He grinned and felt warm in his heart. This man is quite considerate. Wang Xiaoming drank the green onion and ginger water cooked by Yang Ming. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but he felt much better and didn't sneeze as frequently. Wang Bing ran over, his big eyes full of concern, "Uncle, are you well?" Wang Xiaoming rubbed his nose, "Okay. Go play by yourself, don't come to me first." After that, he sneezed and quickly wiped it with paper. Wang Bing looked at Wang Xiaoming with a red nose and felt that the uncle was so pitiful. He held Ultraman and sat obediently on an empty chair, looking at Wang Xiaoming from a distance, like an abandoned puppy. However, Wang Xiaoming's condition did not really get better because of this. Catching a cold was just a trigger. The long-term accumulated fatigue made his immune system weak, and the virus spread wantonly, and his cold became more and more serious. Without Wang Xiaoming's help, the two new brothers could not help much. Yang Ming was simply a master in the kitchen, cutting vegetables and cooking. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang watched Yang Ming dance with the knife and spatula like an acrobatic performance, and they couldn't help but admire him. It turned out that a real chef was like this. Apart from worshipping him, they had nothing else to say. Chapter 1328. Without Wang Xiaoming's help, the two new brothers could not help much. Yang Ming was simply a master in the kitchen, cutting vegetables and cooking. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang watched Yang Ming dance with his knife and spatula like he was performing acrobatics, and they couldn't help but admire him. It turned out that a real chef was like this. Apart from worshipping him, they had nothing else to say. Zhang Yiwei served the dishes and took the time to talk to Wang Xiaoming at the front desk, "Boss, have you seen brother Yang Ming perform acrobatics? It's so wonderful." Wang Xiaoming sniffed, "No, what's wrong?" Zhang Yiwei laughed, "From now on, brother Yang Ming has become the second person I admire." Wang Xiaoming asked him, "Who is the first?" "Of course it's our brother Hong." Zhang Yiwei said as a matter of course. Wang Xiaoming said, "You are serving the dishes, and Yang is cutting the vegetables." "No, brother Yang Ming cuts them himself and says we don't cut them well." Zhang Yiwei said. Wang Xiaoming's eyebrows jumped, "How can he handle it?" Zhang Yiwei laughed, "Brother Yang Ming is a knife god, he can handle it, really." Wang Xiaoming was even more curious when he heard him say that, so he got up and went to the kitchen to take a look. As soon as he reached the kitchen door, he heard a burst of urgent ding-ding-ding sounds from inside. He looked inside and saw Yang Ming pursing his lips, his expression was focused, and his knife was so fast that only a residual image was left. He cut the vegetables for a while, and hurried to check the fire. For a while, only a piece of knife light and shovel shadow was seen. Although he was busy, he was not at all chaotic. It is estimated that even if there was a mountain pressing down on him, he would not change his face. Yang Ming took out the vegetables from the pot, "Away, serve the dishes." He turned his head and saw Wang Xiaoming, and his expression softened a little, are you feeling better? Wang Xiaoming was about to speak, but then he sneezed, quickly covered his mouth, waved his other hand, and turned to go out. Yang Ming's voice sounded behind him, go buy medicine. The tone was irresistible and stern. Wang Xiaoming scratched his head and said, oh. He hadn't been disciplined so harshly for a long time, and he was very happy to hear this. Wang Xiaoming left the kitchen, thought about it, and decided to go buy medicine. When he went out, he found that it was raining outside, and the rain was not small. The pedestrians on the street were driven under the eaves by the raindrops. Wang Xiaoming sneezed again when the cold wind blew, and his temples throbbed with pain, as if 2 fingers were pinching the nerves there. He looked around and saw that there was a drugstore across the street, but it was raining and he couldn't get through. There didn't seem to be many drugstores on his side, so he decided to wait until the rain stopped before going. He turned around and went into the restaurant. After Wang Xiaoming returned to the cashier sitting on the sofa, Wang Xiaoming went out for a while and seemed to feel a little cold. The air conditioner in the room didn't help. He tightened his clothes, but still felt wind everywhere, so he leaned against the sofa to make his back less cold. An aunt came with a bill and money. Pay the bill, Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming took the bill and looked at the number on it with wide eyes. The aunt looked at his face. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? The aunt stretched out her hand to touch his forehead, and she was so hot that she quickly pulled her hand back. You kid, you have such a fever, hurry up and get an injection. Wang Xiaoming stretched out his hand to touch his forehead. Do you have a fever? It's okay. His palm was also hot, it would be strange if he could feel anything unusual. The aunt said, I have to tell Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoming stopped him. Aunt, don't tell him, I'll go buy medicine myself. Yang Ming was already too busy to handle it alone, so how could he add to the trouble? After Wang Xiaoming paid the bill, he hurried out to buy medicine. He first went to a small shop next door to buy an umbrella, opened it and went across the street to buy 2 boxes of medicine. After taking the medicine, the effect of the medicine came up soon, and he became drowsy and dozed off on the sofa at the front desk. Wang Bing had been paying close attention to Wang Xiaoming's movements, but Wang Xiaoming was afraid of giving him a cold and refused to let him get close. At this moment, he saw Wang Xiaoming fell asleep, so he came over, took the small blanket he usually covered on the sofa and covered Wang Xiaoming, leaned against Wang Xiaoming helplessly, and reached out to hold Wang Xiaoming's hand. He had never seen the old man sick, and the little person liked to think wildly. Would the old man be sick to death? Thinking of this, Wang Bing began to cry. Silent tears were the saddest. While crying, he raised his sleeves to wipe the tears on his face, and finally fell asleep in Wang Xiaoming's arms. The aunt came to pay the bill and saw the boss sleeping on the sofa. Wang Bing curled up in his arms and hung on the edge of the sofa, swaying. She hurried in to pick up Wang Bing and wanted to put him on the other side of the sofa, but found that he was holding Wang Xiaoming's hand tightly. She couldn't help but sigh, and then carefully put him back, preparing to go to the kitchen to find Yang Ming to collect the money. At this time, there were fewer customers. Yang Ming was temporarily free. He came out to see Wang Xiaoming's situation. Seeing the aunt coming out from behind the counter, he stretched his neck to look inside. 2 people, one big and one small, were sleeping together. The aunt said, Yang Ming, you take the money, 168. Yang Ming went behind the counter, lifted Wang Xiaoming's head, took out the shoulder bag under it, and found change for the aunt. Turning his head to look at Wang Xiaoming, whose face was flushed, and Wang Bing, whose face was still covered with tears, he reached out and touched Wang Xiaoming's forehead, which was burning hot. He looked at the table and saw a box of analgin, an oral antipyretic drug. 2 pills had been opened. It seemed that he had taken the medicine. Let's see first. If the fever didn't go down, he would be sent to the hospital for injections. He took out the blanket from Wang Xiaoming and covered the 2 people, one big and one small, and then took his coat to cover them. He sat down and looked at Wang Xiaoming's face. He was too tired and his resistance was very weak, so a little cold opened a gap for the virus to spread wantonly in his body. Wang Xiaoming was lying on the sofa, and Yang Ming sat outside to block the wind for him. Every once in a while, he reached out and touched his forehead. Seeing the temperature go down little by little, he breathed a sigh of relief. After sleeping until more than 4 o'clock, Wang Xiaoming finally woke up. He felt that the dizziness and nasal congestion had improved a little, and the breath from his nose was not as hot as fire. Yang Ming was holding Wang Bing and sitting at his feet. The two played a silent game. When Wang Bing wanted to laugh, he covered his mouth with his hand and tried not to make any sound. Wang Xiaoming looked at this scene and felt particularly warm for some reason. He moved a little, and Yang Ming and Wang Bing both found that he was awake at the same time. Awake? Uncle is awake. Wang Xiaoming sat up, twisted his neck, and stretched. I feel so uncomfortable. Wang Bing eagerly got off Yang Ming, crawled to Wang Xiaoming, and hugged his waist. Uncle, are you okay? Wang Xiaoming touched the top of his head. Yeah, I'm fine, it's okay. Chapter 1329. Wang Xiaoming sat up, twisted his neck, and stretched. I feel so uncomfortable. Wang Bing eagerly got off Yang Ming, crawled to Wang Xiaoming, and hugged his waist. Uncle, are you okay? Wang Xiaoming touched the top of his head. Yeah, I'm fine, it's okay. Wang Bing rubbed against Wang Xiaoming, like a puppy who had left home and found his mother. Yang Ming stretched out his hand and covered Wang Xiaoming's forehead. Wang Xiaoming subconsciously dodged backwards, but there was a sofa backrest behind him. He had no place to hide. He could only let Yang Ming press his forehead. The large and warm palm pressed against his forehead. Wang Xiaoming's back suddenly felt numb and went straight to his scalp, making him feel dizzy. Yang Ming's hand pressed for about 5 seconds. Well, the fever has subsided a lot. I still need to continue taking medicine at night. Wang Xiaoming touched his head and drove away the weird feeling. Well, it's no big deal. I'll be fine after a good sleep. What time is it? Yang Ming glanced at the wall clock. 4:20. Zhang Yiwei poked his head out of the kitchen. Brother Yang Ming, I've cut it. You can do it. Yang Ming put the bag, throw it to Wang Xiaoming. Keep it for you. I'll go cook. Wang Xiaoming found that he had slept for the whole afternoon. He looked out the door. He didn't know if the rain outside had stopped. He found that pedestrians were still holding umbrellas. The rain had been falling for a long time. Not long after, 2 younger brothers brought out the dishes cooked by Yang Ming and placed them on the table near the kitchen door. Zhang Yiwei said, Boss, it's time to eat. Wang Xiaoming took Wang Bing to wash his hands and rinse his mouth, then returned to the table. He saw the pork with preserved vegetables, stuffed tofu, bean curd and eggplant, and tomato and egg soup on the table. Most of the dishes were not too greasy, but he had no appetite. Bing, I'll serve you rice. Wang Xiaoming served Wang Bing rice, picked up the dishes, and found that Yang Ming had not come out yet. Where is Yang Ming? Zhang Yiwei said, Brother Yang Ming is still cooking porridge. Wang Xiaoming walked to the kitchen door and smelled a strange fragrance rushing towards him. He immediately felt hungry. What kind of porridge are you making? Vegetable porridge. Yang Ming stirred the casserole with a spoon. Wang Xiaoming walked over and saw the rice in the casserole rolling up and down. It was not particularly thick, but the porridge soup was milky white. What's wrong with this soup? Why is it this color? Yang Ming said, This is fish soup. Wang Xiaoming understood that the porridge was cooked with fish soup. Where's the fish? Yang Ming pointed to the soup bowl next to him, which contained a tender crucian carp. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, Cooking porridge with fish soup is really luxurious. Yang Ming said nothing, put the finely chopped pea sprouts, spinach, mushrooms and carrot shreds into the porridge, added a little seasoning and stirred it gently a few times, and took the casserole down. Okay, it's ready to eat, go get a bowl and serve it yourself. Wang Xiaoming looked at him in surprise. Is it for me? Sick meal. Yang Ming washed his hands and went out to eat, leaving Wang Xiaoming looking at the pot of fragrant porridge with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that he would be treated so well even though he was sick. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but curl his lips. He scooped a little and put it in his mouth. The taste was beyond imagination. The rice was not sticky and retained the fragrance of rice. The soup did not have any fishy smell. It was full of sweetness. Wang Xiaoming did not know how to describe the satisfaction of his taste buds. He was too lazy to use a bowl to serve it. He just took the pot and went out, and put the casserole on the empty seat next to Yang Ming. Thank you. Yang Ming looked at him and said nothing. The table was clearly full of dishes cooked by Yang Ming, but everyone was looking at Wang Xiaoming's casserole. Wang Bing slurped his saliva. Uncle, what are you eating? Wang Xiaoming looked at Wang Bing. He just tasted a little, so he should not be infected with him. Uncle, give you some. He went to get a spoon and a bowl, scooped a bowl of porridge and put it in front of Wang Bing. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Wang Bing knelt on the chair, blowing and stirring the porridge in the bowl, not to mention the eagerness. Others were too embarrassed to share Wang Xiaoming's hospital meal, and could only watch silently. Zhang Yiwei couldn't help asking, "Boss, is the porridge delicious?" "Well, it's good." Wang Xiaoming had a happy smile on his face. Zhang Yiwei said, "Brother Yang Ming, how do you make this porridge? Teach me." Yang Ming said without even raising his eyelids, "Learn to cut vegetables first." Wang Xiaoming couldn't help laughing, "Teach me, master. Take care of your illness." Yang Ming continued to not raise his eyelids. Wang Xiaoming laughed and lowered his head to continue drinking porridge. Anyway, someone was cooking for him, so it wasn't too bad. At dinner, Wang Xiaoming felt better and wanted to go to the kitchen to help, but was driven out by Yang Ming and asked to continue recuperating. Wang Xiaoming said, "I'd better help you. What if I tire you out too?" Yang Ming glanced at him and said, "Can you say something nice?" Wang Xiaoming laughed, "I was wrong. Master, stay healthy forever." In the end, he still couldn't help. He only took orders and did cashiering work. He wasn't even used to serve dishes. During this period, he received many calls, all of which were for ordering meals and banquets. At 9:30 in the evening, after seeing off the last table of guests, the restaurant closed. The rain outside had stopped. The air after the rain was clean and fresh, with a slight salty smell. That was the smell of the ocean that Wang Xiaoming was used to. He took a deep breath of fresh air. Although his muscles seemed to be a little sore, he felt a lot more relaxed. Today, thanks to Yang Ming, if it weren't for him, the store wouldn't be able to hold on, and he wouldn't be able to get better so quickly. Today, thanks to you, Yang Ming, thank you. Wang Xiaoming expressed his gratitude sincerely. Yang Ming said nothing, wrapped the towel blanket around Wang Xiaoming and Wang Bing, started the tricycle, and drove home. When Wang Xiaoming got home, he remembered the bed sheets and mattress. Due to the weather, the bed sheets and mattress were not dry. "Oh no, I forgot to buy a quilt." He was so sick in the afternoon that he couldn't think about the bed sheets. "It looks like we really have to sleep on the sofa. Yang Ming, come and help me move the sofa, I'll flatten it." Wang Xiaoming said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't even look at him, "Just sleep with me." Wang Xiaoming looked at him blankly. Yang Ming, "Ah? Oh. Okay." When sleeping, Wang Xiaoming took his quilt and put it on Yang Ming's bed. "There is no quilt cover, just cover it like this." Yang Ming leaned on the bedside with a pen and wrote something, raised his head, "My quilt is wide enough, one bed is enough." Wang Xiaoming shook his head, "That won't work, Ah Bing sometimes sleeps dishonestly, it will affect you." Yang Ming looked at him, "Then he will sleep in the same bed with me, you will catch a cold, don't catch a cold again." Chapter 1330. Yang Ming leaned on the bedside with a pen and wrote something, raised his head, "My quilt is wide enough, one bed is enough." Wang Xiaoming shook his head, "That won't work, Ah Bing sometimes sleeps dishonestly, it will affect you." Yang Ming looked at him, "Then he will sleep in the same bed with me, you will catch a cold, don't catch a cold again." "Okay." Wang Xiaoming thought that he was still catching a cold, and was about to ask Yang Ming to take care of Ah Bing, and he said so he quickly agreed. Before going to bed, Wang Xiaoming took the medicine again and got into bed, feeling extremely comfortable. "Ah Bing will get up to pee in the middle of the night, he will wake up by himself, just turn on the light for him." Yang Ming hummed, "I know. Go to sleep." As soon as his head touched the pillow, Wang Xiaoming felt his eyelids were extremely heavy, as if 1,000 pounds were hanging on it, but his heart refused to surrender. He closed his eyes and muttered, "What are you writing?" Yang Ming said, "The menu for the banquet." Wang Xiaoming wanted to say something, but his consciousness was already blurred and he couldn't say it. Yang Ming wrote for a while, looked at Wang Xiaoming who was already asleep, and reached out to touch his forehead. The temperature of his forehead was not high. He did not retract his hand immediately, and gently stroked Wang Xiaoming's slightly wrinkled eyebrows with his fingers. "One day, all the pain here will be smoothed out." Yang Ming carried the sleeping Wang Bing outside and lay down next to Wang Xiaoming. He listened to his slightly heavy breathing, which hit his heart. He closed his eyes and thought about it. He had to speed up the repayment of the debt as soon as possible. He couldn't let him work so hard. If he continued like this for a long time, he would not be able to bear it. In the middle of the night, Wang Xiaoming felt hot and kicked the quilt. The bed was only 1.5 meters wide, and it was still a bit crowded to put 2 quilts. He kicked the quilt under the bed accidentally. After a while, he felt cold again and pulled the quilt everywhere to cover himself. Yang Ming was sleeping soundly when he suddenly found a body with a little chill close to him. He woke up suddenly, opened his eyes, understood what was going on, shook the quilt, wrapped Wang Xiaoming in, reached out and touched the outside, and the quilt was gone. He couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't Wang Bing who was not honest when sleeping. Feeling a little cold, Wang Xiaoming hugged the soft heater tightly, found a comfortable position, and slept peacefully. Yang Ming hugged Wang Bing closer, holding the older one with his right hand and the younger one with his left hand. The 3 of them were tightly pressed together, squeezed into the same quilt. Yang Ming felt his chest bulging, as if something was clamoring to break out. He couldn't help but rub the forehead of the man next to him with his nose tip, and suddenly realized one thing: this feeling is called happiness. The next day, Wang Xiaoming woke up and found himself sleeping in Yang Ming's quilt, with his hands still around his waist. He was so scared that he pulled his hands back suddenly, and his vest couldn't help but get hot. What was going on? He pretended to cough, and he really coughed. Yang Ming sat up, cough. Wang Xiaoming chuckled, I think so. How did I sleep last night? How did I get into your bed? I must have mistaken you for Ah Bing. Where's my quilt? Yang Ming said, the quilt must have fallen off. Hurry up and get dressed. Wang Xiaoming looked over and saw that the quilt was indeed on the floor. He chuckled awkwardly and put on his clothes. A hand reached out and fell on his forehead. He froze for a moment. Is the fever gone? I feel much better. Yang Ming took his hand back. The fever had indeed subsided, but unfortunately, the fever turned into a cough. He frowned and looked at Wang Xiaoming. I'll go buy groceries. I'll go too. Wang Xiaoming covered his mouth with his hand and coughed twice. Yang Ming said, no need. Go to the pharmacy to buy a mask. Go to the store first. After that, he turned around and left. Wang Xiaoming watched Yang Ming leave by himself, and did not insist on following him. Well, just enjoy the treatment of a patient. Wang Bing got out of the quilt. Uncle, we sleep in Uncle Yang Ming's bed. Well, our bed was wet by you, did you forget? He had to go buy a quilt cover today, so he couldn't always squeeze into one bed. Although it didn't matter if 2 men slept together, he felt too embarrassed today. Uncle, I woke up and peed last night. Uncle Yang Ming turned on the light for me. I went there by myself. I wasn't scared. Wang Bing looked up and asked Wang Xiaoming for credit. Wang Xiaoming was too tired last night, and he took medicine and slept very soundly. Otherwise, how could he not know that he slept in Yang Ming's quilt? He naturally didn't know that Wang Bing got up to urinate. He reached out and touched Wang Bing's head, so good. Wang Bing was particularly good today. Uncle, I will dress myself today. Wang Xiaoming looked at his nephew. Okay, do it yourself. He put on his pants and got out of bed, and then handed Wang Bing clothes. Wang Bing really put them one by one. After putting on the clothes, Wang Xiaoming helped him straighten the clothes inside. A Bing has grown up. This compliment made Wang Bing happy. After washing up, Wang Xiaoming took Wang Bing to the store. Yang Ming had not come back yet. He wanted to ask Zhang Yiwei or Zhao Xiaoyang to help, but he remembered that Yang Ming did not have a mobile phone, and it would be difficult to find someone if he went there. He couldn't help but frowned and decided to buy a mobile phone. Wang Xiaoming asked Zhang Yiwei, "Ah Wei, I want to buy a mobile phone, which one is good?" Zhang Yiwei came over. "Boss, you finally want to change your mobile phone. I think your antique phone should be put in a museum, and it should have been changed long ago." Wang Xiaoming said, "What kind of mobile phone is good?" Zhang Yiwei said, "Of course I want to buy a mobile phone." "How much?" "The new one is more than 5,000. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wang Xiaoming, "A cheaper one, the one that can access the internet, can go to Weibo." Zhang Yiwei looked at Wang Xiaoming. "Boss, how much do you plan to buy?" Wang Xiaoming had no idea about the current mobile phone market. It doesn't have to be too expensive, it can access the internet, and it has a touch screen. Zhang Yiwei laughed. "There are many types of this, many domestic and copycat phones, a few hundred yuan, can also access the internet. It's so cheap, what about the quality? Wang Xiaoming asked. Zhang Yiwei said, it all depends on luck. Some can be used for 1 or 2 years, while others break down after 1 or 2 months. Wang Xiaoming said, buy a domestic, regular brand, 1 or 2,000 yuan. Zhang Yiwei laughed, boss, the store is doing so well, and you are still saving money. It's too unreasonable. Wang Xiaoming waved his hand, who said I'm rich? I'm so poor and I still owe a lot of debts. Zhang Yiwei smelled gossip and leaned over, boss, are you really in debt? Wang Xiaoming ignored him, you can recommend a mobile phone to me. Zhang Yiwei said, buy a Huawei or Xiaomi. It's considered to be a better domestic phone, and the price-performance ratio is also good. Chapter 1331. Zhang Yiwei smelled gossip and leaned over, boss, are you really in debt? Wang Xiaoming ignored him, you can recommend a mobile phone to me. Zhang Yiwei said, buy a Huawei or Xiaomi. It's considered to be a better domestic phone, and the price-performance ratio is also good. Okay, you can go buy one with me later. Wang Xiaoming thought it was time to change his phone. He couldn't always rely on Huzi to help him manage his Weibo, and Yang Ming also needed a phone for easy contact. In order to reduce the burden on Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoming made breakfast by himself. When Yang Ming came back, the hot 3 fresh rice noodles were already out of the pot. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming wearing a mask, why didn't you wait for me? Wang Xiaoming waved his hand, it's okay, I'm fine, ahem, I was wearing a mask when I cooked, so I won't infect you. Yang Ming glanced at him, turned around to pick up the dishes, and several people helped unload the dishes. Yang Ming rode his bike to pull them again. Since the opening 3 days ago, the business in the store has not fluctuated much, and the occupancy rate is always full. Today is the first day without discounts, and I don't know how the business will be, but they still prepared dishes similar to usual. After breakfast, Yang Ming made a dish of Sichuan fritillary rock sugar and snow pear for Wang Xiaoming, it's for cough relief. Wang Xiaoming said, no, I still have cold medicine. This is for cough treatment. Yang Ming put the snow pear in front of Wang Xiaoming and went to work. Wang Xiaoming looked at the snow pear in the soup bowl, and felt warm and happy. No matter how the Sichuan fritillary tasted, he ate the snow pear in one go. In fact, it was not bad, but sweet. It's easy to imagine that the food handled by the chef is not bad. When doing the preparations in the morning, Yang Ming didn't let Wang Xiaoming wash the vegetables, but only let him cut them. He also gave Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang a few radishes and asked them to practice knife skills after washing the vegetables. Zhang Yiwei lowered his voice and said to Wang Xiaoming, boss, brother Yang Ming is really good to you. He takes care of me more attentively than my mother does. Wang Xiaoming looked at him and said, if you are sick, he will definitely cook for you. Zhang Yiwei shrugged, I am not so lucky. He doesn't bother to take care of me. Wang Xiaoming glanced at Yang Ming who was cutting meat, thinking that Zhang Yiwei could not compare with Yang Ming's friendship, but he was really good to him. It was reassuring to have such a solid backing. There were still many people eating at noon, and the occupancy rate was still 100%. There were still people waiting outside. Wang Xiaoming looked at this pleasant scene and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you have the skills, you will never have to worry about lack of customers. After 1:30, the peak of customer flow had passed, and the kitchen was not so tense. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming talked about going out to buy a mobile phone. An aunt came in with a menu, Yang Ming, I met a strange customer. He ordered 2 dishes that are not on our menu and asked if you can make them. Yang Ming asked, what dishes did he order? The aunt took a look at the menu, pine nut fish, and mutton. We don't have this dish in our store. Yang Ming, can you make it? They also say. Before she finished her words, Zhang Yiwei came in from outside and shouted directly, AMU, what dishes did the guests at that table order just now? Wang Xiaoming felt strange after hearing this, away, do you know those guests? Zhang Yiwei laughed, the owner and chef of the Hongyun restaurant next door. Wang Xiaoming remembered that Hongyun restaurant was the restaurant next to their house. It was quite large and had 3 floors, do you know them? Zhang Yiwei laughed, I've been to their house for dinner. I've seen the owner and the chef. He was not going to eat, but to collect protection fees. Wang Xiaoming knew that Boss Li was squeezed out by Hongyun. He was surprised and said, isn't their business very good? How come they have time to come to our house for dinner at this time? I muttered to myself, maybe they are here to steal our skills again. Zhang Yiwei said, it must be that our business is too good, so they have taken away their business. They have no customers, so they want to come and see if our dishes are really that delicious. The aunt finally got the chance to finish what she hadn't said just now. The customer also said that if we can't make it, our restaurant is not worthy of being called Heba Wang. Yang Ming took the menu and took a look, and sneered, Boss, come and help, someone is here to challenge us. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, it's really a challenge. The aunt said, do you want to cook? Yang Ming said, yes, of course. Mom, help me kill a chicken. Okay. Wang Xiaoming leaned over to take a look. There were white-cut chicken, stuffed tofu, pine nut fish and mutton. The others were all good, but Wang Xiaoming had never heard of fish and mutton. Where is this dish from? Hui cuisine. You help me chop the meat first and make stuffed tofu. Wei, go and help me grind sesame powder, use white sesame. I'll kill the fish. Yang Ming caught a 2-pound grass carp and started to kill the fish. Wang Xiaoming picked the best piece of pork belly and chopped the meat while watching Yang Ming handle the fish. Pine nut fish is also a local dish, but because the method is too complicated, time-consuming and laborious, Yang Ming did not include it in the recipe. Yang Ming scraped the scales and gills of the fresh fish, cut out the internal organs, used a cloth to absorb the moisture from the fish, cut off the fish head, cut the whole fish meat against the spine and sternum, and then used an oblique knife to cut the fish meat into dices horizontally and vertically, but did not separate the meat from the fish skin. After cutting the fish, marinate it with rice wine, salt, etc., and start to coat it with batter. Wang Xiaoming felt that this process was extremely complicated, time-consuming and laborious. No wonder it was not included in the menu. If someone ordered such a dish, the meal would probably only have a few such fish. It took at least half an hour to cook this fish. Yang Ming was very skillful and even found time to steam the chicken that his aunt had killed. As for the fish and mutton, it was not as complicated as the pine nut fish, but the selection of ingredients was very particular. It was said that gillfish was the best, but they didn't have this fish, so they had to use crucian carp instead. It was already 40 minutes after the dish was ready. Wang Xiaoming personally served the dish. The other party was already a little impatient and was still complaining to the waitress that the dish was too slow. Wang Xiaoming served the pine nut fish, Zhang Yiwei served the fish and mutton, Zhao Xiaoyang served the white-cut chicken, and the aunt served the stuffed tofu. As soon as the dishes were served, the diners who had not left all twitched their noses. What dish is it? It smells so good. What is that golden thing? I haven't seen it on the menu. Someone said. An old gourmet recognized it. It looks like pine nut fish, but it's not on the restaurant menu. Wang Xiaoming put down the plate. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time, but it just happened to be out of the pot. You can eat it while it's hot. Please enjoy. Chapter 1332. What is that golden thing? I haven't seen it on the menu. Someone said. An old gourmet recognized it. It looks like pine nut fish, but it's not on the restaurant menu. Wang Xiaoming put down the plate. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time, but it just happened to be out of the pot. You can eat it while it's hot. Please enjoy. These dishes take different amounts of time to prepare, and their complexity goes without saying. Generally, restaurants don't insist on cooking them all at the same time, and always serve them one by one dish at a time. When Wang Xiaoming said this, the slightly fat chef sneered and held up his chopsticks, as if waiting to find trouble. The first dish the chef picked up with his chopsticks was the pine nut fish. He picked up a little fish and put it in his mouth, and then didn't say anything for a long time. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the boss of Hong Yun had to pick up some dishes himself, and then he had the same expression. The chef finally reacted and started to taste other dishes. Not long after, Wang Xiaoming found that the two people looked as pale as defeated roosters. Yang Ming came out of the kitchen. Are you satisfied with the meal? Both of them put down their chopsticks and didn't say anything. Yang Ming said, if there is anything wrong, please let me know so that I can improve it in time. The two still didn't say anything. Yang Ming said, I think it doesn't suit your taste. But the dish has been made, and you have to pay even if you don't eat it. Zhang Yiwei whispered to Zhao Xiaoyang, fuck, we won't eat it now. We haven't tasted it yet. What a waste of food. The diners around looked at the table in surprise, wondering what was going on. The customer said, hey, tell me if it's delicious or not. Boss Hong Yun finally spoke up, the chef's cooking skills are well deserved. Yang Ming said coldly, thank you for the compliment. I'm not famous. I'm just a chef in a small, unknown restaurant. The pine nut fish and mutton are not on the menu. They are specially made for you too. The price has not been set yet. Each dish is 128. You can pack up if you can't finish it. The fat chef took a breath of cold air. A pine nut fish dish uses 2 catties of grass carp, which costs 7.5 yuan per catty, which is only 15 yuan. Even if it takes more work, it can be sold for 50 or 60 yuan, which is the highest. But he wants to double it. The fat chef said, your restaurant is dishonest and charges exorbitant prices. Grass carp is only 7.5 yuan per catty, but you actually sell a 2-kilogram fish for 128 yuan. It's a rip-off. Yang Ming sneered, my dishes are clearly marked with prices. All customers know whether we charge exorbitant prices or not. These 2 bosses asked for dishes that are not on our menu as soon as they came, saying that they can't make them. My restaurant is not worthy of being called Hai Ba Wang. But all you ordered were river fish. I have made them for you now, but it turns out that you can't afford them. 128 yuan for a dish, go to the price bureau and report it, and see if they will say that we are disrupting the market order. The diners all understood that someone had come to challenge the restaurant. Some people couldn't help but be indignant, if you can't afford it, don't eat it. Why are you pretending to be a big shot? 128 yuan per serving, if you don't eat it, we will. If you are poor, don't talk nonsense. Boss Hong Yun wiped his sweat and quickly took out his wallet to pay. The chef's face turned red. Wang Xiaoming said, you two don't want to eat anymore? Mom, go get some lunch boxes and pack them for you. It's shameful to waste food. After sending the challengers away, the diners started to shout, Boss, please make the pine nut fish for us too. Don't just sell it to people who don't know the value of it. Yang Ming smiled and said, this dish is too time-consuming. I can't handle it alone. I have to wait until we have enough chefs in the restaurant. Then the boss should hire someone quickly. Someone said. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming and said, you can ask the boss. We have to wait until he becomes a master. Wang Xiaoming laughed. The burden on his shoulders was not light. He had to hurry up and become a master. The challengers left, and the guests who came to watch the fun also left one after another. It was almost 3 o'clock. Wang Xiaoming looked at the time and said, let's go buy a mobile phone. It's time for dinner soon. Yang Ming sat still, and Wang Xiaoming pushed him, let's go buy a mobile phone. Yang Ming looked at him in surprise, buy it for me. Wang Xiaoming said, well, go and choose one yourself. Zhang Yiwei laughed, brother Yang Ming, do you know what your relationship with the boss looks like now? It's like a husband and wife, you are in charge of the outside, and he is in charge of the inside. Wang Xiaoming glared at him, even if it's like a husband and wife, I am in charge of the outside and he is in charge of the inside. Isn't he always in the kitchen? Zhao Xiaoyang smiled innocently and said nothing. Yang Ming reached out and patted him on the back of his head, what a joke. Zhang Yiwei teased Wang Bing, Bing, who is responsible for the interior and who is responsible for the exterior, your uncle or Uncle Yang Ming. Wang Bing didn't understand what he meant at all, but just saw that everyone was having fun, so he joined in the fun and pointed at Yang Ming, uncle is responsible for the interior. Zhang Yiwei burst out laughing, and Wang Xiaoming bared his teeth and made a face, I told you so. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Xiaoming, his face expressionless, and he didn't say anything to protest, as if he was not keen on this joke, but in fact he was secretly happy in his heart. Zhang Yiwei couldn't figure out Yang Ming's idea, and fearing that he would bear a grudge, he changed the subject, boss, let's pull an internet cable in our store and install a wireless router, so that when customers come to eat, there will be free Wi-Fi, and business will definitely be better. Wang Xiaoming said, is it expensive to pull an internet cable? It's cheap. There are hundreds of yuan a year. If we pull it in our store, we will pull a larger data traffic, which is at most 1 or 2,000 yuan a year. You bought a mobile phone yourself, and you also need to use data. Mobile phone data will not be enough, and it costs money. Yang Ming glanced at Zhang Yiwei, you want to use it? Zhang Yiwei laughed, brother Yang Ming, you want to use it too? Let's go, don't dawdle, buy it quickly, or you will be busy again. Wang Xiaoming said and walked out. Wang Bing ran up quickly, uncle, I'll go too. Wang Xiaoming took his hand. Okay. Let's go to Dongzheng Street to buy it, right? Let's go on a tricycle. Zhang Yiwei wailed, Boss, can't you take a taxi? Tricycles are so frustrating. If you think it's frustrating, go take a taxi yourself. Wang Xiaoming never felt that riding a tricycle was inferior to others. They were just means of transportation. You have to have a positive attitude to be upright. If you are as eager for quick success as Yu Lin, that would be bad. Yang Ming rode the bike, and Wang Xiaoming held Wang Bing and sat next to him. Zhang Yiwei didn't really take a taxi, but climbed onto the truck bed, squatted inside, and then whispered, I saw people pulling pigs this way. You said it yourself, you are a pig. Wang Xiaoming rolled his eyes. Wang Bing laughed out loud, Viagra is a pig. No 13 Chapter 33. Yang Ming rode a bike, Wang Xiaoming held Wang Bing and sat beside him. Zhang Yiwei didn't really take a taxi, but climbed onto the bike bed, squatted inside, and then whispered, I saw people pull pigs like this. You said it yourself, you are a pig. Wang Xiaoming rolled his eyes. Wang Bing laughed out loud, Wei Ji is a pig. Zhang Yiwei reached out from behind and grabbed Wang Bing's ear, and Wang Bing screamed excitedly. Yang Ming said, Don't make trouble. So all the big and small ones quieted down. Wang Xiaoming turned his head to look at Yang Ming. This man has always been serious, and he never knows how to joke. But it was not an illusion that he asked himself to run naked that night. At that time, his brain must have short-circuited. There are two main streets in the county town that run from east to west and north to south. Among them, Dongzheng Street is the most prosperous, and the largest stores are all here. Zhang Yiwei led Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming into a large mobile phone store. There were a wide variety of mobile phones in the store, and there were many brands. As the new year was approaching, there were a lot of people. Wang Xiaoming asked Zhang Yiwei, Wei, how is Nokia now? Zhang Yiwei shook his head, it has been out of fashion for a long time. It was killed by the Android system. Now it is the era of Apple and Samsung. Samsung is from South Korea, right? Is it expensive? Wang Xiaoming asked. Yang Ming suddenly said, I don't want Samsung. Wang Xiaoming turned his head to look at him unexpectedly, do you know Samsung? I don't buy Samsung. Yang Ming didn't say much. Zhang Yiwei thought Wang Xiaoming's words were strange, who doesn't know Samsung? Brother Yang Ming didn't travel through time from primitive society. Wang Xiaoming laughed dumbly. Isn't it true? Yang Ming just didn't remember his origins, and didn't say that he didn't know anything else in the world. But he had never heard Yang Ming talk about anything other than cooking, and didn't know what he liked or hated. Even though this man had lived with them for almost 3 months, he still knew very little about him. Wang Xiaoming said, Okay, let's buy a domestic phone. A few people walked past the Samsung counter outside and were suddenly stopped by a voice, Hey, isn't this Wang Xiaoming? Wang Xiaoming turned his head and saw a young woman in a white down jacket standing behind the counter. The woman's hair was tied up high, her face was covered with thick foundation, her eyebrows were trimmed very neatly, not a single strand was extra, and her lips were painted bright red. She looked very capable. Wang Xiaoming saw that her eyebrows and eyes were a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. Who are you? The woman laughed giggle, revealing 2 large front teeth, do you recognize who I am? Wang Xiaoming frowned and tried to think, you must be from number 1 middle school, right? The woman was very proud, yes, I am Wang Zheling, we used to sit in the front and back seats. When Wang Xiaoming heard the name, he remembered that this girl sat in front of him when he was in high school. At that time, she was white and fat. Because her name was homophonic with a sanitary napkin brand, she was often teased. Wang Xiaoming still had a deep impression of her. However, compared with the woman in front of him, if she didn't introduce herself, he really couldn't recognize her. Yes, hello. You have changed a lot. I can't recognize you. Girls change a lot when they grow up. They are getting more and more beautiful. Wang Zheling showed a proud look on her face, and said a little shyly, really? I'm just thinner than before. To be honest, your appearance has not changed much. Wang Xiaoming laughed, I'm an uncle now, how can I compare with the past? You look a lot more mature, but definitely not an uncle. Where are you making money now? Wang Zheling said very warmly. Wang Xiaoming laughed, what kind of fortune? I just opened a small restaurant with my friends to make a living. Restaurants make money now. Wang Zhaoling used her fingers to lift the ponytail behind her neck. At least you are your own boss, which is better than working for others. Wang Xiaoming laughed and didn't know how to respond. Wang Zhaoling said again, by the way, my high school classmates will come back in a few days and we will have a party. You haven't come to the party for so many years. You must come this time. What's your WeChat? I'll add you. Wang Xiaoming scratched his head, I don't have WeChat. What about QQ? No. You must have a phone number. Wang Zhaoling persisted. Wang Xiaoming laughed, the restaurant is very busy before the new year, I may not be able to spare the time. Wang Zhaoling said, where is your restaurant? We can go to your restaurant to celebrate, and it can also bring you business. You are not afraid that we will not pay for the meal. Wang Xiaoming found that the innocent classmate back then has become a shrewd person now. He said everything without any loopholes and would not allow anyone to refuse. No way, it's on Fisherman Street, the name of the restaurant is Heba Wang. Heba Wang, hehe, this name is very special. I will write down your phone number first, and then we will go to your restaurant to eat together. Can you give me a discount? Wang Zhaoling thought she smiled very sweetly. What else can Wang Xiaoming say, old classmates, of course I have to give you a discount. Wang Xiaoming couldn't say that he didn't want to pay. The restaurant was not his alone, and everyone was better off than him, so he didn't need to pretend to be rich. Wang Jiling said again, oh, by the way, you are here to buy a mobile phone, right? By Samsung, we are the world's largest mobile phone brand, with excellent quality and guaranteed after-sales service. We are old acquaintances and can give you the biggest discount. The last sentence was said in a low voice. Wang Xiaoming didn't know what Samsung was all about, and he was moved by the last sentence. He glanced at Yang Ming not far away, who was looking at him expressionlessly, so he greeted Wang Jiling and walked over to Yang Ming and said, buy Samsung? My classmate said there is a discount. Yang Ming said coldly, don't buy Samsung. Zhang Yiwei said on the side, boss, Samsung's cheap phones are rubbish, the price-performance ratio is not good, and it's not as good as domestic phones. You have to buy one that costs 4,000 or 5,000 to be considered useful. Wang Xiaoming heard what they said, in that case, forget it, buy a domestic one. He didn't have a very good impression of Wang Jiling, so he greeted her and said that he was here to buy with a friend. His friend didn't like Samsung phones and wanted to buy a domestic one. Wang Jiling didn't say anything, but when she turned her back, she showed a look of contempt. Yang Ming picked a Huawei Honor 3C, which was very cheap, only 1,000 yuan. After choosing, he said to Wang Xiaoming, this is for you, I'll use yours. Wang Xiaoming was so moved that he didn't expect Yang Ming to offer to use his old phone. He quickly said, no, this phone is very cheap, I'll buy one too, and this old one will be used by Anan. Yang Ming looked at him and nodded, that's fine. So the two bought the same phone. Wang Xiaoming was happy and embarrassed holding the phone, the two phones are the same, how can we tell them apart in the future? Chapter 1334. Yang Ming looked at him and nodded, that's fine. So the two bought the same phone. Wang Xiaoming was happy and embarrassed holding the phone, the two phones are the same, how can we tell them apart in the future? Zhang Yiwei snapped his fingers, this is simple, just buy a different phone case. After buying the phone, Wang Xiaoming went to buy a phone card. He had used the card for many years and he didn't plan to change it. Yang Ming didn't have an ID card and couldn't get a phone card, so Wang Xiaoming used his ID card to get him a card. Wang Xiaoming put the card into the new phone. It was his first time using a touch-screen phone. He felt it was quite new. He kept tapping the keys on the screen with his hands. The screens changed back and forth. It felt really good. Wang Bing also felt it was new and kept tapping to play. Zhang Yiwei was a gossipy guy, boss, why doesn't brother Yang Ming have an ID card? Wang Xiaoming said, I lost my ID card and I'm reissuing it. You lost your phone too. Wang Xiaoming glanced at Yang Ming who was driving and said, they were all stolen. Zhang Yiwei finally believed it, I was wondering why brother Yang Ming didn't have a phone. It turned out that it was stolen. By the way, how can I use WeChat and QQ? Wang Xiaoming asked Zhang Yiwei while holding his phone. Zhang Yiwei said, you have to activate mobile data first, download WeChat and QQ software, so that you can use them. But there is no Wi-Fi, downloading is very time-consuming, boss, go and pull the network cable. Wang Xiaoming said, it's too late to go now, there is no time today, let's go tomorrow. Yang Ming suddenly said, is there a banquet in 2 days? Have you called to confirm it? Wang Xiaoming remembered this, yes, I have to call to confirm it later. Is the menu ready? Okay. This is a big deal. After Wang Xiaoming went back, he quickly called the other party to confirm the menu and price with the other party. The other party is Wang Xiaoming's old customer. His grandfather is celebrating his 70th birthday this year. He didn't plan to have a big party, but his uncle in Singapore insisted on coming back to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. It was a temporary decision. Before they decided on a hotel, Wang Xiaoming's restaurant just opened. Although his restaurant was not big, the dishes he made were definitely good. So they chose Wang Xiaoming's restaurant. He repeatedly told Wang Xiaoming, let Chef Yang Ming be careful. Money is not a problem. The dishes must be the best. Wang Xiaoming promised, don't worry. This is our first banquet. We will not ruin our reputation. We will do our best. The other party had a total of 15 tables, and the standard for each table was 2,000 yuan. This was considered to be relatively high-end here. It was mainly to make his uncle happy. When people on the seaside hold a banquet, they naturally want a seafood banquet. Shark fin, abalone, and sea cucumber are indispensable. Later, the guest asked Yang Ming if he could make Buddha jumps over the wall. Yang Ming said he could, but if he did, he would have to add 2,500 yuan per table. The guest did not refuse. It turned out that his uncle wanted to eat Buddha jumps over the wall very much. He thought that if he made it for him alone, it would make him look stingy, so he had to order Buddha jumps over the wall for every table. Although he had never eaten Buddha jumps over the wall made by Yang Ming, as long as Yang Ming could make it, he would be absolutely assured. Wang Xiaoming was both happy and stressed. The more expensive the banquet, the more money he could make, but the more types of dishes, the more difficult it was. Just Buddha jumps over the wall sounded extremely complicated. These were not difficult. As long as there were ingredients, Yang Ming could cook it. What was more difficult was the manpower. There were only 5 helpers in the store. How could they handle the serving of the dishes? Where could he find people at this moment? What? Lu Hao was very happy for him when he heard that he had received a big order. This is a good thing. You can make a lot of money with this meal. Don't be so sad. I will switch shifts with my colleagues and come to help you. Wang Xiaoming was very grateful to such a caring friend, but there was still a shortage of manpower. He said to Yang Ming, I will go back to the island and find a few to help. Just treat it as hiring temporary workers. Zhao Xiaoyang, who rarely talks, suggested, Boss, why don't you tell our brother Hong? There are many people there who don't work during the day. You can borrow them. The birthday banquet was at noon, and the KTV was open at night. Wang Xiaoming looked at Zhao Xiaoyang in surprise, is this possible? Zhao Xiaoyang said, I'll call brother Hong first to ask. Wang Xiaoming found that Zhao Xiaoyang didn't talk much, but he was reliable, so he nodded, okay, you can tell him for me. I'll pay the wages, 100 yuan per person, and a lunch is included. This is considered a temporary worker, only working for a few hours, the price is acceptable. Zhao Xiaoyang went out and soon took out his phone to Wang Xiaoming, brother Hong wants to talk to you. Wang Xiaoming took the phone, Boss Zhong, this is Wang Xiaoming. Zhong Yanhong's voice sounded on the other end, Boss you is short of staff, can I lend you 10 people? Wang Xiaoming thought about it and, according to what Yang Ming said, 1 waiter was arranged for each table, and almost 10 more were needed, so he said, okay, 10, thank you, Boss Zhong. Please tell them to include a lunch, 100 yuan a day. And, that, I hope they dress as normal as possible, okay. Zhong Yanhong smiled, don't worry about this, they are waiters in my store, and they usually dress normally. I heard that Master Yang Ming is going to make Buddha jumps over the wall, can you save one for me? Wang Xiaoming agreed, of course, I will save one for you when the time comes. Thank you, Boss Zhong. Zhong Yanhong said again, there is only one chef, Yang Ming, in your kitchen. Can he handle it? Should I lend you my chef? Wang Xiaoming felt that Zhong Yanhong was just helping him out, if so, it couldn't be better. Thank you, Boss Zhong. Why are you being polite? Lu Hao's friends are my friends. Zhong Yanhong said. Wang Xiaoming was just happy in his heart, and didn't think much about the relationship between He and Zhong Yanhong. After hanging up the phone, he happily said to Yang Ming, Yang Ming, the manpower has been solved. We have borrowed people from boss Zhong. Yang Ming nodded, let them come in advance, and train them on the etiquette of serving dishes. Oh, okay. He also said to let the chefs in their store come to help. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming with some surprise, did you tell him? No, he asked for it on his own initiative. Yang Ming frowned thoughtfully, not knowing what Zhong Yanhong was thinking, but now that he was in need of people, it would be good for him to come to the kitchen to help. He was really afraid that he would be too busy. After solving the problem of manpower, Wang Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to prepare for the birthday banquet with Yang Ming. This matter is complicated to think about, and even more difficult to do. There are only 2 of them, and they have to prepare more than a dozen tables of banquets, each with 18 dishes, from the marinated platter to the dessert, all of which must be done by themselves. This is a huge challenge. Chapter 1335. After solving the problem of manpower, Wang Xiaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to prepare for the birthday banquet with Yang Ming. This matter is complicated to think about, and even more difficult to do. There are only 2 of them, and they have to prepare more than a dozen tables of banquets, each with 18 dishes, from the marinated platter to the dessert, all of which must be done by themselves. This is a huge challenge. The first thing is to buy ingredients. This time, the ingredients required are very large, and the quality requirements are also very high. The market in the county is a little insufficient. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming stopped opening the store for half a day and went to the largest wholesale market in the city to buy a batch of high-quality dry goods to take back as backup, so as not to have to run here next time they need them. Originally, Wang Xiaoming was going to do it himself. Yang Ming was a little worried that he didn't know much about the goods. Everyone knows these things, but the quality can only be distinguished by people who have been dealing with them for a long time. Wang Xiaoming followed Yang Ming out to buy things and learned a lot. Next time, he will be basically competent. It was worth sacrificing a lunch, but it caused dissatisfaction among many diners, who had no place to eat. The banquet was just around the corner. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming wished they had 3 heads and 6 arms. The 2 chefs arranged by Zhong Yanhong came to help in advance. These 2 chefs usually made buffets in their KTV, one for Chinese food and the other for Western food. Zhong Yanhong was a little reluctant to arrange them to help. After all, every chef was the boss in his own kitchen, but now he had to serve as a foil for others. Who would be happy? But as soon as they arrived, Wang Xiaoming told him that he would give each of them 300 yuan a day for hard work. The 2 were immediately happy. This was equivalent to making extra money, and the boss allowed it. Although these 2 chefs were not qualified in Yang Ming's eyes, they were professionals after all, and they were competent in handling ingredients and taking care of the heat. Having 2 more hands to help could finally reduce some of the burden. Buddha jumps over the wall. It was stewed the day before. When the diners came to eat, they smelled the lingering aroma in the kitchen. Although they were eating delicious dishes, they couldn't help but drool. They couldn't help but ask what it was. It was so tempting. The waiter told them that it was Buddha Jumps Over the Wall prepared for tomorrow's birthday banquet. Everyone realized that it was Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. It was so fragrant. It turned out to be Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. Since the boss can make Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, why don't you make it for us at ordinary times? The diners looked at the delicious food at their mouths but couldn't eat it. Don't mention how anxious they were. Zhang Yiwei said, our boss said that it is okay to eat Buddha Jumps Over the Wall, but you must make a reservation 2 days in advance. Famous dishes like this can only be booked in advance. First, the ingredients are too expensive. If they can't sell them, it will be a loss. Second, it takes a very long time to cook Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. If you don't make a reservation in advance, you can't eat it at the last minute. Okay, how much is it? The diners asked. Zhang Yiwei said, the big jar is 2,588, the medium jar is 1988. The single serving is 298. How big is that? The big jar is for 10 people, the medium jar is for 7 people. Zhang Yiwei recited the menu that Yang Mingzhen had decided by heart. It's really expensive, but for a real glutton, it's really nothing. Eating a meal won't make you broke, but not eating will be a lifelong regret. Let's not talk about it, just make a reservation. So dozens of Buddha jumps over the wall were reserved that day. That afternoon, the temporary waiters arranged by Zhong Yanhong came early, and Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang trained them in serving dishes. The two guys were quite happy. In fact, they didn't need much training from them. These waiters had much more experience in the service industry than them, and they just needed to pay attention to the details of serving dishes. These people smelled the aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall in the kitchen, and listened to Zhang Yiwei praising the food here as heavenly and incomparable. They were all looking forward to having another meal here tomorrow at noon. The next morning, a water sign was put up at the door of Hebawang to celebrate the birthday of Old Man XXX, with a small line of words added below, "No guests are welcome at noon." Early in the morning, Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoming, and the temporary chef began to prepare the lunch. Lu Hao came early and also came to the kitchen to help. Around 10 o'clock, guests began to arrive, and the temporary waiters also arrived, and with them, their boss Zhong Yanhong. Wang Xiaoming was a little surprised. "Boss Zhong, you don't want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall now, do you?" Zhong Yanhong smiled and talked to Wang Xiaoming, but his eyes were on Lu Hao. "No, I have nothing to do, so I came to help, for free. Are you welcome, boss you?" Wang Xiaoming didn't know what he was up to, so he could only say, "Of course you are welcome." Lu Hao was helping to peel the preserved eggs, and at this moment, he suddenly exerted force and crushed the preserved eggs in his hand. Yang Ming happened to see the scene, turned his head to look at Zhong Yanhong, and smiled. "So that's what happened." Zhong Yanhong took off his windbreaker and rolled up his sleeves. "What can I do to help? Or I can also peel eggs." After saying that, he moved closer to Lu Hao. Lu Hao's body was stiff, veins on his forehead were bulging, and he stood up suddenly. "I'll let you peel the preserved egg." "Xiaoming, is there anything else you need to do? Help me clean the soup bowl for Buddha jumps over the wall. Be careful, handle it with care, and pick out the ones with cracks." Wang Xiaoming was so busy that he didn't notice Lu Hao's mood changes at all. All the bowls in the restaurant were rented from the tableware disinfection factory. Although they were all sealed, they still had to be scalded with hot water before use, and those with cracks should be discarded. Lu Hao quickly agreed and went to clean the soup bowl. Seeing him hiding from him, Zhong Yanhong shook his head and turned to talk to Yang Ming. "Master Yang Ming, where is Buddha jumps over the wall? They said it smelled delicious yesterday, why is it gone today?" Yang Ming said, "It's all there." Zhong Yanhong turned his head and saw that on the stove near the inner wall, more than a dozen jars were lined up side by side. It was so quiet that it seemed as if nothing was being cooked. He leaned over and sniffed. "I don't smell any fragrance." Yang Ming smiled. "Of course there is no fragrance, Buddha jumps over the wall is originally stewed. Then wasn't it Buddha jumps over the wall that so many people smelled yesterday?" Zhong Yanhong clearly heard his employees describe the fragrance of Buddha jumps over the wall as heavenly and unparalleled. "That was what I tried to make yesterday." Yang Ming said lightly, "Of course, it was also intentional, for advertising. The real Buddha jumps over the wall is to be cooked in a sealed container. The chicken, duck, mutton, tendons, ham, sea cucumber, abalone, shark fin, fish lips, scallops, pigeon eggs, bamboo shoots, mushrooms and other 18 kinds of ingredients are processed and seasoned separately, then stacked in a jar layer by layer, sealed with lotus leaves, and then covered with a lid to simmer. After boiling over high heat, simmer over low heat for 5 or 6 hours. The flavors of the ingredients cooked in this way penetrate each other, with multiple flavors in one ingredient, and the taste is soft, tender, thick, and juicy, but not greasy at all. Chapter 1336. The real Buddha jumps over the wall is to be cooked in a sealed container. The chicken, duck, mutton, tendons, ham, sea cucumber, abalone, shark fin, fish lips, scallops, pigeon eggs, bamboo shoots, mushrooms and other 18 kinds of ingredients are processed and seasoned separately, then stacked in a jar layer by layer, sealed with lotus leaves, and then covered with a lid to simmer. After the fire is boiled, simmer it for 5 or 6 hours on low heat. The flavors of the ingredients cooked in this way penetrate each other, and the taste is soft, tender, thick, and juicy, but not greasy at all. The best container for cooking Buddha jumps over the wall is naturally Shaoxing wine jars. Restaurants specializing in Buddha jumps over the wall are very particular about this. Hebawang did not specialize in cooking Buddha jumps over the wall before, so the ingredients were not sufficient and could only be cooked in ordinary ceramic jars. "When can we eat it?" Zhong Yanhong asked, licking his mouth. Wang Xiaoming smiled and shook his head when he heard this. It turned out that he came to help, but it was fake. It was real to eat it by sneaking around. Lu Hao said bluntly, "This is not made for you, do you have any shame?" Zhong Yanhong smiled and said, "I have already ordered it, if you don't believe me, ask Boss Yu." Wang Xiaoming laughed dumbly, and indeed he had already ordered it, so he said, "Huzi, you can try it later." "I don't want it, this thing is very expensive, it's free, right?" Lu Hao was reluctant to waste Wang Xiaoming's things. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "We always make a little more than the actual requirement, in case of any accidents." Zhong Yanhong said, "I will treat Officer Xiao Lu to eat, so that Boss Yu will not suffer." Lu Hao looked at Zhong Yanhong, "It's just Buddha jumps over the wall, can't I afford it myself?" Zhong Yanhong smiled, "Of course you can afford it, but I want to treat you." "Put away your hypocritical kindness, I don't want it." Lu Hao rolled his eyes. Wang Xiaoming listened to their conversation and realized that something was wrong. Zhong Yanhong said that he was Huzi's friend, but why did Huzi not treat him like a friend, but like an enemy? He looked at Lu Hao in confusion, but still did not ask because he was too busy. Although boss Zhong Yanhong was indeed here to make soy sauce, the others still did what they should do in an orderly manner. At 11:30, the banquet officially began. Although there was no uniform dress, the waiters under Zhong Yanhong all put on their original work clothes, shirts and vests, which looked a bit like that. The first thing to be served was the cold dishes. The biggest feature here is naturally the marinated platter and the cold seafood platter. Because it is winter, there are relatively few cold dishes. Then came the hot dishes such as steamed grouper, blanched shrimp, garlic oysters, and chicken shreds and stewed shark fins. By the 9th dish, Buddha jumps over the wall finally appeared. Before the dishes were served, the strange aroma from the kitchen filled the entire space upstairs and downstairs of the front desk. Yesterday, the effect of a jar of Buddha jumps over the wall was so strong. Today, more than a dozen jars of Buddha jumps over the wall were opened at the same time. The strong and mellow aroma was enough to attract people's souls. The guests who were eating could no longer resist the temptation. Everyone put down their chopsticks and looked eagerly in the direction of the dishes, looking forward to the arrival of Buddha jumps over the wall. At the main table of the banquet, the two protagonists of this banquet, the birthday man, chatted with his younger brother whom he had not seen for many years. The younger brother said, "Brother, do you smell it? It's this taste. The Buddha jumps over the wall that I ate in Zhangzhou before I left China, it tasted like this. I have been thinking about it for many years. I didn't expect that I could still eat it after decades. It's really exciting." The birthday man nodded, "How could I not remember? You also secretly hid the soup bowl that people used to serve the dishes." "Yes, is that soup bowl still at home? I still remember that it was a porcelain bowl with gold and yellow patterns, very beautiful." The younger brother smiled with chrysanthemums all over his face. The birthday man said, "It has never been broken since then. It may have been taken away by Ada and Air when they separated." The old people were reminiscing about the past, and the waiters brought the dishes over. This time, 3 people were responsible for one table, 2 people were responsible for carrying trays, and each tray contained 5 soup bowls with white background and ochre yellow patterns, and another person was responsible for distributing the soup bowls to the guests. The first person who got the soup bowl couldn't wait to open the lid. Everyone couldn't help but slurp their saliva, fearing that it would drip down unconsciously. It was so fragrant that people couldn't resist the temptation. Zhong Yanhong laughed in the kitchen, "My children are quite resistant to temptation. They can still walk." He was telling the truth. Almost everyone pursed their lips tightly, fearing that saliva would fall down as soon as they opened their mouths. Only the guy who served the dishes was the most unlucky. After serving the dishes, he had to say to people, "Please enjoy." If he was not careful, his saliva would splash out. This job was really too much torture for himself. Finally, all the Buddha jumps over the wall were served. The whole restaurant was filled with heads buried in eating, and the waiters all quietly retreated. Zhang Yiwei slurped his saliva loudly, "Oh my god, it's too torturous. Can you let the person serving the dishes taste it first next time?" Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "There is still some left over there, and everyone can have a sip of soup when the time comes." "Enough, enough, I will be happy if I can have a sip of soup." Zhang Yiwei was a little kid who spoke without restraint, and was scolded by Yang Ming, "So much nonsense, hurry up and serve the dishes. Don't say unlucky words when you are having a wedding." Zhang Yiwei quickly stuck out his tongue and ran to serve the dishes. To be honest, they felt that it didn't matter whether the next dishes were served or not. They had already eaten Buddha jumps over the wall, and eating other dishes would seem bland. In general, Buddha jumps over the wall is the last dish at a banquet, but the main dish is for the sake of good luck. They requested that Buddha jumps over the wall be served as the 9th dish. This is because Buddha jumps over the wall is also known as Fu Shao Chuan, and 9 means longevity. Is there anything more auspicious than serving Fu Shao Chuan as the 9th dish? Moreover, the banquet originally had 18 dishes. If it was served as the last dish, everyone would be full, and Buddha jumps over the wall would not taste so delicious. The host asked this, and naturally there was no objection in the restaurant. The dishes were prepared as requested, and you could serve them however you wanted, and what they said made sense. As soon as the banquet ended, He Bawang became famous. The owner of the house who hosted the banquet loved eating, so he made many friends who shared the same taste. When his father held a birthday banquet, he invited several friends who shared the same taste to taste Buddha jumps over the wall. One of them was a senior critic of the city's food association. His comments were very insightful and he had a group of loyal fans. He posted a photo of Buddha jumps over the wall on Weibo with the text, "Today I went to a birthday banquet for my old friend's father. I had an authentic portion of Buddha jumps over the wall in a little-known restaurant. It was a blessing in my life. Thank you for inviting me to the banquet. Next time, please invite me." Chapter 1337. As soon as the banquet ended, Hai Bawang became famous. The owner of the wedding banquet loves to eat, so he has made many friends of the same kind. When his father held a birthday banquet, he invited several friends of the same kind to taste Buddha jumps over the wall. One of them is a senior critic of the city's food association. His comments are very insightful and he has a group of loyal fans. He posted a photo of Buddha jumps over the wall on Weibo with the text, "Today I went to a birthday banquet for my old friend's father. I ate a portion of authentic Buddha jumps over the wall in a little-known restaurant. It is a blessing in life. Thank you for inviting me to the banquet. Next time, please invite me again." As soon as this Weibo was posted, it became popular in the foodie circle. Everyone kept pestering the blogger to ask where he ate, asking for the name and address of the restaurant, so the blogger had to post another Weibo post, "I never advertise in my life, but today I will make an exception. Friends who want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall, please go to He Bawang restaurant. Good luck." Soon Wang Xiaoming found that his Weibo had gained thousands of followers overnight. These days, foodies have to go to great lengths to find a delicious meal. Of course, these are all later stories. After the banquet ended that day, the host family was very satisfied with the meal, and the uncle who came back from Singapore specially gave Chef Yang Ming a red envelope of 600 Singapore dollars. Wang Xiaoming checked the exchange rate of the Singapore dollar on the internet and laughed to death. Now the salary of the temporary workers can offset it. Everyone was so tired that they almost collapsed. Wang Xiaoming divided all the remaining Buddha jumps over the wall so that everyone could have a taste. After eating Buddha jumps over the wall, everyone came alive as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Wang Xiaoming gave everyone wages, all wrapped in red envelopes, one for each person. "Thank you, everyone, there may be many banquets in the future. If you have time, please come to help, okay?" A waiter smiled, "Do you have Buddha jumps over the wall every time?" Zhong Yanhong flicked his head, "You wish. Do you know how much it costs to eat a bite of Buddha jumps over the wall? At least 50 yuan. You are so embarrassed to eat and take it." Wang Xiaoming laughed, "Buddha jumps over the wall may not be available, but the dishes made by Chef Yang Ming must be available." The waiters and chefs who came to help temporarily left after receiving their wages, and the rest of the people began to pack up and clean up. Lu Hao did not leave, and helped Wang Xiaoming clean up. "You still have to open tonight? Isn't it too hard?" Wang Xiaoming smiled bitterly, "Is it impossible? There are still many guests who have reserved seats tonight. It's hard to refuse if I agree. You are really hard-working to do this, 365 days a year." Lu Hao sighed. Wang Xiaoming sighed, "What can I do? Unlike you who work normally and have holidays, I have to bear all the pressure when I run my own business. Your store is fine, there is no pressure, but it is too hard. You should take a proper rest. You can be willful when you open your own store. You can close the store for at least 1 day a month." Lu Hao suggested. Wang Xiaoming smiled, "When I pay off the loan shark, the pressure will be much less." Lu Hao lowered his voice and asked, your store business is pretty good, how much money do you need to pay off the loan shark? Wang Xiaoming was in a good mood today. Although he was very tired, he made at least 20,000 yuan. He didn't intend to hide it from his friends. He looked at the ceiling and thought hard, it's estimated to be 40,000 or 50,000. If I take a few more banquets, I can pay off the loan shark before the new year. Lu Hao bumped into him and said with a happy face, okay, how long has the store been open? Less than a week. Wang Xiaoming laughed, this is all thanks to Yang Ming. Half of the money here is still his, but he asked me to use it first. The joy on Lu Hao's face faded a little, and he asked Wang Xiaoming seriously, have you taken him for a checkup? Wang Xiaoming shook his head, no, I think I'll go during the Chinese New Year. The store will not be open at that time, and I can rest for a few days. The New Year is the busiest time, so I don't have time. Lu Hao nodded. Wang Xiaoming saw that he looked a little strange, what's wrong? Nothing. Does Zhong Yanhong often come to your restaurant to eat? Lu Hao changed the subject. He came once or twice, I'm not sure. I'm learning cooking from Yang Ming now, so I rarely come. Pay attention to the things in front, they were the ones who greeted you. By the way, he said he was your friend, what kind of friends are you two? Wang Xiaoming always felt weird. He is a policeman, and Zhong Yanhong is not completely innocent, so how did they become friends? And judging from the way they get along, they don't seem like friends. Wang Xiaoming smiled unnaturally to cover up, I caught him twice, so we became familiar with each other. Wang Xiaoming was surprised and amused, is this how we became friends? Lu Hao raised his eyebrows, what else? Don't pay attention to what he said. If you have any problems, call the police or call me. He doesn't dare to do anything to you. Wang Xiaoming was a little nervous when he heard him say this, he hasn't committed any major crimes, right? That's not the case. He's still a smart man. He's on the edge of black and white. He may have some minor problems, but he hasn't committed any major crimes. Lu Hao himself had to admire this point, but this made him even more angry. He really wanted to arrest this guy and lock him up. Wang Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief, actually, he is a good guy. The waiters today are all borrowed from his store. Otherwise, I can't handle it all. It's not easy to recruit people. Lu Hao said, oh, and muttered to himself, he is a sensible guy. At this time, Wang Xiaoming's phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He thought it was another order. He picked up the phone and heard, hello, Heba Wang Restaurant. Before the other party spoke, he laughed first, Wang Xiaoming? I am Wang Jialing. Oh, hello, Wang Jialing. Wang Xiaoming gave the other party his phone number that day, but did not ask for the other party's phone number. Tomorrow at noon, our classmates will have a reunion. We have agreed to come to your restaurant for dinner. Reserve a few seats for us. Wang Jiling said in a coquettish tone. Wang Xiaoming got goosebumps and held the phone away. After a few seconds, he leaned over and said, sure, how many people are there? How many tables do you need? Wang Jiling said, there are at least 20 or 30 people. How many tables do you think you need? Wang Xiaoming thought for a while and said, then I'll just order a big bag. That's it. Is there nothing else? Are you in a hurry to hang up? Don't you want to chat for a while? The other party said, giggling. Wang Xiaoming felt his scalp tingling. He hadn't dealt with women of the same age for a long time. His impression of young women has always been on Luo Yufen. He thought that young girls were gentle and docile. Now it seems that the concept is really a bit outdated. Yes, I'm busy. Chapter 1338. Is there nothing else? Are you in a hurry to hang up? Don't you want to chat for a while? The other party said, giggling. Wang Xiaoming felt his scalp tingling. He hadn't dealt with women of the same age for a long time. His impression of young women has always remained on Luo Yufen. He thought that young girls were gentle and docile. Now it seems that the concept is really a bit outdated. Yes, I'm busy. Hehe, see you tomorrow, bye. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hao asked him, Wang Jiling is the one in our previous class? Yes, they said it was a classmate reunion. Did they invite you? Wang Xiaoming asked him. Lu Hao said lazily, I did, but I don't have the American time. I'm on vacation today and I have to be on duty tomorrow. Did they invite you? Wang Xiaoming said, they didn't invite me. They said they wanted to come to our restaurant for dinner. Lu Hao pouted, I have to pay for the meal when I come. Don't let them get away with it. Of course, it's not my restaurant alone. Wang Xiaoming said with a smile. They are all richer than you, so it's only right to ask them to pay. Lu Hao said as a matter of course. Wang Xiaoming laughed, I think so too. In the kitchen, Zhong Yanhong sat on a chair with his legs crossed, took out a cigarette, and threw it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not refuse this time and took it. Zhong Yanhong threw a lighter over again, and both of them lit cigarettes and puffed out smoke. Looking at Yang Ming's smoking posture, he was not a novice at first glance. Zhong Yanhong turned his head and looked around, and said to Yang Ming, this kitchen design feels a bit problematic, it's a bit suffocating. Yang Ming leaned against the kitchen counter and took a puff of cigarette, it's very suffocating, there are no conditions at the moment, and I will change to another place later. Zhong Yanhong was a little confused, with your skills, you are more than enough to be a chef in a top restaurant. Why do you want to open such a small shop, which makes you tired and worried? Yang Ming didn't even look at him, I'm happy to do it. Zhong Yanhong laughed so hard that he fell down, and raised his thumb, you have the ability to be willful. But then again, isn't it for our boss Xiao Yu? Yang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhong Yanhong, then why do you always come to us? Isn't it also for that officer Lu? Zhong Yanhong patted his shoulder, we are comrades, please take care of me in the future. If I can't take care of you, I'll be on my own. Zhong Yanhong laughed, isn't helping me helping yourself? Your family must be so thick-skinned that it would be strange if they could understand your thoughts. He said and raised his little thumb. He gestured with his fingers. Yang Ming exhaled a puff of smoke, you don't need to worry about that. Zhong Yanhong shook his head, okay, let's take care of ourselves. Both of them were silent, enjoying the short leisure after the busy schedule and the smoke. Suddenly, Zhang Yiwei, who was usually the most noisy, shouted outside, boss, look, we are famous. Yang Ming pinched the cigarette butt and walked to the kitchen door, what's going on? Zhang Yiwei held up his mobile phone, boss, look at your Weibo. Wang Xiaoming took out his mobile phone in confusion and clicked on Weibo. He found that there were more comments and more than 500 new friends. Although he already had hundreds of fans on Weibo, it was the first time he saw so many fans all of a sudden. What's going on? Lu Hao came over to take a look, someone tagged you, a gourmet, and a big V account. Wang Xiaoming clicked on it and saw, this person is a food critic. He had lunch at our house today and said that Buddha jumps over the wall is delicious. Those guys probably want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Lu Hao said. Zhang Yiwei was holding his phone, scrolling through the comments under Wang Xiaoming's Weibo, I just want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Many people are asking for the address of our store. Boss, please send a message and announce the location of our store. Wang Xiaoming said, hasn't that been announced a long time ago? Lu Hao said, that was a long time ago. Who would deliberately scroll down? You can send a new address and list the price of Buddha jumps over the wall. Wang Xiaoming readily followed suit, okay. Zhong Yanhong lazily said, you can take photos of all the dishes in your store, clearly mark the prices, and post them on Weibo. This is an advertising platform, and it's free. Yes, we will help you forward it. Zhang Yiwei was excited. Lu Hao said, you can top up some money, it doesn't cost much, you can have many privileges, such as the restaurant address, which can be pinned to the top forever. Wang Xiaoming still knows too little about these new things. He didn't expect the internet to have such benefits. Well, how do I top up? Online banking or Alipay are both fine. Zhang Yiwei said. I don't think I have any. Zhao Xiaoyang said, boss, I'll help you top up. Okay, I'll give you the money later. He still needs to slowly explore and study these things. For example, now, he still has to figure out how to post on Weibo. Zhang Yiwei suggested, do you want to take a photo of Brother Hai and post it on Weibo, telling them that this is the chef of our restaurant? Brother Hai is so handsome, I guarantee that many girls will come to eat. After he said this, he smiled a little obscenely. Wang Xiaoming was a little tempted. Could this help promote it? Maybe Yang Ming can find his family sooner. Yang Ming frowned, no. I don't sell my face when I buy vegetables. Lu Hao said, forget it, you have to know how to protect your body. From his perspective as a policeman, it is not ruled out that Yang Ming may have been framed like this. If he is exposed, it may be dangerous. Wang Xiaoming saw that Yang Ming disagreed, so he did not insist. Okay, I have sent it out. I can take pictures of the dishes tonight. Lu Hao leaned close to Wang Xiaoming's ear and said, you helped Yang Ming with the ID card. Haven't you gone back to get it? It's best to get it done before the new year. After the new year, it will take a while to delay it. Wang Xiaoming had already considered this problem. I'm waiting for Ergu to take a holiday and let him go back to help me with this. By the way, Ergu should have a winter vacation today. Are you going to pick him up? Lu Hao asked. Wang Xiaoming said, no, he always comes back by himself. Can he find the store? Wang Xiaoming said, I went to their school a few days ago and told him that I opened a store here. He should be able to find it. As he was talking, someone appeared at the door, carrying a bedding roll and a bucket. Zhang Yiwei asked, who are you looking for? Yu Bing, who was sitting behind the front desk playing games with Yang Ming's mobile phone, screamed, Uncle! Uncle, Uncle is here! Yang Ming walked over and took the bedding roll from Wang Ergu's back. You're back! Wang Ergu smiled happily and shyly, and looked at the restaurant in disbelief. Brother Yang Ming, is this really the store my brother opened? Chapter 1339. Yang Ming walked over and took the bedding roll from Wang Ergu's back. You're back! Wang Ergu smiled happily and shyly, and looked at the restaurant in disbelief. Brother Yang Ming, is this really the store my brother opened? Yes. Come in. Wang Xiaoming also walked over and looked at his brother with a smile on his face. It's good to be back. I need your help with something. Wang Ergu's holiday was already the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. They only had a 2-week winter vacation before and after the 3rd year of high school, and school would start on the 8th day of the 1st lunar month. But he came back at the right time. The store needed help, and Yang Ming's settlement issue also needed to be handled. Settlement is a big deal. First of all, it must be approved by the village cotters, especially for those who are waiting to start. The island was developed a few years ago. It was rumored that someone wanted to buy the island, which faced the problem of demolition. In this case, it was not easy to register the household registration. Considering these problems, Wang Xiaoming felt that he had to go there himself. If the village agreed to register, he would let Wang Ergu go through the procedures. The next morning, he and Wang Ergu returned to the island. Before leaving, he told Zhang Yiwei that if his classmates came, he could take them to the largest private room upstairs. If he could not come back in time, he would give them a 20% discount. After returning to the island, Wang Xiaoming found that the island was very deserted and there were not many tourists, not knowing whether it was because of the new year. Several old acquaintances who used to set up stalls with him greeted him. Xiaoming, you went to make a fortune outside the island, how come you have time to come back? Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, this is my home, of course I have to come back. How are you all doing recently? An old lady pursed her lips. There's nothing wrong. I'm not allowed to set up stalls anymore. I can eat ready-made food at home and enjoy my leisure time. An old man didn't care. Now I let you set up stalls, but there's not much business. That's true. Since you went to the county to open a restaurant, fewer people have come to this island. Hehe, even their restaurant with the surname Luo has little business. This is really retribution. Xiaoming, you know, it was Luo Mogang and his son-in-law who didn't let us set up stalls in the first place. They thought we robbed their restaurant's business and cut off the financial resources of so many of us in one go. It's really wicked, ugh. The old lady said and spit on the ground. So that's it. Wang Xiaoming looked at everyone in surprise. They seemed to know about it. Who spread it? However, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it. The Luo family has completely lost popularity on the island. Grandma sneered, that's right. Recently, it is rumored that Luo Mogang's son-in-law wants to buy our island. He said that he wants to build a bridge on the sea. In the future, villas will be built here for rich people to live in. All of us will be driven out. You do so many immoral things, and you are not afraid of extinction. An uncle said, it's not that I won't give you the subsidy. It's clean and convenient to live in the city in the future. How good. Most of the Icelanders have these two attitudes towards selling the island. The elderly are worried about leaving the place where they have lived for generations, and the young people think that they can use the demolition subsidy to buy a house on the other side. After all, living on the island is too inconvenient. Grandma didn't care, I just like living on the island. What's good about the city? It's like a birdcage, you can't see the sky, and you can't see the ground. Those birds will have nowhere to live in the future. Talking about the topic of reality, everyone nodded in approval. No matter how inconvenient the island is, it is the place where their ancestors have lived for generations. It is their home. If it is really sold, those mountains and forests will probably be pushed down, and the entire ecological environment will be destroyed. Will the island still be the original island? Wang Xiaoming frowned when he heard it. Is Huang Jiangong going to buy the island? How much money will it cost to buy this island and build a cross-sea bridge? Is the Huang family so rich? Maybe he doesn't need to be rich, as long as he has connections, he can borrow chickens from the bank to lay eggs, and he doesn't spend a penny at all, and he will become the owner of this island. Wang Xiaoming said goodbye to everyone and went to the village chief's house. Wang Ergu gnashed his teeth and asked, "Brother, is it true what they said? Did the Luo family not allow us to set up a stall on the island? How insidious! If they have the ability, they should come openly, but if they can't beat them, they use underhanded tricks. It's really despicable." Wang Xiaoming sighed, "Isn't that what happens when you are rich and powerful?" Wang Ergu said bitterly, "It's so fucking immoral. So many people can't do business. This bastard surnamed Huang has never done anything good, and he actually wants to buy the island." Wang Xiaoming shook his head, "It's not his decision to sell the island. If the government doesn't want to, who can buy it? They are all short-sighted guys." Wang Ergu said bitterly. Wang Xiaoming found the village chief and explained his intention. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was rejected by the other party. Wang Xiaoming had expected this to happen. He said, "Uncle, this is what our local police station meant. Yang Ming has lost his memory and has no household registration, so it is not easy to manage him. So they asked me to settle down in the village. Xiaoming, if Yang Ming was a woman and married you, it would be natural for her household registration to be in your house, and no one would have any objection. But who is he to you now? How can he move and in what name? This is not convincing. Besides, we may have to demolish the house, and everyone is watching. I have opened a loophole for you. In the future, those who have married out or moved out will all have to move their household registration back. How can I explain it to the villagers?" What the village chief said was not without reason. It is indeed difficult to settle down in rural areas now, especially in undeveloped areas like theirs. "Uncle, the police at the police station told me that if he settles down here, he can also be a non-agricultural household registration. In the future, he will not have a share in the land and money distribution. Isn't this possible?" Fortunately, Lu Hao thought carefully and had expected such a situation. The village chief was stunned for a moment. "What? Non-agricultural household registration?" Wang Xiaoming said, "Yes, as long as you have a household registration and an identity certificate, it will be fine." The village chief was a little hesitant. "I have to hold a meeting to discuss this matter with everyone." Wang Xiaoming said, "Uncle, can you help me settle this matter as soon as possible? You also know the situation of my family. My father passed away suddenly, and Lin, that bad boy, was not ambitious and got involved in loan sharking. He owed you. I have not been able to pay back the money owed to me for so many years. Now thanks to Yang Ming's help, I thought that if I could pay back the loan sharks before the new year, I would be the first to pay you back next year." The village chief had a good relationship with Wang Xiaoming's father Wang Lisheng. After Wang Lisheng's death, there was still a debt of 20,000 yuan owed by the village chief on the bill. At that time, Wang Xiaoming's mother remarried, leaving only Wang Xiaoming and his 3 brothers. As a village cotter, he naturally had to take care of the orphans in the village. He never rushed Wang Xiaoming to pay back the debt owed to him by Wang Lisheng. There was no reason to urge him, and it was because it was a gambling debt. Chapter 1340. The village chief had a good relationship with Wang Xiaoming's father Wang Lisheng. After Wang Lisheng's death, there was still a debt of 20,000 yuan owed by the village chief on the bill. At that time, Wang Xiaoming's mother remarried, leaving only Wang Xiaoming and his 3 brothers. As a village cotter, he naturally had to take care of the orphans in the village. He never rushed Wang Xiaoming to pay back the debt owed to him by Wang Lisheng. There was no reason to urge him, and it was because it was a gambling debt. Gambling debts are not serious debts in themselves. They are written off when a person dies. However, the IOU left by Wang Lisheng did not specify which debts were gambling debts. Some kind people told Wang Xiaoming that he did not need to pay them back. Some unkind people kept silent, hoping that Wang Xiaoming would pay them back one day, even if it was a windfall. Of course, there are still few kind people. After all, few gamblers are lazy. The village chief did not expect Wang Xiaoming to pay him back so quickly, which was equivalent to a windfall. He was very happy. Okay, I will do this for you as soon as possible. Wang Xiaoming said, Uncle, I will let Ergu come to see you in the future. My store is very busy and there are not enough people in the kitchen. I really can't leave. Okay, just let Ergu come. Because of reasons unknown to Wang Xiaoming, Yang Ming's household registration went smoothly. After leaving the village head's house, Wang Xiaoming and Wang Ergu went back home to bring some things from home. Wang Ergu asked, Brother, are we going back to the island to celebrate the New Year this year, or to celebrate the New Year in the rented house? Wang Xiaoming said, I can't come back on the New Year's Day, many people have ordered New Year's Eve dinner. Come back on the first day of the New Year. The two brothers passed by Luo's house, and Wang Xiaoming greeted Luo Mogang and his wife who were basking in the sun at the door. Luo Mogang and his wife pretended not to hear and turned their heads away. Wang Ergu pulled Wang Xiaoming's arm, Brother, why are you talking to them, and you are showing us that look, as if we are sorry for them. Haha, it doesn't matter, don't worry about it. Wang Xiaoming knew that Luo Mogang and his wife were unhappy because they paid a lot of tuition to Yang Ming, and they probably haven't earned back the tuition so far. Before lunch, they returned to the restaurant, and many of Wang Xiaoming's classmates had already arrived. Wang Xiaoming went up to greet everyone. He hadn't seen them for many years, and everyone's appearance had changed a lot. Wang Xiaoming couldn't call out many people's names. When he mentioned the names, it was difficult to match the boy in his memory with the classmates in front of him. He actually found Luo Yufen in the crowd. Luo Yufen was not his classmate. It was said that she was transferred to his original class 2 in the third year of high school, so not all of the people who came to the party this time were his classmates. Everyone who came was a guest. Wang Xiaoming smiled politely, Have you ordered dishes? I ordered. I heard that your Buddha jumps over the wall is very famous. Unfortunately, the waiter just said that it is not available today. I still want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. A male classmate said. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, If you want to eat Buddha jumps over the wall, you have to make a reservation 2 days in advance, because it takes time and it won't come out for a while. The other dishes in our restaurant are also very good, and each one is a classic. Wang Jiling said, The dishes have been ordered, don't pay attention to a wrong. Then you sit down first, I'll go down to get busy. Wang Xiaoming said and was about to go out. He was stopped by a male classmate, Wang Xiaoming, it's not easy for classmates to get together once, don't leave, chat with us, don't you have a chef when you run a restaurant, and you have to do it yourself as the boss. Wang Xiaoming said, It's really unfortunate, I am also a chef, if I don't help, this lunch will not be eaten until the evening, you guys chat, I'll go to get busy first, and I'll come back to chat with everyone when I'm free. Luo Yufen had been sitting in the corner, silently watching Wang Xiaoming. She didn't know many of her classmates here. The person who organized the class reunion said that the gathering would be held at Hebawang, so Luo Yufen came here. Most people didn't know her very well, and they all chatted with their acquaintances. She just sat aside and listened to others chatting. Wang Jialing sat next to her and chatted with 2 other girls. Do you think Wang Xiaoming is married now? There is a child in his family's store. Could it be his son? A girl with curly hair said, I don't know. Why don't you ask him? Another girl with straight hair said, It shouldn't be. I heard that Wang Xiaoming's family situation is very difficult. I guess they have been busy paying off debts these years and don't have money to get married. She didn't say it very directly. In this situation, no woman would be willing to marry him. That was in the past, now he has opened a restaurant, it shouldn't be that difficult. Wang Jiling said without giving up. The curly-haired girl said, Are you interested in him? You have changed several boyfriends and you haven't settled down yet. How about I help you two get together? Wang Jiling waved her hand, Don't tea nonsense, I'm just curious. Wang Jiling coveted Wang Xiaoming's looks, but she also disliked his poverty. However, Wang Xiaoming is now a small restaurant owner, and he might be a potential stock. She still needs to observe for a while. Besides, if she wants to pursue someone, does she need others to help match him up? Luo Yufen listened to these people talking, lowered her head and bit her lip to play with her mobile phone to hide her emotions. Wang Jiling turned her head to look at the iPhone 6 Plus in her hand and took the initiative to talk to her. You are in class 2 in the 3rd year of high school, right? Wang Jiling is a liberal arts student in the 3rd year of high school, not in class 2, and does not know Luo Yufen. Luo Yufen did not look up, but just hummed. Fen, how old are your children? Said the curly-haired girl just now. Luo Yufen raised her head and showed an unnatural smile. The older one is 3 years old, and the younger one has just been weaned. The curly-haired woman took Luo Yufen's hand and said, Fen is still the best. She has a good family and just needs to focus on taking care of her husband and children. My biggest wish is to be a full-time wife like her and not have to worry about anything. Luo Yufen almost cried when she heard this. No, I think going to work is good. I plan to find a job after the Chinese New Year. The curly-haired woman smiled and said, What kind of job are you looking for? Working is exhausting. If you really feel bored, tell your husband and ask him to open a store for you. You just need to be the boss and collect money. Luo Yufen smiled bitterly. Wang Jialing asked, What does your husband do? The curly-haired woman said very proudly, her husband is one of the richest people here. Do you know Yanhai Street? Half of the street there is his family. Wang Jiling's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luo Yufen enviously. She looked okay, but because she had just given birth to a child, her figure was still a little bloated, her clothes were ordinary, and her hairstyle was not done. She looked very plain. She didn't expect to marry such a rich husband. She was really lucky. Do rich people like women with plain faces? Chapter 1341. Wang Jiling's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luo Yufen enviously. She looked okay, but because she had just given birth to a child, her figure was still a little bloated, her clothes were ordinary, and her hairstyle was not done. She looked very plain. She didn't expect to marry such a rich husband. She was really lucky. Do rich people like women with plain faces? Luo Yufen almost wanted to dig a hole in the ground to crawl into. Others said that she married well, but only she knew whether the marriage was suitable or not. She couldn't tell these people her innermost feelings, so she could only smile stiffly to cover it up. The curly-haired girl said, We are already the mother of 2 children, but our Afen is still so gentle and shy. Does your husband like your gentle personality? Luo Yufen blushed and said nothing. Soon, the waiter brought the dishes up, and a guy who took himself very seriously said, Why are you the ones who brought the dishes? Ask your boss to come. You can't just send us away like this. The auntie who brought the dishes said, The boss is cooking and is busy now. Wang Jialing stood up, You eat first, I'll go and see. Luo Yufen raised her head and stared at Wang Jialing, feeling envious and jealous of her. She was no longer qualified to do the same thing. Someone started to make a noise, Beauty, remember to pull Xiaoming up. Wang Jialing shook her hair very confidently, Just wait and see. Someone whispered, This is not good. He must be really busy, otherwise he would not have come to the party at his house. What's the matter? Just let her go and have a look. Wang Jialing went downstairs, walked into the kitchen, stood at the door and looked inside. Wang Xiaoming, are you really busy? I thought you didn't want to eat with us. Wang Xiaoming was cooking, took a moment to look at the other party, and said with a smile, I'm really busy. There are not enough chefs in the store. I can't handle it alone. You guys eat first and come over later when I'm not too busy. Yang Ming looked at the woman at the door expressionlessly, with disgust in his eyes. Wang Jialing also noticed Yang Ming, but did not notice the disgust in his eyes, but said surprisingly, So he is the chef you hired. I have seen him before, the one in the mobile phone store last time. Wang Xiaoming smiled, No, he is also the boss here. We opened it together. You guys eat first, no need to wait for me. Yang Ming served the dish without turning off the fire. He waited until the bottom of the pot sizzled, then poured a small spoonful of water into it. With a hiss, the oil smoke in the pot rolled up, choking and irritating the throat. Wang Jiling looked at the mist and smoke in the small kitchen, and quickly covered her nose, Then I'll go up first. She left in a hurry. Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoming, There is no braised goose, you can make it. Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. I will? Oh, okay. Although braised food is the most common food in their area, because the production process is too complicated, most people don't make it themselves. If they want to eat it, they just go to the braised food store to buy it. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming doesn't know how to make it. He has only seen Yang Ming make it, but he has never done it himself. For things like this, the more commonly eaten, the higher people's requirements are, and they can eat a little difference. It is those uncommon dishes that are different. On the contrary, the chef can do whatever he wants, because there are fewer comparable dishes. As long as they are delicious, it is fine. Authentic and delicious stewed food cannot be made by quick methods. It takes more than 10 hours to make the stewed sauce. Use old hens, old ducks, leg bones, pig front elbows, etc. to blanch and remove blood. Remove them and put them in a large pot with water and boil them. After boiling, turn down the heat and simmer for 10 hours. Remove the ingredients from the soup, then add gecko, cinnamon with shell, galangal, white cardamom, nutmeg, cardamom, angelica, cinnamon, star anise, bay leaves, fennel, grass fruit, lemongrass, monk fruit, amomum and other spice bags and continue cooking for 3 hours. Remove the spice bags, add cooking wine, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, refined salt, fish sauce and other seasonings, and finally pour in scallions, ginger, onions, etc. fried in lard, and the stewed sauce is ready. This process is extremely complicated and long, so the marinade can be used for several days. If you feel that the taste of the marinade is not enough, you can add spices and seasonings to add flavor. Wang Xiaoming's marinade was prepared in advance and stored in a stainless steel barrel, ready for use at any time, which saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would take more than 10 hours to make the marinade. When will you be able to eat the goose? Wang Xiaoming put the slaughtered whole goose in a large pot, added water to cover the goose, and boiled the goose first. Because the goose is too fat, you have to keep watching the fire and turn the goose over during this process to prevent it from sticking to the pot and to prevent the goose meat from being cooked unevenly. When the goose is cooked to 8/10, take it out and put it in the marinade. It can be taken out after cooking for a quarter of an hour. After it cools down, it can be cut into pieces and served on a plate. The fat and tender roast goose with a sauce color is neatly stacked on the plate, which makes people drool. Although there is no need to make marinade, it takes a long time to make braised goose. When Wang Xiaoming's braised goose is ready, his classmates have almost eaten it. Another classmate came down and urged him again, "Xiaoming, why don't you come? We are leaving." Wang Xiaoming was pouring sauce on the braised goose at that time and couldn't leave at all. Wait a minute, I will be ready soon." When Wang Xiaoming was done, Yang Ming came to check his work. He picked up a piece of goose meat and put it in his mouth. "Well, the heat is well controlled, and it is basically ready. You can make the marinade next time." Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming and nodded. "Oh, okay. Hurry up to recruit waiters after the new year. Awei and Yang should go to the kitchen." Yang Ming said. "Okay." Wang Xiaoming himself planned so. The kitchen must expand the staff, otherwise Yang Ming will be exhausted to death. This is the savior of their family. He must not let him get tired. He can't bear it. "Your classmates are almost leaving, go say hello." Yang Ming finally spoke. He is the boss in the kitchen. If he doesn't let Wang Xiaoming leave, Wang Xiaoming will not dare to move freely. Okay. Wang Xiaoming had a general relationship with those classmates. After not seeing each other for so many years, they were not much more familiar than strangers. It didn't matter whether they met or not, but the survival rule of adults is like this. Sometimes you need to go against your will to socialize with something you don't like. After Wang Xiaoming went out, he greeted the cashier Wang Ergu first. "The people in the private room number 1 upstairs will come to pay the bill later, you can just give 20% off." Wang Ergu nodded. "Okay. By the way, big brother, I have something else to ask you. When brother Yang Ming is registered in our household, what should be written about the relationship with the head of the household, and how to fill in his name, birthday, etc." He went to the village in the morning and successfully got a certificate. He took the certificate to the police station and asked, and found that there were many problems to be solved. Chapter 1342. Wang Ergu nodded. "Okay. By the way, big brother, I have something to ask you. When brother Yang Ming is registered in our household, what should be written about his relationship with the head of the household. And how should his name, birthday, etc. be filled in. He went to the village in the morning and successfully got a certificate. He took the certificate to the police station and asked, and found that there were many problems to be solved. Wang Xiaoming scratched his head, I will discuss it with Yang Ming later and tell you. Wang Xiaoming went upstairs to the private room. The table was in a mess. Only some empty bowls and plates were left. Everyone was staggering. Some were picking their teeth, some were bragging, and some were playing rock paper scissors and drinking. As soon as Wang Xiaoming entered, everyone laughed and shouted, the host is here, and he is too late. Be more conscious and punish yourself with 3 glasses. I can't drink much. Is 1 glass enough? Wang Xiaoming took the wine glass handed over by a male classmate and drank it all in one breath. At this time, Wang Zheling walked up to Wang Xiaoming with a glass of wine in her hand, smiling, Wang Xiaoming, we were just saying that your place will become the base for our class reunion in the future. Your dishes are so delicious. This glass of wine is my toast to you, you must drink it. Wang Xiaoming smiled, thank you for your respect. I can't drink much, can I have a sip? But she was thinking, wouldn't it mean that I have to get a discount every time I come here in the future? Wang Zheling drank a lot of wine, and the thick foundation couldn't cover the blush on her face. She looked at Wang Xiaoming in a coquettish way, don't you even give me this little face. Everyone was cheering, drink it, it's so face-saving for a beautiful woman to toast you and not drink it, hurry up and drink it. Wang Xiaoming didn't know how to refuse, the door of the private room was pushed open, and Yang Ming stood at the door, boss, come over for a moment, there's something urgent. Wang Xiaoming said quickly, excuse me, drink by yourselves. If you want more dishes, tell the waiter. I have something to do. After saying that, he caught up with Yang Ming and asked, what's wrong? Yang Ming said, nothing. I know you are uncomfortable among those people, so I asked you to go. Wang Xiaoming. Didn't you ask me to go? Yang Ming said, according to the rules, you should go. Now I called you out, so they can't blame you. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, oh, thank you. I'll go back to work. When Wang Xiaoming's classmates left, Wang Zheling ran to the kitchen to say goodbye to Wang Xiaoming. She drank a little too much and was a little excited, where is Wang Xiaoming? Yang Ming was the only one in the kitchen. He glanced at him and said, he's not here. Wang Jiling did not leave, but came in. She walked to Yang Ming with a disappointed look on her face and pouted slightly, he really didn't give me face today. He didn't even drink the wine I toasted. Please tell him to buy me a drink next time. After eating a meal, Wang Jiling's attitude towards Wang Xiaoming changed completely. First, his dishes were delicious, which was definitely a big advantage, because local men were chauvinistic and few could do housework. If she married him, she would not have to go to the kitchen in the future. Second, she witnessed the booming business in Wang Xiaoming's store and thought he was a good potential stock, so she planned to pursue Wang Xiaoming. Yang Ming looked at her coldly. Although people's brains would not be normal after drinking too much, this woman felt too good about herself. He said, you want to pursue Wang Xiaoming? Forget it, he doesn't like you. Wang Jiling's face flushed immediately, why, does he have a girlfriend? Whether he has one or not, you have no chance. Yang Ming said coldly, then walked around to the other side and went out. Wang Jiling covered her face with her hands, turned around and ran out. Wang Xiaoming came in from outside, but he didn't notice him. He wanted to say hello, but didn't. He asked Yang Ming, what's wrong? Yang Ming said, it was a fly, I chased it away. Wang Xiaoming didn't react for a long time. Flies? Wang Zheling? What happened just now? Then he shrugged his shoulders and grinned. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't like this woman. Fortunately, he didn't like her either. Wang Xiaoming didn't have much impression of this gathering. He only remembered that a group of old classmates had become very sophisticated and unfamiliar. Luo Yufen came, but the two didn't even talk to each other. Luo Yufen almost lost her life because of this meal. This day was the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. According to tradition, it was the day to clean the house and worship the kitchen god. Every household had to clean up. Although Luo Yufen had a nanny at home, she had to do these things herself and work with the nanny. She originally planned to have lunch with her classmates at noon and go back to work in the afternoon. As a result, after returning from Hebawang, she was made difficult by her mother-in-law, who said that she was playful and ignorant, and left the two children at home. The two children cried for their mother and made a lot of noise. Luo Yufen didn't say anything, and quickly changed her shoes and went upstairs to coax the children. When the two children saw their mother, they rushed to her and cried with snot and tears. She was so sad that she quickly comforted the two sons. The nanny came to ask her about cleaning again. Luo Yufen was not in a good mood today, and when she came back, the children cried again, so she said impatiently, "Just clean the places you see that need to be cleaned first, don't ask me." Luo Yufen is usually very easygoing, very active and hardworking. The nanny's original intention was to urge her to clean together, but she was rejected and unhappy. She went back to complain to Luo Yufen's mother-in-law, saying that Luo Yufen was unwilling to clean and was angry with her. The mother-in-law was furious, ran upstairs and pointed at Luo Yufen's nose and scolded her, saying all the bad things. As a woman, she loves leisure and hates work, does not care about the family, does not care about the children, does not make money, only knows how to eat free meals and waste money, only knows how to play, only knows how to dig things from her mother's house, does not know how to be grateful, is worse than pigs and dogs. She is useless. Luo Yufen almost bit her teeth, her face was full of tears. "I will go to work after the new year." The mother-in-law put her hands on her hips, squinted at her and sneered, "You go to work? What can you do? What are you capable of? You can't even take care of your husband and children, what else can you do well? It's not that I look down on you. If you can support yourself after you leave my Huang family, I will call you mother-in-law." Luo Yufen couldn't help crying and said, "You said everything. If I don't go to work, you think I'm spending your family's money. If I go to work, you say I didn't take good care of your son and grandson. Whatever I do is wrong. If you don't do it well, of course it's wrong. Don't you want people to say you?" The mother-in-law said sharply. "I'm going to work, I won't be a slave to your family." Luo Yufen finally got tough and said something harsh. "I saw that you went out to play, and your heart became wild. Did you hook up with a wild man outside, so you wanted to go out for a private meeting? There is no woman as undisciplined as you in our Huang family. You really pissed me off. Where's Ajian? Tell Ajian to come back and deal with this woman." Chapter 1343. I'm going to work, I won't be a slave to your family. Luo Yufen finally got tough and said something harsh. "I saw that you went out to play and your heart became wild. Did you hook up with a wild man outside, so you wanted to go out for a private meeting? There is no woman as unruly as you in our Huang family. You really pissed me off. Where is Ajian? Tell Ajian to come back and deal with this woman." The Huang family is a nouveau-riche family. Old Mrs. Huang is a real street woman. At this age, her family background makes her full of confidence and self-confidence. She is arrogant and picks on everyone, not to mention the cowardly and incompetent Luo Yufen. She doesn't even look down on this daughter-in-law. Luo Yufen was so angry that she trembled all over and pushed her mother-in-law out. Get out, get out. I'm too lazy to talk to you." Then she shut the door hard, and banged her head against it in anger. What sin had she committed to marry such a family? The old lady was like a volcano erupting. She stood with her legs apart, her hands on her waist, and kept kicking the door. She cursed Luo Yufen outside the door for having an affair and bringing disgrace to the family, and she wanted to drag her out and drown her in the pond. Luo Yufen's two sons in the room were so scared that they hugged their mother's legs and cried loudly. Luo Yufen also hugged her two sons and cried loudly. At this time, the door was kicked open. Huang Jiangong stared at her with bloodshot eyes. Without saying anything, he grabbed Luo Yufen and slapped her several times with all his strength, causing blood to flow from her nose and mouth. This was not enough. He grabbed her head and slammed it against the wall. "Dead woman, bitch, I'm going to kill you. When did I, Huang Jiangong, let anyone bully me like this? I was actually cuckolded. Go to hell." The voice was so sharp that it changed its tone. After saying that, he raised his foot and kicked the man 2 meters away. Luo Yufen was beaten so hard that her mind was dazed. She didn't resist at all. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The two children were so scared that they couldn't make any sound. Mrs. Huang at the door was also shocked. "Ajian, don't beat her to death." The tyrannical Huang Jiangong took a breath at this time. He pointed at Luo Yufen on the ground and shouted, "Cousin, bitch, where did you go today? Did you go to Habawang to seduce men? Luo Yufen was lying on the ground, only breathing out, not breathing in. Tears were falling from the corners of her eyes. She just went to a class reunion and didn't even talk to Wang Xiaoming. As a result, she was killed. She really couldn't close her eyes in death. She coughed a few times, spit out a mouthful of blood, and didn't say anything. The two children were so scared that they cried and were taken away by Mrs. Huang. Before leaving, she told her son, Ajian, although she deserves to be beaten, you must not beat her to death. Just teach her a lesson. Although the old lady was domineering, she still knew that killing someone means paying with one's life, and she was afraid that her son would cause a big disaster. Huang Jiangong sat on the bed and looked at Luo Yufen coldly, bitch, I think you have a very leisurely life and have time to seduce men. Luo Yufen spat out 3 words, divorce. Huang Jiangong sneered, his face grim, unless you die. Luo Yufen closed her eyes, moved a little, and struggled to get up from the ground. Huang Jiangong watched her movements coldly without saying a word. Luo Yufen climbed up and sat up, panting for a long time, finally stood up, and slowly walked to the window. Huang Jiangong sneered, you want to jump off the building? If you have the ability to jump, I will take your surname Luo. Luo Yufen opened the window, stood by the window and looked for a long time, then grabbed the window frame and pounced down with all her strength. Huang Jiangong widened his eyes and pounced on her, but she had already fallen. This is the 3rd floor. Luo Yufen fell straight on the steps downstairs, making a dull sound, but it was the loudest protest and whine she made in her short and dull life. Huang Jiangong screamed in horror, Afen. It was originally a day to worship the kitchen god and celebrate the Little New Year. Every household was very lively, and the Huang family was completely lively. It was already the afternoon of the next day when Wang Xiaoming learned about this. He heard it from the waitress, Xiaoming, do you know? Afen from Luo Mogang's family jumped off the building. Wang Xiaoming was cutting vegetables at the time and almost cut his finger. He put down the knife and looked at the ant, Amu, what's the matter? What happened to Afen? The 3 ants were crowded in the kitchen. Everyone sighed. One ant said, it is said that she quarreled with her husband yesterday and jumped from the 3rd floor in anger. She didn't die, but she had severe internal bleeding. She is still in the city hospital for rescue. She is also injured in the brain. Yes, I heard that Huang Jiangong watched her jump. Didn't he go to save her? It's really a sin. Afen was such a good girl. I think Afen was forced to death by Luo Mogang and Li Kaiyulian. If it weren't for their greed for money, how could Afen marry into the Huang family? The Huang family is so rich, it's obvious that they are not a good match. Afen has such a gentle temper, wouldn't she suffer if she went there? The ants were all from the same village as Wang Xiaoming, and they knew Luo Yufen's background very well. When they talked about it now, they all sighed with regret. Wang Xiaoming couldn't control his whole body shaking. If Huang Jiangong, that beast, hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, why would Afen want to commit suicide? He picked up the knife and chopped it hard on the chopping board with a bang. The sound was so loud that everyone in the kitchen was shocked. Everyone fell silent and looked at Wang Xiaoming. Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming, walked over, and found that the chopping board had cracked. He stretched out his hand, pried open Wang Xiaoming's fingers, took the knife, stretched out his arm, and patted him on the shoulder. It's a blessing in disguise that he didn't die. The floor is not high, there shouldn't be any big things. Wang Xiaoming looked down at the chopping board on the table, changed to another one, took the knife back from Yang Ming, took a piece of meat, and started to chop it vigorously, as if it was Huang Jiangong's meat, and he wanted to chop it into pieces. Yang Ming saw him like this, and said to the ants, it's okay, you can go out. He turned around and said to Wang Xiaoming, don't chop pork, chop fish meat, so that you can make fish cakes for Abing in the evening. Wang Xiaoming was originally full of resentment, but when he heard Yang Ming say this, he suddenly couldn't help laughing. You only know how to eat. Yang Ming spread his hands, I am a cook, if I don't know how to eat, how can I get by? He quickly fished out 2 tujindays from the pool, scaled, gutted, headed, and boned, and put the fish meat on Wang Xiaoming's chopping board, cut it. Wang Xiaoming looked at the fish meat, picked up the knife and started to chop the fish meat. At first, he was just cutting meat, not fast, but later he chopped faster and harder, the sound changed from ding 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 to dong dong dong, and he cursed while chopping, fuck, bastard, beast, scum, murderer. Chapter 1344. Yang Ming spread his hands. I am a cook, how can I survive if I don't know how to eat? He swiftly fished out 2 tujindaes from the pond, removed the scales, internal organs, head and bones, and put the cut fish meat on Wang Xiaoming's chopping board. Chop it. Wang Xiaoming looked at the fish meat, picked up the knife and started to chop the fish meat. At first, he was just cutting meat, not fast, but later he chopped faster and harder, the sound changed from ding 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 to dong dong dong, and he cursed while chopping, fuck, bastard, beast, scum, murderer. Yang Ming looked at him, do you believe that Ah Bing will curse like this after eating fish cakes tonight? Bullshit. Wang Xiaoming replied rudely. Yang Ming said, haven't you heard of the fairy tale The King Has Rabbit Ears? What's the connection? Wang Xiaoming frowned. Yang Ming said, are you very sad? Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, understood what Yang Ming said, and was silent for a moment. She has always had a good temper, she is kind and gentle, if she hadn't been forced to a desperate situation, she would definitely not commit suicide. She used to be your girlfriend? Yang Ming asked. Wang Xiaoming lowered his head, that happened a long time ago, and it has nothing to do with me now. But even as an ordinary friend, I can't be indifferent. Huang Jiangong, this beast, is simply a mad dog, biting people everywhere, and he still doubts my relationship with Afen. We haven't been in touch for many years. Yang Ming sighed, she must not be willing to marry him. Wang Xiaoming said with a wooden face, I don't know, maybe. That's right, you may have given up, but she may not. She didn't marry him willingly. When she encounters something unsatisfactory, she will think of your goodness, so her heart will become more and more unbalanced, and the relationship between husband and wife will naturally become more and more rigid. Yang Ming analyzed this truth like a philosopher. Wang Xiaoming swallowed hard, so, her jumping off the building may have something to do with me. Yang Ming said, maybe it has something to do with you, but it's not your responsibility, so you don't have to blame yourself. Wang Xiaoming paused in chopping meat and clenched his teeth. Yang Ming added, she would choose this extreme method, which shows that she has obvious defects in her character. She is cowardly and timid, and dare not resist her parents and husband to fight for her own life. So it is often said that there must be something hateful in pitiful people. Wang Xiaoming glared at Yang Ming, you are so cold-blooded. Yang Ming shrugged, no one likes to hear the truth. Should I go see her? Wang Xiaoming asked, but it was more like asking himself. Yang Ming said, since you think it may be related to you, you'd better not go, so as to avoid greater misunderstandings. Wang Xiaoming also knew that this was the case, but he always felt depressed and uncomfortable in his heart. He felt unfair for Luo Yufen, but he was completely powerless. Yang Ming said, Huang Jiangong is a vengeful guy, and he is very likely to vent his anger on you. Fuck, what does this have to do with me? Wang Xiaoming cursed angrily, who dares to provoke me? I'll chop him into pieces like this fish. It's always good to be more careful. You watch out, the meat has gone off the chopping block. Yang Ming reminded lightly. Wang Xiaoming looked down at the messy fish on the chopping board. Because he was absent-minded, the fish was chopped unevenly. He took a deep breath and began to concentrate on chopping the meat, using this concentration to drive out the anger and discomfort in his heart. Fish cakes are usually made of black carp, grass carp, etc., but the dace produced here is more suitable for making fish cakes because the meat is tender and delicious. After the fish meat is chopped into meat paste, add a little cornstarch, 2 eggs, message, salt, and a little sugar. Stir vigorously in a container with an egg beater to make a very sticky paste. This is called fish green. Put the fish green in the refrigerator for 1 hour, then take it out and beat it into a cake shape, which is fish cakes. Of course, you can also make some shapes you want. For example, Wang Bing especially likes to pinch fish cakes into small fish shapes. The good fish cake is placed in the oil pan, fried on the low heat. You can eat it while it is hot, or you can cut it after cooling. In the evening, Wang Bing ate the favorite fish cake. He skewed 3 frying fish cakes with chopsticks alone. When snacks were usually ate, Wang Xiaoming thought about him, you eat so many dishes, drink water for a while, and give me a careful point at night. Wang Xiaoming sneered, then I was batching. At that time, your uncle was asleep and died. No one gave you the lights. You just draw a map on your uncle's bed and see that he won't bloom. Then I sleep with Uncle Yang, he will turn on me. Taro was thrown out. In the evening, Wang Bing did not sleep with Yang Ming, but slept on Wang Xiaoming's bed. Wang Xiaoming watched TV alone in the living room. He was afraid of waking people. In fact, he didn't know what he put on the TV, but he couldn't sleep with his eyes, always shaking Luo Yufen's glamorous face. Why don't you leave earlier, otherwise this tragedy will not happen. Yang Ming came out of the room, sat next to him, and handed him a cigarette. Wang Xiaoming didn't take it, so Yang Ming put the cigarette to his lips, lit it himself, and stuffed it into Wang Xiaoming's mouth. Have a cigarette. Wang Xiaoming rolled his eyes, took the cigarette in his hand, took a deep puff, and choked him to cough. He had secretly learned to smoke when he was a teenager, but he didn't know how to smoke very well. Later, something happened at home, and he had no spare money to smoke, so he still can't smoke until now, and he still coughs when he smokes. Yang Ming reached out and patted his back. Don't worry, she will be fine. Wang Xiaoming lowered his head, and after a long time he said, I feel uncomfortable when I think that her accident may be related to me. Wang Xiaoming's nose was sour. Yang Ming reached out and touched the back of his head. Don't think too much, this has nothing to do with you. If you are really worried, wait until you have time, sneak a look and make sure she is okay. Wang Xiaoming said and his body unconsciously leaned towards Yang Ming. He felt cold all over, but this person was very warm. Yang Ming was a little surprised by his action. The next moment, he stretched out his arm, put his arm around Wang Xiaoming's shoulders, and let his head rest on his shoulders. Chapter 1345. Yang Ming reached out and touched the back of his head. Don't think too much, this has nothing to do with you. If you are really worried, wait until you have time, sneak a look and make sure she is okay. Wang Xiaoming said and then went back to his room to sleep. In the days before the New Year, Heba Wang had at least one banquet every day, and the restaurant was very busy. Fortunately, with the help of temporary workers from Zhongyanhong, it didn't seem too chaotic. However, everyone was exhausted because they were so busy every day, because there was no rest day at all. It was okay for young people, who were full of energy after a good sleep, but it was miserable for the ants. They were old and weak, and could not stand standing and walking for a long time. When they had free time, their butts were stuck to the chairs and they didn't want to move. Wang Xiaoming promised to give everyone a red envelope during the Chinese New Year. Yang Ming was also very careful. Although he didn't say anything, he would stew a pot of nourishing old-fashioned soup for everyone every day, such as yam wolfberry black chicken soup, sea cucumber tenderloin soup, walnut yukimiya pork kidney soup, gecko quail soup, etc., and it was different every day. This didn't cost much, but it was so considerate that the employees felt that the boss was kind, and naturally there were fewer complaints when they were working. Wang Ergu ran for 3 days and finally got Yang Ming's household registration. For convenience, he made up a story that he was the cousin of the household owner, Wang Xiaoming, who was born 2 years earlier than Wang Xiaoming and whose birthday was the day Wang Xiaoming picked him up, December 3rd. With a household registration, he was no longer considered a black person. The temporary ID card was also being processed and it would take 3 days to get it, which means that he would not get the ID card until the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. On the morning of the 27th, everyone was still having breakfast when a car stopped at the door of the restaurant. 2 people got out of the car and one showed his ID. We are staff members of the County Food and Drug Administration. Who is the boss here? We received a report that your chef is working as a service worker while suffering from viral hepatitis. Please cooperate with our inspection and show all of your health certificates. Wang Xiaoming glanced at Yang Ming and found that Yang Ming was also looking at him. They realized that someone was playing dirty tricks behind their backs. Who could it be? Huang Jiangong? Does he have the leisure to take care of this now? Or was it someone in the same industry who did this, such as the self-humiliating Hong Yun restaurant next door? He was a little panicked. Wang Xiaoming quickly said, I am the boss Wang Xiaoming. Please wait a moment, I will go get the health certificate. This is my brother and my younger brother, they are not employees of the store, they just come to my place to have breakfast, they don't need to show their health certificates, right? He pointed at Yang Ming and Wang Ergu. The supervisor held a notebook and said, there are 2 chefs in your restaurant, Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming, and 5 waiters, a total of 7 people. Please show us your ID cards and health certificates. We need to verify them one by one, especially the health certificates of the two chefs. Wang Xiaoming's lips were tightened into a straight line. Who the hell reported this? Even this is known so clearly. You are Wang Xiaoming, then who is Yang Ming? The supervisor said and cast his eyes on the youngest Wang Bing. Without the instigation of adults, children will not lie. Wang Bing looked at him puzzledly, and then looked at his uncle. Yang Ming said expressionlessly, I am. The supervisor sneered and said, just now he said that you are not a staff member here, so you are the one with hepatitis. Yang Ming said very firmly, I don't have hepatitis. Then how do you prove it? Where is your health certificate? Yang Ming said, it hasn't been processed yet. I lost my ID card and I am reissuing it. I can only apply for a health certificate after the ID card is reissued. Without a health certificate, you cannot work in the catering industry, so please leave your post and get a certificate to prove that you are healthy before you can work. The supervisor looked impartial and said something that was not too unpleasant. At the end, he added, we will come to supervise and inspect from time to time. If we find that you are still working illegally, we will punish your store, expose your scandal on TV, and even revoke your business license. Wang Xiaoming quickly apologized, I'm sorry, comrade, I was a little anxious just now. Our chef did lose his ID card and is reissuing it. The health certificate cannot be obtained without the ID card, so I said that. We definitely didn't do it on purpose. I can guarantee that my chef does not have any infectious diseases. The other party glanced at him with contempt, can you guarantee it? Can you see the virus with your naked eyes? Whether you are sick or not, you will know when you go to the hospital for a checkup. Don't have any fluke mentality and work secretly. We may come to check at any time. Once verified, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. After saying that, he walked away. Wang Xiaoming was completely numb, not knowing what to do. There was a banquet in their restaurant tonight, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and many families had ordered New Year's Eve dinner on the night of the 30th. If Yang Ming couldn't cook, could he, a half-baked person, handle such a big scene? It was all his fault for not paying attention to this problem. He should have registered Yang Ming's household registration earlier. If he had done it early, he wouldn't have been able to catch him. Wang Ergu said worriedly, what should I do? Is brother Yang Ming really unable to cook? Wang Xiaoming wiped his face and calmed down, I'll call and ask Hazi if he can help me urge them to get our ID cards done right away. Yang Ming took out his mobile phone and went outside to make a call. It took a long time for the other end to answer. The voice was full of sleepiness, and it was obvious that he hadn't woken up yet. Who is it? Yang Ming said, Boss Zhong, I'm Yang Ming from Heba Wang. I need your help with something. Zhong Yanhong sobered up a little, you are a rare guest. Tell me, what's the matter? We were reported by someone, saying that I have an infectious disease and can no longer work. So do you have it? Zhong Yanhong laughed. Of course not. The problem is that I lost my ID card and I am reapplying for a new one. I haven't got my health certificate yet. Yang Ming said. Zhong Yanhong said, how do you want me to help you? Yang Ming said, not many people know that I lost my ID card. It just so happens that we have offended a guy who knows about my business. I suspect he is the one who did it. Now is the busiest time. We have accepted 4 banquets, 1 tonight and the New Year's Eve dinner. If I can't cook, Wang Xiaoming will definitely not be able to handle it. Isn't this going to delay other people's weddings? Zhong Yanhong understood, someone wants to stop you from doing business for a few days, and you have to pay for the losses, and also wants to smash your signboard. It should be like this. Can you help me get my ID and health certificate today? Boss, you are a god. It's so urgent. Zhong Yanhong yelled. Chapter 1346. Boss, you are a god. It's so urgent. Zhong Yanhong yelled. Yang Ming said, just tell me if it can be done. I applied for my ID the day before yesterday. According to the normal process, I can get it tomorrow. Wang Xiaoming has already asked Officer Xiaolu for help. The health certificate is usually not available on the same day, so I need your help. Zhong Yanhong immediately said, yes, I can do it. Who did you offend? Huang Jiangong. Zhong Yanhong's voice became louder, who? Damn, that turtle bastard surnamed Huang. I'll take care of this matter. I will definitely help you. You should prepare to go to the hospital for a checkup. It can be done before dinner. The sooner the better. I'll borrow 2 chefs from your kitchen to help with lunch. Boss, can't you close for half a day? Several tables have been booked for lunch, and Wang Xiaoming should be able to handle it. Yang Ming said indifferently. Okay. Then you owe me a big favor. Zhong Yanhong said lazily. No. I will definitely pay you back later. Yang Ming knew that asking Zhong Yanhong for help would not be free. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Heba Wang took a banquet at noon and at night, and everyone was so busy that they didn't even have a chance to breathe. At noon on the 29th day, there was also a wedding banquet. In the afternoon, Wang Xiaoming took the cash he earned in the past 2 days and went to the bank to withdraw 20,000 yuan in cash. Finally, he collected 100,000 yuan, packed it in Wang Ergu's school bag, and took it to pay off his debts. Yang Ming was his bodyguard, and Wang Ergu said worriedly, "Brother, can't you transfer money to them? It's not safe to carry so much cash." Wang Xiaoming turned his head to look at Yang Ming, patted Yang Ming's chest. "Don't worry, your brother Yang Ming is here, he is more powerful than the bodyguards in Zongnanhai. Count the cash in person, they won't default on the payment, and they won't explain the transfer clearly." Wang Ergu heard it and felt that his brother was very trusting and proud of Yang Ming, so he said, "Okay, then I'll trouble brother Yang Ming, be careful in everything." Wang Ergu had seen those fierce loan sharks before, and he was a little worried. He wanted to go with them, but Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming wouldn't let him go. Yang Ming didn't say anything, just took the school bag from Wang Xiaoming and hung it on his shoulder. Wang Xiaoming smiled at him, "Let's take a taxi, I haven't taken a taxi for a long time." Yang Ming nodded, "Okay." He stretched out his hand to hail a taxi. Taxis in the county town don't charge before and after the Chinese New Year. As long as you are within the county town, it's 10 yuan to go anywhere. Wang Xiaoming got on the car, reported the location, and then looked at the school bag on Yang Ming's lap. He was nervous and happy. It was the first time he saw so much money. Neither of them spoke. "It's better to be more careful with so much cash on you." Wang Xiaoming remembered that when he called Huang yesterday to ask for repayment, he was not very happy to let Wang Xiaoming pay it back. Wang Xiaoming said, "Brother Huang, your boss is a big businessman. He doesn't care about my little money. To you, it's just a drop in the bucket, but to me, it's a huge burden. I have the money to pay you back now, but if you don't want it, I may not even be able to pay the interest in the future." Huang then reluctantly agreed to let Wang Xiaoming pay the money back. The place to pay back the money was a loan shark company. Wang Xiaoming was worried that it was not complete, after all, it was their territory. After he went there, he found that they were doing it properly, with an office building and a front desk reception, as if it was really a formal company. Wang Xiaoming understood that the 100,000 yuan that Wang Degu borrowed was not worth mentioning in the business of the company, just as insignificant as a cow hair. However, it was this cow hair that made him breathless in the past few years. The person who received him was still surnamed Huang. When he saw Wang Xiaoming, he wanted to yell a few words, but when he saw Yang Ming next to Wang Xiaoming, he dared not say anything and asked directly, "Transfer or cash?" Wang Xiaoming said, "Where is the IOU?" Huang said, "Of course the IOU is here. Show me the IOU first, and then I will give you the money." Wang Xiaoming said. Huang made an impatient expression, opened a folder, flipped to a yellowed paper and pushed it to Wang Xiaoming. "Here, give me the money first, then I'll give you the IOU." Wang Xiaoming took a look at the IOU and saw that it was indeed signed by Wang Degu. "Here is the money. I brought all cash. You'd better use a money detector to count it. After the money is counted, give me the IOU and a receipt to show that I have paid you back. Don't bother me again in the future." From beginning to end, Yang Ming didn't say a word, sitting aside like a professional bodyguard. Wang Xiaoming watched the other party count the money, return the IOU to Wang Xiaoming, and write another note to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming took it and looked at it, then handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took a look and said, "Is it you, Huang Weihai?" Huang said, "Yes." Yang Ming held the money with one hand to prevent the other party from accepting it. "You can sign it, but stamp it with your company's seal." "I can sign it, what else is there to worry about?" Huang shouted. Wang Xiaoming also understood, "You are not the boss, but just an employee here, so please stamp it with your company's official seal, otherwise ask your boss to sign for me. Huang said, I gave you the receipt and the IOU, why don't you give me the money? He was about to reach out to grab the money. Yang Ming grabbed his wrist joint and squeezed it hard. The other party's face was immediately deformed with pain and he shouted, what do you want to do? Fight? Are you reasonable? Yang Ming said coldly, our request is reasonable. You are just an employee and you can't go beyond the boss's power. It's a matter of money. Let your company stamp it or your boss sign it. What's wrong with that? Huang immediately begged for mercy, okay, I'll ask the finance department to stamp it. Huang only managed some small accounts and had no status in the company, so he didn't dare to make trouble in the company. After all, there were many people who came and went to borrow money. The loan sharks wanted to lure people on board. Of course, their attitude before boarding was good. After boarding, what kind of attitude would they use? It depends on whether the debtor pays back the money quickly. So Wang Xiaoming still got the stamped receipt smoothly. After coming out, Wang Xiaoming stretched his waist, oh my god, I have never been so good in my life. Today is the happiest day of my life. Then he began to sing the Liberated Serfs Sing. Yang Ming watched him from the side with a smile on his face. After Wang Xiaoming sang a passage, he turned around and laughed at Yang Ming, waving his arms and said, I tell you, I learned this song a long time ago, thinking that one day when I paid off the usury, I would sing this song loudly to celebrate. Snow Mountain, shining brightly, eagle, spread your wings and fly, drive away the clouds to see the sun, and the song of happiness spreads to all directions. Chapter 1347. Yang Ming watched him from the side with a smile on his face. After Wang Xiaoming sang a passage, he turned around and laughed at Yang Ming, waving his arms and said, I tell you, I learned this song a long time ago, thinking that one day when I paid off the usury, I would sing this song loudly to celebrate. Snow-capped mountains, shining brightly, eagles, spread their wings and fly. The clouds are dispersed and the sun is seen, and the song of happiness spreads everywhere. Yang Ming looked at the indulgent smile on his face, and his mood was unexpectedly comfortable and relaxed. Let's go to Mr. Zhong's store to sing in a few days. Okay, okay. I haven't been there for a long time. Ergu and Bing will go. The mothers in Wei and Yang are also no, they all went home for the new year. Let's go, and call Huzi too. Wang Xiaoming nodded excitedly. He felt that after paying off the usury, he could be like a normal person and have the right to enjoy life. As for the remaining debts, there was nothing to be afraid of. They would not increase. As long as he was willing to work hard, it would be a matter of time before they were paid off. Okay. Yang Ming nodded, then he should call Boss Zhong as well, it will be more lively with more people. This year was the most comfortable year for Wang Xiaoming. Since he paid off the loan shark debt, he has never closed his mouth. He would laugh foolishly whenever he met someone and sing the Liberated Serfs Sing whenever he had nothing to do. Wang Ergu looked at his brother like this and said with some concern, is my brother stupid? He is almost like Fan Jin who passed the imperial examination. Yang Ming said, it's okay, let him be happy, it's rare for him to be so happy. Wang Ergu also laughed very happily, well, I haven't seen my brother laugh so happily for many years. Wang Bing didn't know why the old man was always smiling, but he liked this kind of old man very much. He wouldn't nag him, and he even took the initiative to buy him 2 large buckets of fireworks. This was the first time Wang Bing had his own fireworks. In the past, he always watched others set off fireworks, which made him so happy that he couldn't open his eyes. He would show off to everyone he met, look, these are my fireworks. My fireworks. Wang Ergu looked at Wang Bing and shook his head, well, there is another fool in the family. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang didn't know what was going on. They just felt that Wang Xiaoming was a little abnormally excited. He agreed to everything he said, which was really unlike his usual style. They muttered in their hearts, the boss is so happy, what good news happened? Zhang Yiwei, the sly guy, bowed to Wang Xiaoming, boss, congratulations on your prosperity, give me the red envelope. Haha, okay. Wang Xiaoming subconsciously reached into his pocket to touch the red envelope, and suddenly reacted, what do you want to do? The red envelope has been given to you a long time ago, and you still want more. Zhang Yiwei laughed, boss, do you still remember that you have already given us the red envelope? I thought you were so happy that you didn't know who you were. Wang Xiaoming kicked him unceremoniously. Today is New Year's Eve. The 3 waitresses have gone home on vacation because they are housewives and have to go back to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Only Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang stayed to work overtime. Before the ants went back in the morning, Wang Xiaoming paid all the employees and gave each of them a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. Thank you for your hard work this year. We just opened not long ago and we are not well off. The red envelopes are not big enough. I will give everyone a big red envelope next year. Yang Ming is also the boss. He did not give everyone red envelopes, but stewed a pot of home-cooked Buddha jumps over the wall for everyone. Except for the lack of high-end seafood ingredients such as shark fin, abalone, fish lips, and sea cucumber, there are still mutton, chicken, duck, ham, scallops, dried fish, mushrooms, and dried bamboo shoots. It is a combination of meat and vegetables, and both land and sea. This pot is worth no less than a few hundred yuan, so everyone can take it back for reunion. The ants were very happy. Not to mention the value of the ingredients in this pot, just the fact that their chef Yang Ming made it himself was sincere enough. It was also a very face-saving thing to show it to the family, so they all happily carried the pot back to show off the boss's craftsmanship. At noon on New Year's Eve, fewer people ate outside. For the first time, the business in the store was slow. For the first time, Wang Xiaoming was not worried about the small number of customers. Instead, he was a little happy. He felt much more relaxed after paying off the huge debt of loan sharks. Fewer people was better. It happened that they had fewer people on their side, so they didn't have to be so busy. It was New Year's Eve, and everyone was happily preparing for the new year. They couldn't be so busy that they couldn't even catch their breath. They still had to rest when they needed to. While arranging the New Year's Eve dinner in the evening, Wang Xiaoming said, "Next year, we won't do this. We won't be open on New Year's Eve. Go home and have a good New Year." Zhang Yiwei said, "Boss, this New Year's Eve meal is not cheap, right? Are you willing to not make this money? The price of the New Year's Eve dinner is indeed not cheap. The private room upstairs starts at least 2,000 yuan per table, and each table downstairs also starts at 1,200 yuan. The price varies according to the dishes. For example, the price of a Buddha jumping over the wall banquet for 10 people is at least 4,900 yuan. One table, the most expensive one has been sold for 6,600. What's there to be reluctant about? Money can be earned endlessly." Wang Xiaoming is now seeing the sun through the clouds, and his mood is quite bright. His heart has always been floating in the clouds. Money is such a vulgar thing, it's all shit. His uncle has been oppressed by this bastard, and he can't straighten his back and breathe. Now he can finally put his hands on his hips and say to those bastards who are full of the smell of money, "I don't care about it now." Zhang Yiwei chuckled, "Boss, give us a raise after the new year." Wang Xiaoming turned his head and looked at him, wishful thinking. Zhang Yiwei touched his nose, as if there was dust on it, and chuckled twice. Wang Xiaoming added, "There is no salary increase. The store is going to recruit more people after the new year. When the time comes, you and Ah Yang will come to the kitchen to help and learn to cook from Yang Ming." Zhang Yiwei was overjoyed, "Really? We don't have to serve dishes?" "No, the kitchen is in urgent need of more staff now. I have to teach you how to cook," Wang Xiaoming said. Yang Ming said, "Over there, away, hurry up and stir the eggs." Zhang Yiwei responded loudly, "Hey, master is here." Yang Ming said, "Be a little more discerning. Don't always do things when you are called." Zhang Yiwei laughed, "Yes, master." The guests who came to the store to eat the New Year's Eve dinner were very early. It started at 5 p.m. Everyone had to rush home to watch the Spring Festival Gala. It was estimated that by 7 or 8 o'clock, most of the guests would have left. Wang Xiaoming decided that they would have dinner later tonight, and they would eat after all the guests had eaten. In the past, they would eat before dinner time. This time, it was the New Year's Eve dinner, so they had to be more serious and start later. Everyone was busy and ate snacks first, and no one felt hungry. Chapter 1348. The guests who came to the store for the New Year's Eve dinner were very early, starting at 5 p.m. Everyone had to rush home to watch the Spring Festival Gala. It was estimated that by 7 or 8 o'clock, most of the guests would have left. Wang Xiaoming decided to have their meal later tonight, and wait until the guests had eaten. In the past, they had eaten before dinner time. This time it was the New Year's Eve dinner, so they had to be more serious and start later. Everyone was busy and ate snacks first, and no one felt hungry. At around 7 o'clock, all the guests outside had eaten, and Yang Ming was in the kitchen preparing their own New Year's Eve dinner. New Year's Eve dinner is auspicious, so it is not limited to a certain type of cuisine, as long as it is auspicious, such as good luck, great luck, family portrait, 4 seasons of wealth, gathering together, riches and jade, bamboo reports peace, surplus every year, longevity and happiness, etc. Finally, there is a perfect dish. 10 dishes, with nice names, beautiful dishes, and naturally the taste is beyond words. The first one is naturally good luck, made with silver carp head and northern tofu. Cut the silver carp head into 4 pieces and the northern tofu into long and thick slices. Fry them in oil until golden. Put the tofu in the bottom of the casserole and the silver carp head on top. Heat the iron pan, add minced ginger and stir fry until fragrant, then add appropriate amount of water, cooking wine, soy sauce, salt, bean paste, sweet noodle sauce, pepper powder and other sauces. Pour the soup into the casserole, boil it on the fire, steam it on low heat for 40 minutes, thicken it with a thin starch before turning off the fire, sprinkle with green garlic, and it's done. Eating fish head during the Chinese New Year will bring you good luck. For great luck, roast chicken with chestnuts. Family portrait is a collection of seafood. Boil Chinese cabbage and frozen tofu briefly as the base of the pot, then add crabs, prawns, fresh squid, clams, mushrooms, vermicelli, burdock, etc. Add cooking wine, star anise, ginger, dried red pepper, and other ingredients to cook together, and add salt, pepper, and other seasonings before serving. For season prosperity is for joy meatballs. Gathering together is winter melon soup. A house full of wealth is egg and shrimp. Wash and dry the shrimp, add egg white, salt and starch, mix well and marinate for 10 minutes, blanch the green beans, rinse with cold water and drain the water for later use, add salt, pepper, sesame oil and water starch to the broth and boil, pour in the green beans and boil, turn down the heat, add the marinated shrimp and cook, beat in 2 eggs, poke the egg yolk with chopsticks, boil and turn off the heat. Bamboo brings peace and prosperity is the soup of astragalus, codonocise, bamboo fungus, and hericium. The dish of abundance every year is naturally braised carp, which is the eternal protagonist of the New Year's Eve dinner. It can only be seen but not eaten. It can only be eaten after the New Year. The dish of longevity and happiness is naturally Buddha jumps over the wall. This time Wang Xiaoming was generous and cooked a large jar, giving each person a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall to enjoy. The dish of perfection is assorted vegetables. 10 dishes filled the table, which looked good and auspicious. More importantly, they were all made by Yang Ming, and were so delicious that they melted people's tongues. When their dishes were served, most of the guests had already paid the bill and left. The TV in the hall was already broadcasting the Spring Festival Gala. Wang Xiaoming's family, plus Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang, a total of 6 people, had the New Year's Eve dinner together. Everyone sat around a table, the dishes on the table were fragrant and steaming, and there were laughter and joy on TV, and the spring was warm. It was a happy and perfect New Year's Eve. Wang Xiaoming raised his glass and said to Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang, "You two have worked hard today. You didn't go home for the New Year's Eve dinner. Come, brother Xiaoming will toast you. Thank you for your hard work. Hehe, it's worth it. This Buddha jumps over the wall is enough." Zhang Yiwei ate Buddha jumps over the wall without any regrets. Wang Xiaoming said, "There will be 2 more jars of Buddha jumps over the wall later. Jumping over the wall, just like the ants, you two can take it back for your family to taste. It's so embarrassing to take it away after eating." Zhao Xiaoyang said with a smile. Zhang Yiwei said with a smile, "If you are embarrassed, just give it all to me. There are many people in my family and we can finish it." Zhao Xiaoyang glared at him, "Go away." Wang Xiaoming said, "We are closed during the Chinese New Year. Although some customers have called me to order food before, I have rejected them. I will go back to work on the 8th day of the first lunar month. Go home and have a good rest for a few days. After the Chinese New Year, when I recruit people, the arrangement will be more reasonable. I will give you at least 2 or 3 days of rest a month." Zhang Yiwei burst into tears, "Boss, I know you are a good person. It's great to have a day off. I toast you a glass." Wang Xiaoming said, "Thank you, then I will drink it." Zhao Xiaoyang came to toast a little later. After the 2 boys toasted Wang Xiaoming, they toasted Yang Ming. After Yang Ming, they also toasted Wang Ergu, and even Wang Bing. They wanted to coax him to drink beer, but Wang Xiaoming stopped them. Don't make trouble, children can't drink. Zhang Yiwei said, then drink beverages, Coke is okay. Just as they were laughing and joking, Yang Ming's phone rang. Few people knew his phone number. When the phone rang, they could basically guess who was calling. They took it out and saw that it was indeed Zhong Yanhong. They answered, Boss Zhong, Happy New Year. Zhong Yanhong said on the other end, Happy New Year. Do you have any food in your store? I was kicked out by my old man and didn't even have a meal. Yang Ming smiled sympathetically, come over quickly and eat with us. We've only been eating for a while. Then I'll come over. Zhong Yanhong said and hung up the phone. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming, who is it? Yang Ming put down his phone, Boss Zhong said he wanted to come over for dinner. Wang Xiaoming was surprised, didn't he go home? Yang Ming said, I don't know about that. Brother Hong is coming, hee. Brother Hong likes to eat Buddha jumps over the wall the most, we eat all of it and don't leave any for him. Zhang Yiwei, this kid, is going to do something bad. Zhao Xiaoyang said, if he eats your jar of Buddha jumps over the wall later, I won't sympathize with you. Zhang Yiwei laughed, forget it, let's leave some for him. Within a quarter of an hour, Zhong Yanhong appeared with a large fruit basket in his hand, Happy New Year. Wang Xiaoming got up to greet him, you're here, why are you carrying anything? Zhong Yanhong put the fruit basket on a table, it's New Year's Day, it's not good to be empty-handed, and there's nothing to sell outside. Let me take a look, oh, Buddha jumps over the wall, I smelled it from a long distance outside the door, it's true, is there any more? Zhang Yiwei quickly stood up and said, yes, Brother Hong, I'll serve you. Zhong Yanhong waved his hand, sit down, I'll do it myself. It seems that I'm not at a loss this time, and I can even eat Buddha jumps over the wall. Zhao Xiaoyang brought him a pair of clean bowls and chopsticks. Wang Xiaoming asked, Boss Zhong didn't go home for the New Year, why didn't you come earlier? Hey, oh, I drank too much last night and slept until this time. I was embarrassed to go back and get scolded, so I came to your place. Don't mind me causing trouble for you, right? Zhong Yanhong buried his head in eating Buddha jumps over the wall. Wang Xiaoming smiled, of course not, there are many people celebrating the New Year at my house, and there were many guests just now. Chapter 1349. Hey, oh, I drank too much last night and slept until this time. I was embarrassed to go back and get scolded, so I came to your place. Don't mind me causing trouble for you, right? Zhong Yanhong buried his head in eating Buddha jumps over the wall. Wang Xiaoming smiled, of course not, there are many people celebrating the New Year in my house, and there were many guests just now. Zhang Yiwei took a beer bottle and poured wine for Zhong Yanhong, Brother Hong, today is the New Year, it's rare for us to celebrate together, I toast you a glass, wish you all the best in the New Year, congratulations and prosperity. Zhong Yanhong finished eating Buddha jumps over the wall and picked up the wine poured by Zhang Yiwei, then I also wish you progress in the New Year, and grow taller and taller. Speaking of height, Zhang Yiwei couldn't laugh anymore. He was only 1.69 meters tall, and he could never grow to 1.7 meters tall. He was desperate about his third-class disabled height. He cried, thank you, Brother Hong, I appreciate your good words. Zhong Yanhong drank the wine with a smile and took out a few red envelopes from his pocket, come, it's the New Year, give everyone New Year's money. Zhang Yiwei, Zhao Xiaoyang, Wang Ergu and Wang Bing all had red envelopes. When it came to Wang Bing, Zhong Yanhong teased Wang Bing, give uncle a happy new year and the red envelope will be given to you. Children love the Chinese New Year the most. First, they can set off firecrackers, and second, they can receive red envelopes. Wang Bing is no exception. He smiled and bowed to Zhong Yanhong, give uncle a happy new year. Congratulations on your prosperity, and give me the red envelope. This is what Wang Ergu taught him. Zhong Yanhong smiled and touched his head, you are so good. Uncle will give you the biggest red envelope. After that, he really took out a big red envelope from his pocket. Wang Bing happily took it, thank you uncle. A group of people ate and drank, laughed and made a lot of noise. It was very lively. It was also the most lively and happiest year that Wang Xiaoming had spent in recent years. Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang ate around and came to toast everyone. Wang Xiaoming didn't ask for more toasts this time, it looks like you two are full. After drinking this glass of wine, you can go back first and spend the new year with your family. Remember to bring the Buddha jumps over the wall. If you have a car, take a taxi. I will reimburse you later. Okay. Thank you, brother Xiaoming. After Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang toasted, they both carried the jar of Buddha jumps over the wall and went out excitedly. Chinese people value tradition and family reunion. Although Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang are naughty and rebellious, they are still spoiled children at home. They can't go home for the New Year's Eve dinner during the New Year. I believe their families are also very worried. Wang Xiaoming asked them to go back first. Zhong Yanhong stared at the Buddha jumps over the wall in Zhang Yiwei and Zhao Xiaoyang's hands. You have such a good benefit. You can carry it away after eating it. Yang Ming said, this is an employee benefit. If you want to eat it, you have to pay. Wang Xiaoming quickly tried to smooth things over. Haha, don't listen to Yang Ming. Boss Zhong wants to eat Buddha jumps over the wall. We can make it for you. Zhong Yanhong touched his chin and said, can you make me one tomorrow? My old man may not be angry with me after eating it. Wang Xiaoming didn't know the reason and looked at him in confusion. Did you quarrel with your old man? Zhong Yanhong chuckled, actually, I went back today and was kicked out by my old man. Wang Xiaoming thought, being kicked out on New Year's Day must be because he did something disobedient to his elders. Yang Ming agreed, okay. I'll pay you. This doesn't count as repaying my favor. Zhong Yanhong said to Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled faintly and said nothing. It was already dark, and people who had finished their New Year's Eve dinner early began to set off fireworks. Wang Bing had long been attracted by the sound of firecrackers outside. If it weren't for the temptation of the delicious food on the table, he would have run away long ago. He was full after eating Buddha jumps over the wall. The adults were still eating, so he threw down his bowl and chopsticks and ran to the door of the store to play. He watched the fireworks blooming in the sky one after another, and he liked it so much. After watching for a while, he ran back and touched his firework bucket again and again, urging Wang Ergu to hurry up and take him to set off fireworks. Wang Ergu finished his meal and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Brother, you guys eat slowly, I'll take Ah Bing to set off fireworks. Only Wang Xiaoming, Yang Ming and Zhong Yanhong were left at the table. Wang Xiaoming remembered something. Boss Zhong, we have to go back to the island tomorrow, and we may not be able to make Buddha jumps over the wall tomorrow. Yang Ming said, if you don't mind the trouble, come to the island to pick it up. Okay, I have nowhere to go, so I'll go to wish you a happy new year. Zhong Yanhong was easy to talk to. Wang Xiaoming said, okay, you're welcome anytime. Zhong Yanhong had already stuffed his stomach to 7/10 full, and he stopped to drink when he had time. Thanks to you for taking me in today, this glass is for you too, thank you very much. I wish you a new year and a new look, and all your wishes come true. Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming didn't refuse, and picked up the wine glass to drink. Wang Xiaoming picked up the green beans from Jinyu Mantang and ate them. This green bean is delicious, very fresh and sweet. How many seconds do you blanch it? While eating, he didn't forget to ask for the secret of cooking. Zhong Yanhong took the bottle and poured him a glass of wine. Drink. Let's just drink and not talk about anything else today. If you have any questions, go home and ask them slowly. Yang Ming raised his glass to toast Wang Xiaoming. I toast you a glass, and wish you all the best in the new year. Thank you. Wang Xiaoming picked up the glass and drank, and poured himself and Yang Ming a glass, and raised the glass. I also want to toast you a glass. Thousands of words, I don't know where to start, I'm not good at talking, now I can only think of one word, thank you. Yang Ming clinked his glass with him. You have said this many times, no need to say it again, drink. Zhong Yanhong said on the side, you are like a couple, a family, what are you talking about? You all have to drink. Wang Xiaoming turned his head and looked at Zhong Yanhong. Boss Zhong, what you said is right and wrong, Yang Ming and I are a family, but not a couple. Zhong Yanhong smiled and said, I think we are quite like a couple. Yang Ming glanced at him and said, let's drink and eat, Boss Zhong. Zhong Yanhong smiled and said, some people think I talk too much. Okay, I'll eat. Hiccup, the New Year's Eve dinner tonight is delicious. Thank you, toast to you. Wang Xiaoming didn't take Zhong Yanhong's words to heart. He was in a good mood and drank very happily. He accepted everyone who came. After drinking too much, he became more talkative. He hooked his hand on Yang Ming's shoulder and tilted his head to Zhong Yanhong and said, "You know, Boss Zhong, I am so grateful to Yang Ming. I paid back all the usury yesterday. It was all Yang Ming's credit. Without him, I would not be where I am today. He is really my great benefactor. I don't know how to thank him." Zhong Yanhong looked at Yang Ming with a playful smile in his eyes. "This is not simple. Just pledge your love to me." Yang Ming gritted his teeth and stared at Zhong Yanhong. Wang Xiaoming laughed, "I'm not a woman, Yang Ming won't accept my body even if I pledge myself to him, is that right?" Chapter 1350. Zhong Yanhong looked at Yang Ming with a playful smile in his eyes. "It's easy, just pledge yourself to him." Yang Ming gritted his teeth and glared at Zhong Yanhong. Wang Xiaoming laughed, She is not a woman, Yang Ming will not accept her even if she promises to marry him," Yang Ming said, "right?" Yang Ming looked at him and raised his eyebrows, "Maybe." Wang Xiaoming just thought it was a joke, and continued to laugh heartlessly, "Really? Then I will promise to marry you." Zhong Yanhong smiled and said, "Remember what you said today, don't go back on your word." Yang Ming looked at the two people and shook his head helplessly. Wang Ergu took Wang Bing outside to set off fireworks. The colorful fireworks bloomed in the dark sky, dazzling. The old year was about to end in beauty, and the new year was about to come in beauty, and a new life was about to begin. Wang Xiaoming's alcohol tolerance was not very good. He was the first to get drunk among the three people. Fortunately, he was a good drinker and fell asleep on the table when he was drunk. Zhong Yanhong ate and drank enough, looked at Wang Xiaoming, and then looked at Yang Ming. "You wish for the best." Yang Ming glanced at him, "You are probably too busy to take care of yourself, right?" Zhong Yanhong wiped his face, "That's right, I am in trouble now, and I haven't dealt with the person yet, and the family has already torn their faces." Yang Ming doesn't like to pry into people's secrets, so he listened quietly. Zhong Yanhong was obviously talking about emotional problems. Zhong Yanhong stood up, "I will go to your house to pay New Year's greetings tomorrow, and I will call you when I get there for lunch. By the way, there are still some Buddha jumps over the wall left, I packed it up and took it away." "Okay, you pack it yourself." Yang Ming looked at the mess on the table and didn't want to clean it up, but thinking that if he didn't open the store tomorrow, the rats would make a big fuss if he left it like this, so he quietly cleaned it up. Wang Ergu saw Zhong Yanhong go back, so he carried Wang Bing into the house and saw his brother lying on the table. "Brother Yang Ming, my brother is drunk." "Yet." Wang Ergu put Wang Bing down and helped to pack up. Yang Ming said, "Your brother can't walk anymore, I'll help him go back, you take Bing back by bike first, be careful on the road." Wang Ergu looked at Yang Ming, opened his mouth, and finally nodded, "Okay." Wang Ergu took Wang Bing away first. Yang Ming locked the door, looked at Wang Xiaoming squatting at the door, and pulled him up. "Wang Xiaoming, go back." Yang Ming never called Wang Xiaoming by his name in front of him, and always called him boss. Only when he talked about him with others would he call him by his name directly. Wang Xiaoming did not answer. Yang Ming pulled him up, carried him on his back, and hugged his legs tightly. "Lie down steadily." Then he walked into the night and walked back slowly. On New Year's Eve, the night wind was wrapped with a faint smell of gunpowder, which was the smell of firecrackers and fireworks, and the rich and sweet flavor of the new year. On both sides of the street, the big red lanterns swaying in the wind at the doors of people's houses warmed this happy and sweet night. Yang Ming carried Wang Xiaoming on his back and walked slowly and calmly, feeling very fulfilled and satisfied in his heart. Being able to help Wang Xiaoming unload his burden and live easily was the most meaningful thing he did this year. This year is about to end, and it has not been in vain. Yang Ming carried Wang Xiaoming on his back, walked past the closed shops, the swaying red lanterns, the laughter of people, the lonely fisherman's street, and walked back to the staff dormitory, where there was a light on, waiting for the two of them. That was their temporary home. In the near future, they will have a home that truly belongs to them. Wang Ergu opened the door and saw his brother and Yang Ming, and hurried to help get slippers. Bing has taken a bath and slept. "What about my brother, does he want to take a bath?" Yang Ming looked at the boy with a questioning look and said, "You help him wash. He will feel uncomfortable if he doesn't wash." Wang Ergu nodded, "Okay." Wang Ergu was about the same height as Yang Ming, but his figure was much thinner. Yang Ming helped him to help Wang Xiaoming to the bathroom. "Call me if you need anything." "Okay." Wang Ergu took a lot of effort to help his brother take a bath and put on his pajamas. His body was still half wet, so he called Yang Ming, "Brother Yang Ming, help me help my brother." Yang Ming appeared soon, tried a few moves, and simply carried the man on his shoulders. Wang Ergu. After Wang Ergu finished taking a bath, it was Yang Ming's turn to take a bath. When Yang Ming came out, he saw Wang Ergu still sitting in the living room watching the Spring Festival Gala. The show was almost over, and it was all singing and other programs. Yang Ming yawned, "Are you still not asleep?" Wang Ergu looked up at him, "Brother Yang Ming." Yang Ming knew he had something to say to him, so he walked over to sit down beside him. Wang Ergu thought for a moment and said, "Thank you, Brother Yang Ming. It's okay. Then, I'll go to bed." Wang Ergu hurriedly left the living room and returned to his room. Yang Ming sat alone on the sofa, staring at the TV, but not watching the show. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He raised his hand and touched his forehead. This was a fruitful year. On New Year's Eve, many people stayed up all night. Zhou Yanhong was strolling outside alone. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. The other party hung up and didn't answer the call. He persisted in calling again, but the call was still hung up. Zhou Yanhong sent a text message to the other party, "I was kicked out by my dad and I didn't even have a meal. Don't you sympathize with me?" Lu Hao replied with a message, "Not eating is just right to save food. I'm near your house, can you come down and meet me? I bought some fireworks, let's set them off together." It took a long time for the other party to reply, "I'm not at home. Are you on duty today? I'll come over to accompany you right away." Lu Hao was sitting alone in the office, bored and miserable. He had to be on duty during the Chinese New Year. There was no way. This was his fate. And he didn't want to go home for the reunion dinner. The whole family was there, and everyone would definitely point the finger at him, asking him when he would get married and introducing him to a girlfriend. In their place, if he didn't go to college, he would have been the father of 2 children at his age, but he didn't even have a girlfriend, no wonder his family was anxious. But Lu Hao was a complete gay. He didn't want to harm the girl, but he didn't know how to tell his aunts and uncles. Continuing the family line was the most important thing for them. How could he not get married? So at this moment, when everyone else is reunited with their families, he is playing games alone in the office. During the Chinese New Year, there are few living people in the entire server, only a few NPCs are wandering around, or the guys who are AFK are setting up stalls to fight monsters. Zhou Yanhong said that when he didn't eat, he was still a little happy, at least there are people like him who can't go home. Zhou Yanhong went straight to the duty room of the police station, his fingers hooked on the bag containing disposable lunch boxes. "Officer Xiaolu, I'm here to comfort you.